Let's prepare to begin, please. Good morning. My name is Felicia Orth. I'm a hearing officer appointed by the Water Quality Control Commission to conduct a hearing in WQCC 23-84. We are at the 9 o'clock public comment session on day 5 of the hearing. This is the 9th of 10 public comment opportunities this week. The final opportunity this week will be at 1 o'clock this afternoon. In the event we continue the hearing to finish it on subsequent dates, there will be subsequent public comment periods, but we don't have that schedule just yet. So I have 7 names this morning of folks either in the room or on the platform to offer public comment. Just a few guidelines. I will ask you to swear or affirm that you're telling the truth. I will ask you to spell both of your names for the transcript, and I will have to limit oral comment to 3 minutes. In the event you have more to say than can be fit into 3 minutes, please submit that comment in writing to Pam Jones. All of her contact information is in the hearing notice. So let's start with Emily Bradfute. Ms. Bradfute. Nope. All right. If she rejoins us, I will take her comment. Mary Whiteman. Please unmute yourself if you can. Mary Whiteman. No. All right. Will Athis. Will Athis, please speak up if you're on the platform with us. No. Chad Ingram.
Good morning.
Oh, terrific. Mr. Ingram, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
And if you would spell your name for the transcript.
First name C-H-A-D, last name I-N-G-R-A-M.
Thank you. I'll start your time now.
Good morning. I appreciate you giving me some time this morning. As I said, my name is Chad Ingram. I'm a resident of Carlsbad. I also work for the Carlsbad Chamber of Commerce. I'll keep my remarks short. I just think that appropriate and safe water reuse is crucial to water conservation, economic diversification, workforce development, and opportunities. Our state, we are not overly abundant in water, and I think that any opportunity that we can have in order to reuse water, I think is a good move. So I appreciate the time, and thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Chloe Henson. Chloe Henson, are you with us? Please unmute yourself.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, hello. Ms. Henson, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
And would you spell your first and last name for the transcript?
Chlohенson.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes now.
Okay. Hi, thank you for this time. My name is Chloe Henson. I was born and raised in New Mexico, attended UNM, and currently live in Albuquerque, working with the Climate Justice Alliance. I'd like to demand a clear and effective rule that prohibits the use of the reuse of produced water off of the oil field. There needs to be a rejection of the reuse of dangerous and toxic produced water while thinking about how to phase out its production in the first place. As climate change worsens and our water becomes a more and more threatened resource, it's irresponsible for us to be implementing rules that would further endanger our water and environment. Wastewater from oil and gas drilling can contain PFAS, radioactive compounds, waste materials like arsenic, lead, benzene, and other toxins. Experimenting with it, especially off of the oil field, could lead to unforeseen and irreversible consequences. It would be difficult, if not impossible, to remediate land and water that's been contaminated by radioactive, toxic, and carcinogenic wastes. 2023 saw the hottest year in 2,000 years. Climate scientists are saying there's a good chance that 2024 could top it. We don't have time to experiment with new ways to reuse water from oil and gas drilling. We need to be thinking about how to phase it out in ways that are just for communities and workers. It'll be a complex process, and we can't afford any longer to pursue dangerous distractions like the one that would be allowed under this rule. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackson Kinney?
Yes, I'm right here.
Oh, hello. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Would you spell your first and last name?
Yes, first name is Jackson and last name is Kinney.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jackson Kinney, and I'm a resident of Hobbs, Mexico. My wife and I are lifelong residents, as well as our parents. And I support the use of treated produced water for industrial use because it preserves our fresh water. And, living in a desert, it is super hard to find not only fresh water, but just water in general. So thank y'all so much.
Thank you. Bob Wesley? Oh, there you are. Can you unmute yourself?
Thank you.
Oh, hello.
Uh,
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
yes, ma'am.
And if you would please spell your name for the transcript.
Bob, B-O-B, Wesley, W-E, 2 S's, E-L-Y.
Thank you very much. I'll start your 3 minutes now.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, my name is Bob Wesley. I'm a retired physicist and systems engineer and past president of the Water Advocates for New Mexico and the Middle Rio Grande. In light of the climate-induced reduction in surface water availability, and in light of the dwindling mined aquifers in many portions of the state, reuse of that large quantity of produced water sounds like a great idea. However, there are at least 5 big prerequisite ifs, none of which seem to be politically, technologically, or financially capable of being met in the near future. If number one, if we know what each and every chemical constituent in the produced water is or might be expected. Number two, if NMED has a scientifically based standard level of safe concentration for each of those constituents. Number three, if we have the technology at scale needed to reduce the concentrations below those standards. Number four, if nuclear radiation shielding is sufficient to protect the cleansing system operators. And number five, if NMED has the capacity and political direction to verify the ongoing success of the cleansing technologies. Commissioners, if you allow reuse at all of produced water outside of the oil and gas industry, please ensure the resulting rule set requires compliance with every one of the big ifs I mentioned. And for the record, I'd like to say that contrary to Mr. Hightower's reported testimony, to my knowledge, the Water Advocates, previously the Water Assembly, has not been involved in designing any produced water reuse public acceptability survey. Thank you for considering my input.
Thank you, Mr. Wesley.
Thank you.
Will Athis?
Yes, thank you.
Hello, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes,
And would you spell your first and last name for the record?
Will, W-I-L-L, Athas, Athas.
Thank you. I'll start your 3 minutes now.
Thank you. Good morning, Commission. I'd like to thank all the Commission members for their time and effort this week on this critical issue. I'm a retired UNM professor of public health, a former health department employee, a doctoral level epidemiologist, and a longtime teacher of environmental public health. I have experience conducting disease surveillance and community health studies, as well as human health risk assessments in support of regulatory decision-making and risk management, issue at play here. It's safe to say I spent a good part of my career dealing with legacy environmental contaminants, PCBs, dioxins, organochlorines, heavy metals, and now PFAS. How many fish advisories are currently active in New Mexico? What are the long-term environmental and health consequences of PFAS? These are important questions. I try to teach my students that we should learn from our past environmental mistakes in order not to repeat them. So let's be clear, the proposed rulemaking is seeking to set the stage for a widespread environmental release of a toxic alphabet soup of chemical and radiological hazards. As the department correctly recognizes, major gaps in science preclude determining safe levels, if any, for release. Industry proponents have cherry-picked a handful of acute toxicity studies and proclaim that current effluent and water quality standards are sufficiently health protective for chronic long-term exposures. However, NMSU researchers in a 2022 peer-reviewed paper caution that toxicological study of produced water is in its infancy, especially in regards to synergistic toxicity. The industry has no clear understanding of the toxicity, composition, and variability in produced water, in part because they continue to hide behind an outdated federal rule exempting disclosure of proprietary fracking chemicals. They would have the public believe that an effective compliance monitoring program can be achieved without disclosure of past, current, and future fracking chemicals. Really? To me, that sounds like an environmental mistake just lying in wait. A 2024 paper in the Journal of Environmental Management estimated that 10.4 billion pounds of fracking chemicals were withheld as trade secrets nationwide between 2014 and 2022. Moreover, proprietary claims are increasing over time in mass, frequency, and proportion. What persistent, mobile, and toxic fracking chemical might be introduced in the future that slips under the regulatory radar? If New Mexico truly wants to be a leader here, prudence demands that industry be required to disclose all fracking chemicals as a threshold condition prior to adoption of any new health and safety standards, and certainly prior to writing any discharge permits. Why should profit-driven business interests take precedence over the public interest? Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Athas. I've come to the end of the list that I have of people who reached out to Pam to make a comment this morning, but I'm happy to make an open invitation to anyone on the platform or in the room to offer comment before we return to the technical case. There will be one more opportunity today at 1 p.m.
You don't have to. You don't have to. I'm gonna try.
Oh, is this, I saw a name. Who was that?
Hazel?
Oh, yes, terrific. Hazel James. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
And if you would spell your first and last name for the transcript.
HAZEL JAMES.
Terrific. I'm going to start your 3 minutes now.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Yacht A. My name is Hazel James, and I'm with the San Juan Collaborative for Health Equity and Diné Centered for Research and Evaluation. I'm here as an individual, as a grandmother and an aunt and sister and a matriarch. And my comment to this water issues pertaining to produced water, and which also evolves the air that we breathe, is not a good thing to talk about, to utilize this radiated water for any other purposes. the industry has left this wasted water, and we're talking about how to use it. And we cannot use it in any shape, form, knowing the fact that we are under climate change, knowing the fact that it has ruined the land space and the landscape that we have out on Navajo land. The lands are beautiful out there. The air is supposed to be beautiful too, but we don't know the content that's in the air. But we do know that it's not good. So there you are. You have to listen to the elders that are speaking for the earth. We have to know that the water is sacred. We also have to know the air comes with the water and the earth. The way Native Americans, you don't have this knowledge as the lawmakers. The natural law exists as it is. And the water is the thinker of the earth. And the water has to be clear for people to have a clear mind and clear spirit and good health. Is there something in that situation of understanding is not being communicated correctly for you to understand? How much further does Indigenous people have to continue to voice for the earth, to voice for the water and the air and the sun, our creator? Why are we taking this so much further out? Why do we want to abuse the land, the earth, the water? We need to have some control. As you know, the world is destroying by the second. As you know, there's Native Americans that believe that if we do not stop this catastrophe, it's going to hurt your unborn children. Right now, we have 19% of uranium in the babies that are being born because of open pit mines. The industry is really unaccountable and unequivocal to what they are doing to the people. It's awful. So
Ms.
this is,
James, would you wrap up, please?
yes, but this is my concern. And that's why I come before you. Please listen to the people and the matriarchs. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. James. Rebecca Sobel?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
If you would spell your first and last name for the record.
REBECCASOBEL.
Thank you. I'll start your time now.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. If oil and gas was going to make us rich, we'd be rich by now. New Mexico is the second biggest oil and gas producing state in the nation, yet we have the worst public education and the highest rates of child poverty and hunger. This is a state where Dene families on the Navajo Nation can live only 300 feet from a fracking well, but have no access to electricity or water. The push for produced water reuse is not just an issue for New Mexico. The decision that you'll make today in this hearing affects all downstream communities. Low-income and minority populations are already disproportionately impacted by the health hazards associated with oil and gas waste. On Wednesday, Produced Water Research Consortium Director Mike Hightower testified that industry would, quote, give away this treated waste to water-scarce Navajo communities. This is the first time I've heard this proposition to poison us for free. Still, no thank you, Mr. Hightower. We are at a critical juncture. The oil and gas industry has a stranglehold on our state politics, while frontline communities are fed up with being collateral damage. The United States is the world's leading oil and gas producer, and New Mexico houses the largest and cheapest oil field in the world. We're also the state where they tested the atom bomb, and we're still dealing with hazardous impacts and downwinders. Southeast New Mexico is home to Carlsbad Caverns National Park, Canyon and Karst Country, and this porous limestone is creating massive sinkholes and earthquakes with the incessant injection of oil and gas waste. Industry is literally running out of space to dump their waste, and now they're looking to offload their liability by commodifying it. In the poorest state in the nation, with the least amount of surface water, promoting a scheme to recycle fracking waste as water seems like a guarantee to perpetuate New Mexico's legacy as a sacrifice zone. There's been a lot of discussion about on and off oil field use. This distinction is difficult to ascertain. Currently, the oil and gas industry is leaking, spilling, and exploding its toxic waste across our state. In normal industry operations, this waste is piped, shipped, trucked, and dumped in landfills, endangering our communities and waterways right now. Already millions of gallons of oil and gas waste are spilled over the surface of New Mexico each year. These spills are largely preventable, with equipment failure being the most frequently cited cause. Despite a distinct prohibition in 2021, oil and gas waste continues to spill recklessly, endangering communities, lands, and waters. Public comment every day has demanded an end to a perpetuation and impact of sacrifice zones. As we confront the climate crisis and transition to cleaner energy sources, it's imperative that we hold the oil and gas industry accountable for its toxic legacy. This means closing loopholes that allow for chemical secrecy, strengthening regulations to protect public health and the environment, and investing in alternative solutions for managing produced water as waste. I urge this commission to support an all-out ban on treated and untreated produced water, including removing provisions for industrial and pilot projects. Before we consider commodifying the oil and gas industry's waste and forcing it on New Mexicans, we must first prove that the industry can safely manage its waste on site. We cannot afford to unleash this toxic floodgate and irreparably poison our waters and future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sobel. Kathleen Burke?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, there you are. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
And if you would spell your name for the transcript.
First name Kathleen, Kathleen. Last name Burke, Burke.
Thank you. I'll start your time now.
Good morning, one and all. My name is Kathleen Burke. I'm a resident of Albuquerque. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my household. I begin by sharing with you the definition and explanation of ecocide. Ecocide means unlawful or wanton acts committed with knowledge that there is a substantial likelihood of severe and either widespread or long-term damage to the environment being caused by those acts. This definition comes from the Independent Expert Panel for the Legal Definition of Ecocide, June 2021. The Stop Ecocide International Foundation provides further legal definition for each of the terms used in the definition of ecocide. A, wanton, means with reckless disregard for damage which would be clearly excessive in relation to the social and economic benefits anticipated. B, severe, means damage which involves very serious adverse changes, disruption, or harm to any element of the environment, including grave impacts on human life or natural, cultural, or economic resources. C, widespread, means damage which extends beyond a limited geographic area, crosses state boundaries, or is suffered by an entire ecosystem or species or a large number of human beings. D, long-term, means damage which is irreversible or which cannot be redressed through natural recovery within a reasonable period of time. Ecocide refers only to the very worst harms, usually on a major industrial scale or impacting a huge area. Fracking and the distribution of its toxic byproduct are clear examples of industrial sectors and contexts where unlawful or reckless conduct could cause this level of harm. Ecocide describes what is happening to our planet, the mass damage and destruction of the natural living world. It literally means killing one's home. The European Union recently voted to include ecocide-level crimes in the European Union's revised crime directive. The historic decision will strongly reinforce existing environmental laws, establishing a clear moral as well as legal red line aimed at preventing and punishing the gravest environmental harms. These are laws which our New Mexico lawmakers will also soon be considering. In light of the fact that we are now in the 7th mass extinction of our planet, the Holocene-Anthropocene extinction event, you might agree that laws preventing ecocide cannot be adopted soon enough in the United States, and we must pay heed to the crimes of ecocide happening in New Mexico preemptively. Referring to oil and gas workers exposed to radioactivity, Lawyer Stuart Smith, a New Orleans-based attorney who tried the cases and was the first attorney to try oil field radiation cases, says, quote, "These men are guinea pigs. I have litigated several cases that showed that oil field waste caused cancer," he says. "All the big majors have known about this for many decades. The
Will you
regulators
wrap
are
up?
obviously
Ms.
aware
Burke,
of,
would you wrap up?
yes, ma'am. The regulators are obviously aware of it too. It's just that they don't have the political cojones to do anything about it. Thank
Thank you
you.
very much. Thank you. Is there anyone else on the platform? Again, I have no more names of folks who reached out to Pam. Please speak up or raise your virtual hand there. I'd like to offer a comment. There is one more opportunity today at 1 p.m. No? All right, then. And let me just ask in the room, is there anyone here present to offer public comment this morning at 9 o'clock session? No. All right. We are going to return to the technical case. When we broke last night, we were still in the cross-examination of the department panel. Panel, if you would resume your seats there, and we will turn to Ms. Fox, who will be conducting cross-examination on behalf of Amigos Bravos and Sierra Club. Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. A little, okay. How's this? Closer? How's this? Okay, great. Good morning. Thank you for your testimony and your work on the rule. I'm going to direct questions to the entire panel unless I specify otherwise. Did you hear Mr. Hightower's testimony the other day that the consortium or researchers affiliated with the consortium had identified approximately 400 potential constituents in produced water in the Permian Basin?
Yes.
And Mr. Hightower compared that analysis to the Danforth et al. Study that has been discussed widely in this proceeding that identified approximately 1,200 potential constituents in produced water, correct?
Correct.
Has Mr. Hightower or the consortium submitted that study that he discussed or its results to the department?
Not that I know of.
Has he submitted anything at all in writing to the department about that study?
Not at this time.
The department, therefore, has not evaluated the reliability of that information, correct?
That is correct.
Are any of you familiar with ABSC Exhibit 11, the 12/9/20 letter from Dr. Danforth and colleagues from the Environmental Defense Fund that Dr. Lewis discussed in his testimony and that was admitted into evidence? I have a copy if that would be helpful.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Are any of you familiar with that letter?
Yes.
Yes.
How is each of you familiar with that letter?
I received this letter when I was the Water Quality Standards Coordinator for the New Mexico Environment Department Surface Water Quality Bureau. This was a letter in response to a request for public comments on the amendments to the state's water quality standards in 20.6.4 during our last triennial review.
And I received a copy of it from Lowell herself at a meeting. And
Dr. Danforth.
Dr. Danforth, thank you. I'm sorry. And discussed it with her at that meeting.
So that letter has a list of 180 known produced water constituents that, one, have a standard approved analytical method that's currently available. Two, do not currently have numeric water quality standards in New Mexico. And three, have some toxicity data available. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. In your view, is the analysis in that letter reliable?
I have no reason to object to it.
When we received the letter, we brought it back to the department and also had the spreadsheet associated with it, the actual raw spreadsheet, and we continued the work and verified as well as added to the analysis in it. Me and another previous staff member that was on the team drafting rules.
And have you ever had any conversations with Dr. Danforth about the contents of this letter?
Yes.
What was the nature of those conversations?
We discussed the process and methodologies, and I was asked if there was any elaboration that could be done on the data set to further the research.
Did you hear Mr. Hightower's testimony the other day? Am I echoing? Oh. About the survey that the consortium conducted with respect to people's views on produced water?
Yes.
Was the department involved in design of that survey?
The survey was designed through one of the working groups with the consortium, the Public Education and Outreach, which I attended the vast majority of meetings, and I assisted them in part in the development of the questions, and I suggested potential methodologies for them to collect responses.
That survey was conducted at state and county fairs and local water fairs and the like, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, that is the limited sample population that they chose to.
That survey was not designed to be statistically significant, was it?
My input into those meetings was very heavily in emphasis. I emphasized very heavily that it was important for them to diversify the locations that they asked the survey questions, and that in order to be significant and provide them with information they were looking for, that they would need to collect demographic information as well as information. The long or short, no, the results are far below where it should be considered to be statistically significant.
And Mr. Herman, have you ever taken any courses on statistics?
In grad school, I took multiple courses in statistics. I also was a research assistant on a large scale survey of Albuquerque residents that collected information on indirect and direct potable reuse support.
Yesterday, Ms. Taylor asked you about language in section 400A4, which reads, it's the last sentence in that paragraph, which reads, quote, demonstration projects or industrial projects submitted to the department through the notice of intent process and subsection C of 20.6.8.400 NMAC are authorized to operate following the determination of no discharge permit required issued by the department. Her line of inquiry had to do with why this language appears in section 400.A4, which relates to discharging treated produced water to groundwater, and not also in section 400.A2, relating to discharging produced water to surface water. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And her inquiry was, why is there a difference, since the demonstration projects can apply to both groundwater and surface water, correct?
Correct.
Now, it is clear that NMED's proposed provisions for demonstration and industrial projects at 400B expressly apply to groundwater and surface water, correct?
Correct. It does say ground or surface water.
And do you consider the proposed provisions at section 400.B authorized uses and C NOI requirements to be clear as proposed?
Yes.
Amigos Bravos and Sierra Club have proposed to delete the language that I just read at 400.A4 on the ground that it is unnecessary, correct?
I believe that is what Amigos Bravos and Sierra Club had submitted.
And they contend that the provisions at 400.B authorized uses and C NOI requirements are clear as proposed and do not need to be referenced in that particular section 400.A4, correct?
I believe that's what was proposed.
So would deleting the language that I read from 400.A4 be a way to resolve Ms. Taylor's concern that groundwater is singled out in that section, and Amigos Bravos and Sierra Club's concern that that language is unnecessary?
Could you read me the specific sentence that is being considered for strike?
Sure. Demonstrations, the last sentence in 400A4, demonstration projects or industrial projects submitted to the department through the notice of intent process in subsection blah, 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 are authorized to operate following the determination of no discharge permit required issued by the department.
I don't know that we would have strong objection to that. I believe that there is clarity in including the language following the determination of. I do see where authorized to operate could be misleading though.
Amigos Bravos and Sierra Club propose adding the following language at 400C3. And that is, quote, the department shall publish on its website all applications for produced water, notices of intent, supplemental information provided by the applicant at the department's request, all written procedures and plans required by paragraphs B and C of this section, and the department's determination. Now, the department currently publishes produced water notices of intent, supplemental information, and NMED determinations on the NOI on its website. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And why does NMED publish that information on its website?
In part to accommodate the transparency. The department does not have authority over the consortium's website, and we believe that the information being provided to NMED on these demonstration projects is valuable. And so we've taken it upon ourselves to publish it on our website just for simplicity and clarity.
Does the department intend to continue to publish this information on its website after this rule is promulgated?
To the best of my
If
knowledge,
and
yes.
when this rule is promulgated, I guess I should say.
Yes. I don't believe that the department has any objection to continuing the process we've already begun.
Then does NMED object to including this provision?
No.
Mr. Cox asked the other day whether the public is given notice of proposed demonstration in industrial projects under the proposed rule, correct?
Correct.
And I believe Ms. Murphy responded that under the current NOI process, some members or neighbors of projects are notified. Is that correct?
Under the current process that we utilize attachment B from our memorandum of understanding, that is included as a requirement in that document and is, yes, part of the process at this time.
What is the scope, the geographic scope, or what is the scope of the notification of members of the public at this point?
We would need to look up the MOU and attachments. It is NMOGA Exhibit 29, page 12 of the PDF, about the middle of the page, subsection T, that says provide list of all landowners adjacent to the proposed project locations and provide confirmation that adjacent owners have been notified regarding the proposed project, and then provide the source of the adjacent landowner data.
So adjacent landowners.
Yes, that would be the short answer.
Well, no, I appreciate you reading the full provision. Would NMED object to continuing that or a similar public notification process if and when this rule is promulgated?
We haven't had specific discussions about that being included. In general, I believe that NMED is not against the public being notified if they are next door to a project. So I would say, with my current knowledge in my brain, that we would not object to it.
Thank you. With respect to industrial projects, there are no volume limits on the quantities of produced water that can be used in those projects, correct?
Correct.
And there's no limitation on the concentrations of contaminants that can be used in that produced water, correct?
Correct.
And similarly, there are no time limits on the use of produced water in industrial projects, correct?
Correct.
Under the department's proposal, produced water can be used in industrial settings 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, indefinitely, correct?
As written, correct.
Really the authorization for industrial projects is an authorization for regular and routine use of produced water in industrial operations with no limits on volumes of produced water or concentrations of contaminants or time limits, correct?
I would like to clarify that the department would not be authorizing the project. The department would be making the determination that it is non-discharging and therefore not within the regulatory authority of the Water Quality Act.
And when you are reviewing that for the no discharge determination, you're not, your analysis doesn't include, there's no prohibition against the time limits of use, the concentrations of the contaminants, or the volumes of contaminants.
No,
Would you agree that industrial projects, because of their ongoing nature, potential for greater volumes, greater concentrations of pollutants, maybe less safeguards than in a lab setting, pose a greater risk of spills and discharge to ground and surface water than demonstration projects?
I couldn't speculate on that.
That analysis has not been done.
We have not done a calculated analysis of volume. Obviously, there is inherent risk with any project of any volume, of any concentration. So, scenario wise, if you have an industrial project and it has mechanisms in place using other state regulations, could it be more? Could it be less? A demonstration project is short in term and experimental and may not have the protections in place because they just don't foresee that. Whereas an industrial project may, because they're looking at a long-term use. So that's why I don't feel that I could speculate on risk just based on volume, concentration, and time.
So that risk analysis has not been done.
Quantitatively, no.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fox. Before I turn to Mr. Knight, let me ask, I believe a commissioner indicated to me that he had another question. Yes?
Your Honor, can you hear us? Seems we may have disconnected. I'm not seeing yours.
Yeah, but it's pretty.
What
They
it
don't
is?
care much about that. I had 6 days to respond to brief.
Okay.
And they don't grant extensions.
Oh, yeah, it's still recording. Oh, it's still recording.
Okay. Thank you for hanging in there with us during that technological interruption. Our screen here in the hearing room went black. So we're going to resume here. I was just inviting the commissioners who are the decision makers in this matter, if they had any final questions before I went to the department council for redirect of the department panel. Chair Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer and panel. I have just a few questions. There has been, over the course of the last several days, and specifically Council Tim Davis, or I've forgotten which organization, there was this long discussion about whole effluent toxicity tests, wet tests. Are wet tests required in any of the rules pertaining to surface water and groundwater?
Not for groundwater.
For surface water, wet testing is not required in the Water Quality Act. I do not recall if wet testing is required in the Clean Water Act, but it is in all of the guidelines for permitting and the permitting manual and implementation. It is not, EPA does not require wet testing on all permits in New Mexico, but it is a permit requirement in many of the EPA issued NPDES permits in New Mexico.
Thank you. That's consistent with my understanding as well. Will wet testing be required for effluent from any of these demonstration projects?
I think that's
Madam Hearing Officer, Chair Thompson, after 5 days, I got it right. The way that the demonstration projects are being proposed, there would not be a requirement for any prescriptive type of testing. It would depend on the entity that wants to do the demonstration project and what they feel would be most effective. So it's not a requirement. We would strongly encourage it. Ms. Murphy has testified that the consortium has a guideline that includes a list of targeted analytes, the wet testing, and non-targeted analysis. So we would hope, in working with the consortium and these entities who want to do these demonstration projects, that they would follow that guideline so that we could have the most comprehensive set of data.
Thank you. That helps. And that leads into my next question. There has been a lot of discussion about the work that the Produce Water Research Consortium has done. But is that the only work that would be acceptable to the department? So for instance, if a private entity wanted to test their magic technology, could they do that?
Again, Madam Hearing Officer, Chair Thompson, it is the way that we've set up the rule, and I'm going to lean on Mr. Herman as well to correct me if I misstate this. It doesn't require them to have to go through the consortium. We would appreciate it, and I think that it serves in everybody's best interest to work with the consortium since they are the hub of that data. But this would allow entities wanting to work independently to submit the notice of intent. There's no requirement for them to work through the consortium as it's written in this proposed rule.
Do you know of any, sorry, Mr. Herman, did you have any?
I support her answer fully.
Thank you. Do you know of any entities that have done their own testing independent of the consortium?
I would speculate that there may be. and there may be interest in the future, but I don't know off the top of my head. And
Chair Thompson, if I can, I believe I do know that UNM has participated in and has conducted research associated with produced water treatment.
Yes. Yes, a little bit. And I'm aware of some companies that were testing forward osmosis, vacuum membrane distillation, and some other types of advanced distillation processes that have not been mentioned here. And I would just leave it at that. But because I think there are a lot of companies that do have very promising technologies, and they should be encouraged to test those technologies if they can. It would be unfortunate if we required them to go through another layer of bureaucracy, being the consortium.
Agreed.
Thank you. Yesterday, Ms. Nasi asked the commission, I'm sorry, the witnesses, whether comprehensive characterization of produced water is needed. Somebody on the panel said yes. And I'd like to know, what do you consider to be comprehensive? That's a pretty loose term. What do you consider to be comprehensive characterization of produced water that would be the information that would be required to be submitted to the department as an NOI?
Again, Chair Thompson, I can start and then I'll punt it. We believe that the work done through the Produced Water Research Consortium is a very good start. It is a group, the Risk and Toxicology Work Group, worked for a couple of years. I believe this is in Ms. Murphy's testimony, to develop this list. They've termed it the NPDES Plus list, and it has a list of constituents. Again, targeted analysis, the whole effluent toxicity testing, wet testing, and then the non-targeted analysis. So at least we can identify maybe what some of those unknown compounds are, not the concentration, or at least know what may be in there. And I think that is probably the best place to start when we're talking about comprehensive. You're right. Comprehensive is all and everything, and that is quite an undertaking. But I think the work that the Risk and Tox group put together, which included NMED and EPA, is a very good place to start for what we would at least try to grapple with as the universe of constituents in produced water. And I would welcome anybody else in our panel to discuss that more.
No one else wants to weigh in? How many constituents are in the NPDES Plus list?
We can get you that
No,
information.
I can get it.
It is an exhibit. I just couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
So there's about 100 drinking water constituents identified in the Safe Drinking Water Act. And there's another suite of organics in the NPDES Plus list, but I don't believe there are any additional inorganics.
I would have to, it may take me a minute. I could.
No, that's not important.
Okay.
But I do think the department should give some thought to what comprehensive characterization. What a comprehensive characterization of produce water is required when an entity submits an NOI.
Noted.
There was Mr. Dodd yesterday had a long line of questioning about accidental releases. What agency regulates accidental releases of oil field waste in New Mexico?
Madam Hearing Officer, Mr. Chair, for accidental releases, if it's within the oil and gas production and industry, that's under the Oil Conservation Division and their rules set by the OCC. If it is outside the oil patch, it is NMED and it's 20.6.2, 1302, 1203. I always have dyslexia with that number. I apologize. 1203 in MAC.
And it's my understanding that Section 400 only deals with wastewater within the oil and gas industry.
Chair Thompson, I respectfully believe it's the other way around. This only deals with the produced water outside of the oil and gas.
Okay. So if there was a treatment process with the spill, that would be subject to NMED regulations, not OCD regulations?
That is correct.
Thank you. I've asked some of these questions before. Let's turn to municipal wastewater reuse. This is very short. The department already has guidance for non-potable reuse. So this would be land application, irrigation, and so forth. What is wrong with those current policies and guidance?
Chair Thompson, I believe this was in my oral testimony, but I can summarize it a little bit. Part of the issues that arise is, first, we have the guidance. NMED has a guidance from 2007. EPA has a guidance from 2012. The 2007 guidance for NMED is only one for domestic reuse, sources from domestic sources, and it is only for above ground reuse. As our world, and in 2007, when I started with the department, there were only a few discharge permits in which we're considering reuse. And now we have expanded by multitudes to have many permits. And so we've essentially outgrown that 2007 guidance. The other thing I'll point out is that although most of the language in the NMED's 2007 guidance and the 2012 EPA guidance mostly align, they don't always align. The last part is that guidances get updated without public comment, without public involvement, without public input. And given the number of municipalities that are using treated domestic wastewater for reuse in their parks and their public areas, I believe as a regulator that it's essential to put that, to grow into codifying these regulations. So I think we are at a time where using terminology that's gone through a public process and applying it in a streamlined way is really going to advance New Mexico with conserving our water resources, particularly with domestic wastewater. This is a reuse rule. And so there is a huge component of implementation that's regarding domestic wastewater reuse. And that's why the guidance is been outgrown, in my own terms.
Yes. Of course, as I've already said, I prefer the term municipal reuse because
yes,
much broader range of constituents. But so, for example, ASR, aquifer storage and recovery activities where they're using treated wastewater, like Rio Rancho. Right now, that's not a full ASR project.
correct.
They are just using just injecting into the aquifer.
Correct.
It's just aquifer storage and recharge. It's not reuse. But if they were to reuse that water, it'd be subject to two separate regulations. One would be the groundwater regulations, and then the second one would be the drinking water regulations. Is that correct?
That is correct. And they currently do have a discharge permit for the injection.
I'm sorry, I need to clarify that the drinking water regulations work much differently than the groundwater discharge regulations. And in conversations with the Drinking Water Bureau, and I'm only repeating what they said, so
Please.
is that they would regulate based off of source water, and they have internal processes. So it's just I feel a little bit less comfortable speaking for drinking water than I do for groundwater. Would definitely treated it differently.
Very familiar with drinking water regs. And I was going to, this is my last question. And that is, we heard public comment from the mayor of Jal a couple days ago. And he expressed the sentiment, I believe, that his community would consider accepting treated reuse, they would consider accepting treated produced water as a source for augmenting their drinking water supply. And if they did that, would these regulations pertain, or would they be drinking water regulations that would govern?
Chair Thompson, again, I will start and hand it to Mr. Herman, who is currently exploring IPR and indirect and direct potable reuse potentials in the state of New Mexico. When it comes to using any treated wastewater for a consumable source, it will likely have to bridge multiple areas of authority and regulation. And as Mr. Herman stated, we can only speak to the groundwater side to protect groundwater for potential use in the foreseeable future. And then I believe that we would have to, and we have been engaging with other parts of our agency to make sure that there's that coverage. But I, again, will hand it to Mr. Herman and talk. But I think that's premature for this rule, but that is something that is in NMED's thought process at this point.
Yeah, and I will just add that at this time, we are grappling with the limitations in the Water Quality Act as they pertain to discharge permitting requirements that may apply or may not apply to a direct potable reuse scenario that does not discharge and that does not have any threat to groundwater. So it's on our long list of things to overcome.
I do want to make something explicitly clear. When we are talking about consideration of indirect and direct potable reuse, we are at this point in time only discussing and it's in the definitions of our proposed regulations. It would only be treated domestic wastewater, no other source, no industrial. There is no produced water for drinkable purposes.
And my response, I forgot that you had asked it in the mayor's comment context, which that would not be contemplated by this existing rule, and we would follow the science as it became available to us and then make a determination at that time, which is my regulator hat response for you.
Thank you. I just, editorial comment, I guess, is that regulation is called water reuse. And so I would hope that it would deal with potable reuse as part of it, but we've talked about that before. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other commissioners in the room who have unasked questions. Commissioner McWilliams?
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer and Chair Thompson. Members of the panel, thank you for taking our questions. I believe it was a couple days ago that Ms. Taylor was questioning you about 74-6-15, which allows for the protection of confidential business records or methods or processes entitled to protection as trade secrets. According to the Water Quality Act, who would decide if this information was confidential?
Madam Hearing Officer, Chair Thompson, Commissioner McWilliams, I believe that if something were to be submitted to us, we would work with our Office of General Counsel to determine how to manage that.
Okay, so would the department know if that technology or the results is proprietary or trade secret?
No, the business is
Your Honor, this is Mr. Maxwell. We may have lost connection.
Okay, I had a question regarding the definition of produced water. It includes the words known and unknown water pollutants. And then the water pollutant definition, if we go to the water pollutant definition, I believe it talks about causing injury to health and animals and livestock, all those things, plants. Wouldn't that be by definition make produced water something that we would have to change the definition for if it was ever going to be allowed to be discharged?
Commissioner McWilliams, we have a definition for produced water, which in and of itself is just a byproduct of the oil and gas extraction process. And it does, as stated in, I think it's the evidence that it has constituents that are water pollutants that would cause injury is ubiquitous among all produced. That is one of the things we were able to confirm with all the studies that have been submitted and that we reviewed. It is one of the reasons we put in a definition for treated produced water, because there is a very big difference between produced water as it is extracted versus a treated produced water. And I believe the definition for treated produced water does not, it depends on the level of treatment. It depends. So we wanted to make that clear that produced water is what it is, and it does have water pollutants, which therefore require a treatment, and treated produced water does not have that same description to it.
Okay, so you wouldn't have to alter the definition because produced water would likely never be allowed to be discharged, but treated produced water could be discharged at a later date.
Correct.
Okay.
As writing regulations, as much as I can set up the structure so that we don't have to have complicated amendments, I do my best to do that. So that's why we have those added definitions in there.
Perfect. I believe yesterday, Mr. Herman, you testified that a double-lined pit with leak detection would require a groundwater discharge permit.
I'm I would respectfully revise that characterization of my testimony to say that historically the department has required discharge permits for double-lined synthetically lined impoundments.
Okay, is that outside of the oil and gas industry?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. And the other commissioners in the room who have final questions, Commissioner Zemlich.
Thank you. I just have one last question, just to clarify from yesterday. There was a discussion of a sort of a large industrial project, and the concern over potential releases from something like that. And previously, and I'm not going to target anyone, your testimony, maybe Mr. Herman, the process of determining whether or not a groundwater discharge permit is required includes multiple scenarios, including perhaps the site, the material, and perhaps the volume, which in my mind goes some way to addressing risk. And so I just would like, I mean, maybe to ask if there is a threshold for that sort of volume in a determination like that, in your analysis of whether a discharge permit would be required.
I think that there's such a high variability in possible scenarios, even with the site specific things like geology and location and depth to groundwater, specifically for the groundwater side of the process, that it would be there would not be a threshold as a result of those highly variable. Is there karst? Is there basalt underlying the site? Is groundwater at 1,000 feet or 50 feet? And so we chose not to include a number in the regulations.
So, and to follow that up, so for excluding the effluent of the Alamogordo desal facility, would something like that as a demonstration facility potentially not require a discharge permit?
Yeah, could you clarify? So there's two brackish water facilities in Alamogordo.
Right, not Bergendorf. So, and I always just think of it as the Alamogordo desal plant. I think Mr. Hightower mentioned it treats 500,000 gallons a day. It's a fairly large amount of water. Should a demonstration project be proposed with, say, that volume, can you see a way in which that would not require a discharge permit?
I will take the opportunity to correct Mr. Hightower briefly. To my knowledge, and I believe my staff recently inspected the facility, the desal plant is not operational at this time. They have not processed or treated any brackish water. But if your question is couched with that site specific location and parameters, then I mean, I think we've already made a determination that a discharge permit would be required. Is there a scenario where someone could propose something in some way, shape, or form where we wouldn't require a discharge permit? We would have to review that on a case-by-case basis. I wouldn't want to speculate on what are all of the possible submissions that someone could come up with to send into us.
Okay, and would it be fair to say that a demonstration project with a large amount of proposed treatment volume likely require a discharge permit?
I would I wouldn't, I don't know.
Okay, and that's fine. I know it's a lot of hypotheticals, but when I think of big industrial types of operations, um, I usually think of the risk involved as being sufficient enough that the way that discharge permits have been characterized, that one would likely be required, but I won't ask you to answer that. And so my follow-up suggestion is just that the department consider the how the information about these NOIs is disseminated, whether it's a map-based sort of inclusion on the site where individuals can, without knowing what a township range is or things like that, be able to identify where these proposed projects are occurring, just to sort of facilitate informing the public.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else in the room have a final question? No. I know we have at least two commissioners on the platform, Commissioner Rosatos and Commissioner Brankard. Unmute yourself in the event you have a final question, please. Okay, not hearing anything. Mr. Knight, would you estimate your redirect, please?
Would I estimate?
How long your redirect is going to take?
I would say 15 to 20 minutes.
All right, we need a break. Let's take a break for 10 minutes. All right, when we broke, I was about to invite Mr. Knight to conduct his redirect examination. I find that most recross is not productive, so I'll invite all other parties to listen carefully to the scope, which I'll be enforcing strictly following Mr. Knight's redirect. So, Mr. Knight.
Thank you. Good morning, panel. Let's see. I'm gonna have questions for each of you or most of you individually, but let's start out with one that's kind of more for the panel, and just tell me if this applies to you. Have any of you, in connection with your employment with the department, have any of you ever held a so-called Q clearance?
Yes, I have.
And is that also known as a top secret clearance in the colloquial term? Or could you distinguish it?
Q clearance is what was used in DOE. I don't know what that translates to in DOD or any other agency.
And in your connection with your employment with the department, are you aware that the department has received and maintained government secrets, including those involving Sandia National Labs or Los Alamos National Labs, or other secrets or confidential information involving nuclear secrets and things like that?
Yes.
And so, in your experience, does the department routinely receive and keep the confidentiality of some of this highly sensitive information?
Yes, we do.
And Mr. Herman, are you aware of that the department keeps and maintains the confidentiality of information from our nuclear weapons facilities and things like that, or nuclear storage sites?
Yes, the groundwater discharge permitting program has at minimum 2 discharge permits for sites where we have either national secrets or confidential information that cannot be disclosed to the public.
So, given that information, do you feel that the department would be capable of maintaining confidential information from a produced water demonstration project? Do you have
Yes.
okay, that's a yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's see. Let's go to Ms. Fulham. Are you aware of any person who has claimed that they did not receive actual notice of this hearing through at least one of the many different methods that the department used to provide public notice?
No, I didn't receive any feedback that this was not received by anybody.
And just a couple more questions. The department has been clear in all communications with the public since 2019 that this would be a prohibitive rule when it comes to discharge of produced water. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as I think you have said several times already, this is not a produced water rule. This is a water reuse rule, correct?
That is correct.
Given that, are the definitions that we are proposing in this rule, are they only relevant to produced water, or are they necessary for implementation of our other existing permits?
They are relevant to our existing permits.
Thank you. And they are important for the implementation of those existing permits. Is that also true?
Absolutely true.
Okay. Mr. Herman, returning to you, there was discussion regarding this, perhaps talking about some of the similarities between reuse of municipal wastewater and produced water. Are those two really comparable, or and why or why not?
I believe that there's important distinctions to be made between the two types of influent or type of wastewaters. In a municipality, it's not perfect, but they do have some control over what goes into their sewer shed. They can have a pretreatment program, or they can have city and county ordinances that restrict sales of certain materials. And with produced water, that is not necessarily the case.
Thank you. Let's see. Ms. Lucas Kamat, once again. Mr. Hightower talked about a presentation that was given by the consortium. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
What was the subject of that presentation?
So it was part at the annual meeting of the Produced Water Research Consortium. There were multiple presentations on analytical results, and it was part of that analytical studies.
And did you attend that presentation?
Dr. Hu and I both attended that conference, yes.
Was the information in that presentation ever submitted to the department?
No,
Was it available on the consortium's website, to your knowledge?
I have not found it on the consortium's website.
Is displaying data during a presentation the same as submitting that data to the department, in your opinion?
No, it is not.
These, one more, these rules are being proposed pursuant to the Water Quality Act. Is that correct?
Correct.
And to your knowledge and in your experience with the Water Quality Act, does that act give the either the department or the commission any authority to regulate workplace safety?
No, workplace safety is not in the Water Quality Act.
Does and again, to your knowledge, does the department also have a OSHA bureau?
Yes, the department has an OSHA bureau.
Does the state of New Mexico have OSHA rules that regulate workplace safety?
Yes, the Environmental Improvement Board promulgates OSHA rules.
And again, in your experience in your other positions with the department, do you know if those rules cover worker exposures to toxic and hazardous materials, for instance?
To the best of my knowledge, they do.
Do those rules apply to workers in the oil and gas industry?
Yes, they do.
Would those rules also apply to anyone working in say, a produced water demonstration project?
Yes, they would.
Does the department also have a radiation control bureau?
Yes, they do.
And has the Environmental Improvement Board promulgated rules regarding exposure to radiation, to your knowledge?
Yes, they have.
And maybe this is for either you or Mr. Herman or both of you. In your experience working with ground or surface water, when the department is inspecting a facility and the inspector becomes aware of possible workplace hazards, what typically do our folks do in that situation?
So I'll address this first for surface water and then let Mr. Herman address it for groundwater. In the Surface Water Bureau, our inspectors inspect under EPA.
Ms. Kamat, it's hard to hear you.
Oh, sorry. I will address this first for surface water quality, and then I will pass it to Mr. Herman to address for groundwater. In the Surface Water Quality Bureau, when we inspect a facility, we are credentialed under EPA credentials. When we go into a facility, when we see hazardous or unsafe situations, we do, the inspectors will point it out to the staff that they're with, and then we will have a discussion. And sometimes it can be as simple as you don't have chalk blocks on your truck. Let's put those on. Sometimes it can be more complex where we're not safety experts. So we'll provide the information to talk to the OSHA Bureau. OSHA does have a compliance assistance program, and I may not be using the correct term there, but we have their information and can refer them to that group. And then we will also contact our OSHA contacts we have internally and say, hey, we observed these things, these items.
And Mr. Herman?
Yes, the Groundwater Quality Bureau consistently does inspections, and if we determine there's a lockout tagout issue or an enclosed space issue, we will refer. We'll speak to the operators of the facility as well first, but we will ensure that the referral occurs over to the OSHA Bureau. Very recently, last year, a facility was remediating soil and had excavated greater than 6 feet below the surface, and the operator was not concerned about it, and we referred that immediately.
I'm sorry, could you say that last part again? The operator was
not concerned about the violation or the unsafe working environment that they were creating, and so we immediately referred that to the OSHA Bureau.
And Ms. Lucas Kamat, when you were talking about OSHA rules that pertain to exposures to toxic or hazardous materials, do you know from your experience whether those rules also include mandates for the use of personal protective equipment when appropriate?
I know that PPE is covered in personal protective equipment is covered in implementation. I don't know if it's explicit in the rules, but
Okay.
it's common best management practice that to protect your employees, you provide them the appropriate equipment.
Thank you. Okay, back to Mr. Herman. There has been what I will describe as some deliberate misinterpretation of some of your testimony, and I'd like to just kind of drill down on kind of we can talk more precisely about some of these. During your cross-examination, you described the need for a discharge permit for a hypothetical storage unit with lined impoundment. Given that there is a risk of discharge, is it the position of the department that any and all storage units with a lined impoundment or other secondary containment would automatically require a discharge permit from the Groundwater Bureau because of the risk of discharge?
No, that is not the position of the department. Historically,
Go ahead.
the department has required discharge permits on operations utilizing a lagoon or secondary containment because of the risk of release. But the use of a lined lagoon or secondary containment is not the trigger for a discharge permit requirement. There is no regulation that requires a discharge permit for a lined impoundment or secondary containment, to my knowledge. There may be a scenario where appropriate technology and safeguards assure there would be no discharge. A project utilizing impoundment with secondary containment could receive a no discharge permit required letter upon submittal of the NOI. This is true of any kind of proposed project that is determined to be conducted in a manner that doesn't have the potential to cause any kind of release to move directly or indirectly into ground or surface water. The project would receive a no discharge permit required letter.
So, Mr. Herman, during cross-examination, you answered many questions about the proposed produced water NOI regulations, and there seems to be some confusion about how exactly the department will process the produced water notices of intent that will get submitted. Can you just walk us through each step the department will take to process a produced water NOI?
Sure. The department would review the NOI to determine if the proposed process, technologies, or methods are as protective or more protective of ground and surface water when compared to the methods that are being used elsewhere. Make a determination that the proposed project will be conducted in a manner so that there is no potential for produced water or treated produced water to move directly or indirectly into ground or surface waters. For any project, if the proposed project is determined to be conducted in a manner that doesn't have the potential to cause any kind of produced water or treated produced water to move directly or indirectly into ground or surface water, the technical staffer will draft a no discharge permit required letter.
Okay, you mentioned proposals or processes that have not previously been evaluated by the department. If a company submits a produced water NOI to the department that includes a component, process, or method, including for storage of produced water or treated produced water, that the department has not previously reviewed or evaluated, how would the department handle that?
The department will review produced water notices of intent on a case-by-case basis and in the context of the site-specific parameters, including any components, processes, technologies, or methods that the department has not previously evaluated. The department would determine if the proposed processes, technologies, or methods are as protective or more protective of ground and surface water when compared to the methods that are being used elsewhere.
Okay. Returning to an earlier line of questioning regarding the department's timeline to consider discharge standards. Does the department have a prescribed timeline for this?
No, NMED will follow the science and availability of the data. The department will bring proposed rules to the WQCC when the science, technology, and data are ready. As we evaluate existing science and as projects move forward, allowing the department to gather more data, the department will propose additional rules specific to reproduced water or reuse as the science supports it. Additional reuse rulemaking is proposed to start this year and continue on an ongoing basis.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
All right, thank you. Is there any reason not to excuse the department panel at this time?
Your
Any
Honor, this
reason
is
not to
Mr.
excuse
Maxwell.
them? Yes, Mr. Maxwell.
I have one cross-examination question for Ms. Fulham on redirect.
Recross, yes. Go ahead.
Ms. Fulham, in your expertise, is it reasonable to expect members of the public who did not hearing notice via email or mail and were unaware of it due to its absence from the expected WQCC website posting location? Again, is it reasonable to expect members of the public to provide feedback on its adequacy or visibility?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Maxwell.
So Mr. Maxwell, I think her testimony was that no one had given her the feedback that they did not have notice of the rulemaking and the hearing. So I'm just going to very quickly shorten your question, but I'm going to do my best to ask it. You said you didn't get any feedback like that. No one reported to you that they didn't have actual notice.
Correct.
Is it reasonable to think that just because you didn't get that feedback, perhaps someone didn't see it, and so they didn't give you the feedback?
I believe that's a reasonable question. However, not only have the department put the information out there for the hearing notice in multitude of places and to over 3,000 individuals, 135 stakeholders, all the tribes. It also has been in the paper. There have been protests outside notifying people. It has been on social media by other entities. So I actually find that it would be unreasonable if someone had an interest in reuse, produced water, the environment, or water protection in New Mexico in general, that they would not have had some level of notification.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Maxwell. Is there any reason not to excuse the department panel at this time? Terrific. Thank you very much for all of your testimony. We will turn now to Mr. Hightower. I've been seeing Mr. Hightower there on the platform. We're going to complete his cross-examination. My note as to where we left off is now buried in this stack of papers. Had we finished with Mr. Davis's cross-exam and we were moving to Mr. Dodd? Is that where we were? Oh, Mr. Wexler, yes, that's right. We need to loop back to you. Let's loop back to you first. Yeah, I'm just about to explore that. Mr. Hightower, can you hear me? He may have stepped away. Mr. Hightower?
Yes, I could hear you.
Oh, terrific. Um, uh,
Would you like for me to start my video?
yes, please.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Hightower. You'll remember that Mr. Wexler was had a conflict and unable to ask you his questions when we began your cross-examination on behalf of NMOGA. So we're looping back to him before we go to the other parties who presumably might also have cross-exam. Mr. Wexler.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hightower, can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Thank you.
That's great. I appreciate your patience. Thank you for your willingness to, over multiple days, be available.
Well, you made accommodations for me, so I appreciate that.
Did you receive, I sent an email to all of the parties with the exhibits that I might ask you about. I just want to see if you were able to ultimately receive those.
That was a share file, and I was not able to download the share file with the remote internet that I have right here, so I don't have it.
Okay, and then, yeah, you informed me of that, and I sent you a separate set of emails, one each, with the exhibits.
Well, I've been listening to the hearing. I haven't had a chance to open my email. So
okay, well, let's see how it goes and see if you're able
to. If there are exhibits from presentations that I've given or comments that I've made, I'm sure that I can remember them and talk about them. I'm not worried about that.
Fair enough. Some of them are.
Okay.
Do you have before you your notice of intent?
My testimony, what I prepared? Yes, I do.
That's great. If you could look at exhibit 1 to that, which is page 5.
I have page 5, yes.
And that was submitted to the Water Quality Control Commission, is that right?
That is correct.
On April 15th, 2024, I believe.
Yes.
It indicates it actually has the current docket and hearing. Is that right?
Yes, it does.
Did you prepare this exhibit for the purposes of this hearing?
Yes, I did.
The authors are indicated as you, Dr. Pei Zhu, Dr. Yanyan Zhang, and Dr. Robert Young. Is that right?
Correct.
The bios of all of those authors are provided?
Correct.
Did Dr. Zhu, Dr. Zhang, and Dr. Young have the opportunity to review and provide input on this document?
Yes, they did.
Did they agree with the contents?
Yes, they did. There was a couple of comments.
Hold on, Mr. Hightower. I have an objection from Ms. Nanasi. Ms. Nanasi? Okay. Would you lay a Would you lay a foundation, please, Ms. Wexler?
I'd be happy to. Can I also ask for a point of clarification, and that is, are you going to allow other parties to object to the testimony of Mr. Hightower? Because thus far, I've been withholding objections because it wasn't my witnesses on the stand.
No, I think if someone has a legitimate objection, they can raise it.
Fair enough. Mr. Hightower, so I understand from your testimony earlier that you actually circulated this paper to Dr. Zhu, Dr. Zhang, Dr. Young, is that right?
Correct.
And did they tell you after that review that they agreed with the contents?
After I made the corrections and changes they recommended, yes, they did.
And those changes are reflected in Exhibit 1, right?
Yes, they are.
In fact, am I correct that Dr. Zhu actually was at the hearing on Wednesday, maybe? Is that right?
Yes, she did attend. Yes.
Now, let's talk a little bit about your recommendation here. The originally filed rule would have allowed a party to obtain a discharge permit for treated produced water. But on March 20th, the department filed its first amended petition, which if adopted would prohibit discharge permits. So there's been a little confusion about the consortium's position on that prohibition. at least for discharge permits for treated produced water. And as I understood your testimony from Wednesday, the consortium was agreeable to a prohibition on discharge permits for raw, meaning untreated produced water. Is that correct?
So,
Ms. Fox, hold on, Mr. Hightower. You may be about to make the same objection I'm going to raise, which is I know that there was some questioning by at least one commissioner in which the lines between Mr. Hightower testifying on his own behalf and Mr. Hightower testifying on behalf of the consortium were blurred. But I really have to insist that council honor that distinction. He's here giving testimony on his own behalf, not speaking for the consortium.
And yet he has knowledge of what the consortium's position was. And my understanding of his testimony on Wednesday had to do with the understanding of the consortium. And so I'm certainly allowed to inquire into that testimony, which occurred on Wednesday.
Okay, in that case, we're going to need to know where the consortium took that position and whether then that is in the evidentiary record. Ms. Fox? No one can hear you unless you're at a microphone.
Madam Hearing Officer, members of the commission, I think some kind of foundation needs to be laid if Mr. Hightower is going to purport to speak on behalf of the consortium members, which consist of nonprofits, industry membership, other types of associations, the extent to which the consortium was consulted on his representations about what the consortium's view is. How does that consultation take place? Is there a vote? Where in the organization documents does Mr. Hightower have this authority? I haven't seen it, for example, in the operating plan, which I understand is, the basic operating document. So, and he has already represented, he is here to speak on his own behalf. And I think to not prolong this issue anymore, I think his questions should be limited to him speaking on his own behalf. Because I do not believe he has the authority to speak on behalf of the
And again,
consortium.
I'm not asking him to give testimony on behalf of the consortium here, other than factual testimony. He is the director of the consortium. He certainly is in a position to understand what the positions of the consortium were on things that factually happened.
And I understand the distinction you're making, Mr. Wexler, and I don't think you're wrong if you can lay a sufficient foundation, not just ask him what's the consortium's position, but has the consortium taken a position? Where have they taken it?
They may not have been in writing, but I'll certainly see what we can learn.
You need to go a long way that way. Ms. Fox?
I have no more.
Okay, Mr. Knight?
Yeah, I guess I would object to even the use of the term, the consortium by definition is an affiliation of different groups and different people. And to say that, the consortium has this position or that position, that may be the position of individual parts of the consortium, but without any evidence or foundation that the consortium as a whole has either taken a vote or documented in some other way or in some public forum a particular position. I don't think any testimony regarding what the consortium as a whole what position the consortium as a whole has is is relevant without such a foundation.
All right, and that's the sort of foundation I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Mr.
I understand, except that oftentimes entities, consortiums, boards, things like that aren't taking official votes on things. It doesn't mean that they haven't discussed it within the context of the leadership. And so let's see what we can understand.
Right, and at some point we're going to get to hearsay, but
Which of course doesn't apply here because the rules of civil procedure and the rules of evidence of which hearsay is a part are expressly excluded from the rules of the commission.
and yet at the same time, I have to make sure the commission has some reliable information.
I don't think that's what the
to-
rules say. I think the rules say relevant is the one thing
All right.
that's the one rule.
Okay, so you can go a little ways, but I'm going to have to hear a fair amount of foundation before we're going to go to Mr. Hightower speaking about the consortium's position. Go ahead.
Mr. Hightower, were the rules, the proposed rules, the draft rules that the Environment Department originally put out, were those shared with you and the other leadership of the consortium?
Yes, they were. There were, through the public comment period, we had a chance to look at the drafts. Matter of fact, a member of the consortium management team was on the produced water action committee, PWAC, and was aware of the original discussions associated with the initial draft that came out. So we as a consortium had opportunity to talk about the draft. And I'm talking for the consortium now. This is procedurally, we did have opportunity. We were asked to work on the draft, and the consortium had membership that did look at the draft, and we're aware that the draft legislation was coming out. Or excuse me.
And were you involved? Were you involved? Were you involved in that process?
So I was not, but members of the management team for the consortium were. So we did have, and we did get notice from when this was went out for public comment, and the consortium as kind of a management team, leadership team, did make comments. I presented that to consortium members and suggested that they themselves provide comments to NMED. And I think that there were probably several comments based upon what I've heard from consortium members that had provided comments to NMED on the draft rule. Then we did get a copy. When I say we, the consortium had access, and I sent that out to members of the consortium. We looked at it as a management team. From that perspective, the management team thought that this was a good rule. That's all. As far as my discussions today, I do want to mention, and I personally agree with Madam Chair, that I said that I would talk about my opinions, and I am going to only really talk about my opinions based upon the evaluations that I did as in my own perspective. And the reason for that is the reason I have to do that, in my opinion, is when the changes came out at the end of March, we only had 2 weeks to prepare any comments at all on that final proposed regulations. It would have been very, very difficult for the consortium to try and call a meeting in that short a period of time, take a survey, ask for opinions. So what I tried to do was look at it from my perspective of the charter of our consortium, which is to support the evaluation, scientific evaluation and science associated with the fit for purpose treatment and reuse of produced water. That's our charter. And so when you put a rule in, when the rule changed, in my opinion, this is again my opinion, to prohibiting the fit for purpose treatment and reuse of produced water, it seemed like it was going in a direction different than our charter. So I prepared some information based upon my review that this was probably had changed in a direction that was inconsistent with what our charter was. I provided that information to the management team of the consortium, which are the 3 people that we talked about, additional 3 people. They made comments and I submitted it as I'm not representing the consortium. I'm representing my views of how this legislation fits into the consortium's guidelines. We did not take a poll, and so I cannot represent the consortium. Our charter talks about using the approaches that are done by the National Academy of Sciences. So if the consortium comes out with a edict, it has to have at least 80% supermajority of people that agree. I did not have time in that short period of time to get everybody in the consortium together and vote on a stance. So this is my testimony, and I think we ought to keep it in my understanding as a person who's been trying to coordinate these activities around collecting the right science and doing the research to be able to support fit for purpose treatment and reuse. And so if you can keep your questions in that format and ask me my opinion, I think that it's going to be good for everybody, and we won't have this issue of my ideas and suggestions of the management team within the consortium, their suggestions to me on how we should respond. So hopefully I'll set that to bed, and then we can move forward, and I will give you my opinions as my testimony before. I can provide information on my past experience in desal, my past experience in working with produced water, my current experience in working with the consortium. But so let's just stay there, Jeff, if that's all right with you. I think we
Yeah,
can
I'm
do
happy
that.
I'm happy to do that. I respect that. Let me just ask you one clarifying question on what you just said, and that is, you said the consortium did support the rules. Do I understand when you're saying that you mean the rules as they were submitted on December 27th, 2023?
That is correct. And I think I've stated more than once that I think from the membership that we have and comments that I've gotten, that was a well-written, well-documented, a great approach that evidently had taken input from, as NMED mentioned, some 400 pages or 400 applicants, or excuse me, respondents. And I thought that the regulations that they had were very consistent with what the consortium wanted to, was the charter, was consistent with the EPA's water reuse action plan, had the need for notices of intent, needs for coordinating with NMED to do demonstration projects. I think that all of those were very much in line with the way our consortium has been organized to try and develop that science through testing and evaluation that's coordinated through NMED, that's watched very closely, that tries to expand the information on what treated produced water will look like, how it has to be treated, what we can do to make it safe. So I think from that standpoint, that first original proposal that came out in into December was right in line with where we have been working for the last 4 years.
And at the time, did the consortium have an understanding that discharge permits would be allowed for treated produced water?
Hold on. Your
So-
objection, Ms. Fox? Hold on, Mr. Hightower.
Okay, just a minute.
I think we need foundation laid for how the consortium made this decision.
He just talked about
What was there a meeting? Was there a vote? Who was in the meeting? What was the vote? Did they get this 80% that he claims is necessary? Where is it in their organizational documents that gives him the authority to speak on the consortium's behalf on this particular issue? I don't think all that foundation has been laid.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Wexler. I need to ask you to stop talking over me
Understood.
and the other council and Mr. Hightower. You need to lay a foundation for these questions.
Except that he just provided that foundation. He indicated that he shared the draft with a number of parties, that they all looked it over, they talked about it, they reached a consensus, they provided a position, and all of that was supportive of the existing rules. That is sufficient foundation, even in court, for that. And again, the commission's rules on rulemaking do not adopt and expressly disavow the rules of evidence. And I think foundation is a rule of evidence. It's rule 11-104. So.
Okay. I believe that laying foundation for questions on matters of importance, particularly when this information was not specifically included, for example, in the technical NOI, and in fact was implicitly or explicitly excluded by Mr. Hightower's statement that he was speaking on his own behalf. And yet, so to the extent you are straying from that to get a consortium position, we do have to be careful. We do have to take extra steps. We do have to lay a foundation for that.
And so is the reason you're sustaining the objection is because of foundation within the rules of evidence?
Foundation, yes, I want you to lay a foundation.
Thank you. That's helpful. Mr. Hightower, on your in your testimony at page 3, you indicate your recommendation to the commission here, and you say it's in the best interest of New Mexico to reject revised proposed new rule 20.6.8. You see that?
Page 3.
Yes, sir. It's 1, 2. It's below the bullet points.
So my page 3 has the ends in bullet points, and then it goes over onto page 4, still has some more bullet points. And there's supporting technical data and information.
Yeah, I think that might be your exhibit 1.
That's my exhibit 1. Yes, exhibit 1 is what I thought you asked me to look at.
Oh yeah, I apologize if I wasn't clear. So I'm asking about the notice of intent, which was the document to which exhibit 1 was attached. Do you have that in front of you?
I just have exhibit 1. I don't have the other one.
I'll read it to you. You
Okay.
say, quote, "It is in the best interests of New Mexico to reject revised proposed new rule 20.6.8 and either accept the original proposed new rule 20.6.8 or simply require that all non-traditional waters, including produced water, be treated to meet the unidentified numerical and associated narrative discharge standards noted in NMAC 20.6.4.900 for the application required and add a requirement for wet testing of the treated water." Is that your
Objection, that is not what this says. There was a mistake in the reading.
Mr. Wexler, do you?
I don't know what the mistake was.
Okay,
Yeah,
Ms.
I mean-
Nanasi, would you help us out?
Yes. Water unidentified numerical words here say be treated to meet the identified numerical.
Okay, Mr. Wexler?
Yeah, any error was purely unintentional.
All right.
My question, Mr. Hightower, with the amendment, which I accept, is that your recommendation to the commission?
Yes, that's my recommendation.
Understood, yes. All right, I have a couple questions about the New Mexico produced water data portal, just to follow up on some of the questions that were asked of you.
Just a second, Mr. Wexler.
Please.
You also asked me about the concept of a notice of intent. And I want to mention that we currently do follow a notice of intent. The consortium has been following a notice of intent with NMED for the last 4 years. We follow a notice of intent approach, whether it's going to be exactly as they propose moving forward, but we have a notice of intent, and the consortium has been following that. The consortium agreed to that, not me, but that is part of our rules to do demonstration projects currently. We have to identify those. We run that through Kathleen and her team at NMED. They get the notice of intent from NMED. So far, from all the people that have done testing, they have had no problems with the notice of intent. We've never had anyone back away from that. They've told me that NMED has been very fair and straightforward in moving forward with the notice of intent. So notices of intent are something that the consortium has agreed to and we move forward with. And I think that that's imperative that those kinds of notifications are given before you do any of these treatment processes. So there is no discussion on our part or my part on the notice of intent process. It's a fantastic process. I will tell you, we have gone one step further, and NMED has requested, based upon some discussions we had, that we also have to contact people that are not, that we will also be working with. If it's BLM land, we also have to go and get a notice of approval from the BLM. If it's on state land, we get state land approval. And if it's on an OCD site, OCD managed site, we go and get OCD approval for that. So the projects that we have that are on BLM land at an OCD site and coordinated through the New Mexico Environment Department also have approvals to operate from BLM and OCD. So I think that from that perspective, you don't see any push. You would not see any pushback from the consortium. I can't speak for the consortium, but I don't think you'd see any pushback from the consortium members that the notices of intent and requirements to work through NMED would be a problem, because we're already doing that today on all the activities that we have that are field activities. So hopefully that answers that question before we go on to the next one. Fair enough?
Thank you. Turning to the New Mexico produced water data portal, do you have access to the exhibits yet?
No, I don't, but
That's fine.
I
Let
know
me
the
just
portal. I've used the portal. I can answer questions about the portal. Go ahead.
understood. I actually only have one question. I mean, I'll first point out that you all have a fact sheet on the portal. That's NMOGA Exhibit 36. But my question to you is, Commissioner Zemlich had asked questions about the lack of data in the portal. And my question is, when does the consortium anticipate that this portal will be more populated?
So the biggest issue with the portal is that, first of all, we worked with the Groundwater Protection Council to put that together in support of the US EPA, who asked us to, at the beginning of the consortium, could we come up with a way to have a national database on produced water so that all states kind of work similarly. EPA suggested the Groundwater Protection Council because they do the underground injection control. They manage frac focus. They have access to all of the produced water and fracking data. They have a Water Star program that has been funded by the EPA as a national portal. So rather than develop a new portal with the limited amount of funding that we had, we agreed with EPA to go with the Data Star. We worked with the Groundwater Protection Council. The big requirement for that was to try and collect data from around the country. The way that the EPA was working with the data portal activities and the Water Star program was to collect data from around the country to put that into a national database. So we were kind of the first step in putting together a statewide database on produced water. The problem has always been is that collecting that produced water data is very difficult unless you can get the operators and the producers and the midstreams to work with you. Because what we're putting in the data portal is quantities of produced water available for treatment and reuse. And most people don't go out and sample a few wells here and a few wells there. Most of that sampling is done by the operators, the producers and midstreams. So we've been spending the last year and a half trying to work with operators, midstreams, and producers to collect some of that data. They collect not all of that, a lot of data, all of the constituents, but they collect data on a daily basis from every saltwater disposal well where they inject to try to maintain the integrity of the saltwater disposal well. So we have an activity underway with NMOGA, with the consortium, and with midstream users and producers to try and collect that data. We have been trying to do that for a year and a half, but because of the lack of funding, we've put those kind of on the back burner and have a plan, but we can't implement it until we can get enough funding to fund the GWPC to take that data, that we have enough funding to go through a QA/QC, independent third party to QA/QC that data, and then put that data on the website. So we finally, for this first time in the history of the consortium, and this first time in 4 or 5 years, that we've got funding from the state of New Mexico to allow us to move forward with putting that data, collecting that data with producers and getting that into the database. We've talked about it for a year and a half. We have a plan, we have a strategy set up. We have a way to do that. We just haven't been able to fund it. Now we have funds to do that. So that's in our plan for this year. So that's the effort to try and see if we can't get out of the 350 or so saltwater disposal wells, get data this year on another 50 to 100, and next year another 50 or 100. And hopefully within the next 2 to 3 years, have data on 95% of the saltwater disposal wells in the state of New Mexico, if we can continue to get the funding so that we can continue to update that. We have a plan, we have a strategy. It's been worked through the consortium and the working groups in the consortium. We just needed the funding to do that. We finally got funding to do that. I've had discussions with Groundwater Protection Council already this year that they're in the process of getting ready to work with us over the course of the next 6 months to get that next set of data. So that's our plan. That's the consortium's plan. That's what we've been working on for the last 2.5 years, and that's the direction we're going.
Switching topics to the characterization of produced water, and on Wednesday you testified that based on the results of all the work that the consortium's been doing, the characteristics of produced water in each of the main basins in New Mexico is actually in a fairly narrow band. Is that correct?
Generally, yes. And so when you're talking about produced water, there's a lot of variability, but we do have enough data on the Permian Basin that says from the 40 or so wells, 46 wells that Dr. Shu looked at, that the numbers for produced water in the Permian Basin, as far as, and I'm going to use TDS as a surrogate for the kind of the difficulty of treatment. But what we're seeing, and I think I presented that. I don't think, no, it was in my presentation that people did not get to see. For the Permian Basin, for the unconventional wells, for the most part, what we were looking at is produced waters in the 100,000 TDS to 130 to 40,000 TDS. That's probably 75% of the wells are in that level. In the San Juan Basin, most of the wells are in the 20,000 to 35,000 part per million TDS. So there's more variability. The Raton Basin is much less than that, but I think from a basin perspective, which is important from a technology selection, is that we understand in the Permian Basin that most of the waters are going to be in the 100,000 TDS range, which means that we're going to have to use thermal technologies. And in the San Juan Basin, we're looking at waters that are on the order of seawater. And there are technologies for seawater, specifically saltwater RO systems. So at least we know the types of systems that we should be looking at for treatment in both the Permian Basin and in the San Juan Basin from a general perspective. So from that standpoint, from a treatment for reuse, it gives us an idea of which technologies we should be looking at and the types of constituents and levels of contamination that we should be considering for both pre-treatment, treatment, and post-treatment in both of those two major basins. Hopefully that answers that question.
It does. If you turn to page 15 of your Exhibit 1.
Okay.
And my question has to do with the second paragraph, and 3 lines up from the top, you're talking about that some reports have suggested that produced water can have over 1,000 chemical constituents. You see that?
On page 15 of Exhibit 1?
15. Let me know when you're there.
Where are we talking?
The paragraph that begins the produced and other water testing.
So my page 15 starts with table 4.
Table 4. Let me see. So can you go back 4 pages? Maybe it's page 11, PDF page 11. Does that page start with the words figure 3?
Yes, it does.
Second paragraph on that page says the produced and other water testing. And then midway down, you have a sentence that reads, while some reports have suggested that produced water can have over 1,000 chemical constituents. You see that?
Yes, I do. Yes.
You familiar with what's been called in this hearing the Danforth paper?
Yes, I am.
Is that a reference to the Danforth paper?
It's a reference to a couple of, not only the Danforth paper, which mentioned 1,200, but also to the EPA database, I think that has 2,700 constituents. And then it also refers to some studies that were done out of the Mideast, where they looked at basins across the Mideast, and they came up with 4,500 constituents. And so those all sound kind of disparate. And when we compare it with some of the work that Dr. Zhu had done, where we looked at 40 wells specifically in the Permian Basin and came up with a much lower number of constituents. So in my past work, I had looked at those different studies, and what I was able to determine, and this is my determination, my evaluation, was that what we're seeing is the number of constituent kind of varies by basins. And to me, it makes sense that different basins have different geologies. They have different types of hydrocarbons, whether that's oil or gas. And so as I looked at this data in the past, and I was not able to present on that, what I found was essentially about 100 constituents per basin, plus or minus 20 or 30 constituents per individual well. And so the basins seem to be the thing that drives the general quality of the water. And then the wells each well has a slightly different set of constituents. So what I think that I have found in the work that I have done is that if we look at, quote, the Permian Basin, we should see maybe 100 constituents of importance, and then there are going to be 20 or so that we're going to have to look for and we may not find. And that is the reason that for the consortium, when we worked in trying to do the water quality evaluation, we didn't look for just 100 constituents because we know we're going to miss a bunch. We looked for almost 400 in our sampling plan. And that sampling plan, we know that as we individually, those wells, there may be some that don't show up in that 400 constituent sampling plan. We're going to have to go in and look to see if there were a few others or some that we missed because of that specific well, that specific set of conditions for that production. That's why we have this concept that Ms. Murphy has mentioned multiple times that the consortium agreed to, that we would do this broad set of analysis, targeted analysis for 400 constituents, and then a non-target analysis to look for things that might be specific in a well. And that's why we, in our risk and toxicology side, we also look at the wet testing to make sure that anything that we never found, couldn't find, that was well below any current detection limit, that we have an idea that there's not going to be something in there that we can't find or is below detection limit that would have impact to risk and toxicology of humans or the environment. And that's the same reason that we take our treated produced water and do human cell line testing. That's state of the art also, but we do that through the laboratories, through our laboratories at New Mexico State to make sure that there's no human impacts. So our requirement is for human and ecological health. So we look at both the human side and the ecological side, human side through the human cell line testing, ecological side through the wet testing. So that's a summary of what's in that.
Understood. If you turn back one page in your exhibit, which I expect is page 10, PDF page 10.
Yes.
We can see figure 3. Do you see that?
Yes. Figure 3. Yes.
Yeah. And figure 3, which we've seen in papers and in some of your presentations, it shows raw municipal wastewater, raw Pecos River water, and then some of the data from this Zhang 2022 paper, which I understand comes from the year 2020.
That is correct. That was the sampling. Almost all of the papers are, by the time they come out in a peer-reviewed journal, which is something that NMED wants, and it fits into some of the other testimony that I've given, is it takes about 2 years to go from getting the raw data to getting it in a manuscript, getting it through for approval, and then getting it published in a peer-reviewed journal. There's a 2-year gap there. So oftentimes these papers are 2 years in the making to get that preliminary data to a data quality that's needed for regulatory concerns and it's needed by NMED. So anyway, yes.
Understood. My question is, you have these 3 raw municipal waste, raw Pecos River water and raw Permian produced water. What's the point of that figure?
The point is that we have been making for a year is almost exactly the same point I think that Chairman Thompson mentioned, is that all of these wastewaters, all of the wastewaters, municipal wastewater, agricultural return flows, which end up impacting the Pecos River, industrial wastewaters, produced water, that's an industrial wastewater from the oil and gas, all have a lot of constituents that need to be looked at, and you need to be careful about treating and reusing those when you're looking at public health and safety. So my personal opinion is some of the things that we're doing within the consortium, as far as human cell line, as far as wet testing, as far as non-targeted analysis, looking at the unknowns, there's not a lot of people that are doing that. And I think as we move forward in this wastewater treatment and reuse for specific applications, that's the kind of work that we're all going to have to do to use all of these wastewaters. So I just want to remind people that the kinds of things that we're doing in the consortium that I think is state of the art or state of the science, and we need to maybe apply some of those to other waters as well to be safe to the public and the ecology.
If you turn to page, we have it marked as 16. I expect it's PDF page 12. And I'm looking at table 1.
Yeah, this is 12 on mine. The top, table 1.
That's correct. I mean, first, can you just describe what's there before I ask my question?
Sure. This is a table that we've put together for the public in the past and put it in the public. It tries to let people understand some of the concerns about produced water. And so a couple of things here. I think most people understand TDS is one of the issues that has to be addressed to make this water safe. But there's also things that you want to, chemical oxygen demand, COD, total organic carbon. Those are all total values that kind of give it a sense of how difficult it's going to be to treat the water, or how toxic that water could be if it's not treated. And the other thing that we added in here is NBAS, methylene blue and ionic surfactants, because that's essentially where the PFOSs and the PFOAs come in. And we're not trying to hide anything from anybody, that these waters are high in these constituents. And so these raw produced waters are rather difficult. Ammonia is very high in the produced waters. The ammonia level has to be below 10 and to be permitted to be discharged to the environment. So we have to reduce those numbers by a factor of 100 if we want to treat that correctly. TOCs are in the hundreds. They have to be below 3 parts per million in milligrams per liter. So we have to remove that by a factor of 100 also. NBAS, it is showing up. A lot of companies in the past have used municipal wastewater for fracking, or what I'll call fresh water out of Pecos River, even though we don't do that in New Mexico. But that has PFOS in it, and so that goes into your produced water. We're going to have to look at that. You can see that the number that we had, 0.047 on NBAS, for example, was it was below the previous standard. It's above the current standard that just was implemented. So there are a lot of constituents in produced water that we have to take out. The concept here was to let people understand that these are kind of drive the technology and the technology selection and the treatment, post-treatment, pre-treatment, to try and make sure that there's a lot of constituents that we need to get out of this raw water to make it fit for purpose for public or environmental consumption. So, okay, that's what that was to show.
Yeah, and that's at the end there, you got exactly to my question, and that is the consortium is able to use the data that you've collected to design the treatment for fit for purpose. Is that right?
Yes, that's the purpose collecting the raw produced water is to see exactly where we ought to focus our post-treatment, pre-treatment, et cetera.
Let's talk a little bit about the so-called unknown unknowns, and you've described some of the work that the consortium's doing. On Wednesday, there was discussion of a paper that the consortium had recently published, and we put that in the Dropbox and all those things as a NMOGA Exhibit 139. Unfortunately, you don't have it before you,
No.
Mr. Hightower, but let me just read it to you and see if this sounds like the paper that you were referring to. I think that both Commissioners Patton and
That's based upon that is the final report that we did for the data that was presented in December at our annual meeting.
Understood. Yeah.
That's the data that was going into the journal article that has now been peer reviewed, and it's now available for public use because it was, has gone through all the hoops associated with peer review. And that just came out just like the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, what I want to get you to do,
okay,
Mr. Hightower, is to identify this, and I'm going to read you the title and get you to confirm it. This is something that Commissioners Brankert and Patton had asked about. So what's been labeled as NMOGA Exhibit 139 has the title Non-Targeted Analysis and Toxicity Prediction for Evaluation of Photocatalytic Membrane Distillation Removing Organic Contaminants from Hypersaline Oil and Gas Field Produced Water. It's published in the Journal of Hazardous Material in 2024. Does that sound like the
And the authors
journal
are Dr. Hamali and Dr. Young and Dr. Shu?
Among others.
Yes, that's the paper I'm talking about. Mm-hmm.
Actually, I don't see Dr. Molly.
Hamali
Oh, Himali. I misunderstood you. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. And so actually, Madam Hearing Officer, I move the admission of NMOGA Exhibit 139.
Objections? No? All right, it's admitted.
Thank you. So I'm not going to ask you questions about that, Mr. Hightower. The commission can read it and reach its own conclusions on that. What I am going to ask to sort of figure out, to close out this idea of unknown unknowns, is on Wednesday, you said that the unknown constituents in New Mexico are not unknown anymore. What did you mean by that?
Well, maybe I might have stated it a little bit too directly. What I meant to say is that we now have a process. We have a forensic lab set up at New Mexico State using state-of-the-art equipment that we believe that we can now take treated produced water, look at it to see what's left over in the treated water, and see what kind of constituents were below the current detection limits for the standard GC mass spec systems. So a lot of people use GC mass spec, gas chromatography. Just say GC mass spec. What we're doing is taking that treated water that would be the low detection limits of the GC mass spec, running it through a high resolution LC mass spec. And what that does is, even though it lowers the detection limit to parts per quadrillion, and so we're able to pick up things that were currently unknown to us. We thought that we had cleaned it all up. We can now look at that water and say, no, there's still 2 or 3 things, or 5 things, 10 things, 20 things left in it that we need to continue to possibly remove. And so what we do is we compare that information to current database of toxicity of chemicals to figure out, is there anything left in that treated water that needs to be treated again? If we do, we can design a post-treatment system, a polishing system to go out and take those specific constituents out. And that's what Dr. Molly's paper talks about, is how do we one, find those, and then how do we remove those? What kind of processes we need to follow to get those down to levels that then are protective of human health. And we use the human cell line testing and the wet testing to show, how we can get to 100% survivability of that treated produced water, and then how we can get to no impact on human cell lines. So what I meant was, we now have a process, I think, in place where we can identify the unknowns and detect their impact and approaches for polishing that will make that water non-hazardous for humans and the environment. That's what I meant.
Understood. And I'm going to just, I know it's not before you, but I'm going to refer you to one of your fact sheets. This is NMOGA Exhibit 35, called Fit for Purpose Use of Produced Water. And at the bottom here, you address some of the issues you were just talking to, and it says, it talks about a multi-pronged chemical, toxicological, and human health and safety testing strategy, providing overlapping analysis and evaluation of the human and environmental health impacts. And so you've talked about several of those, the wet talk testing, the human cell line testing. I want to ask you about the other two that I didn't hear you talk about, and that is number 5 is what you have listed as plant and soil bioaccumulation and toxicity testing in greenhouses at NMSU. Will you just talk a little bit about that and how it fits into the figuring out those unknown unknowns?
Sure. So I think.
Hold on, Ms. Nanasi, none of us can hear you unless you're at a microphone.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I object. Madam Hearing Officer, I object. Foundation, also, this is extremely leading questions about a fact sheet. We have no idea about that. And I don't believe that there's been any foundation for this.
So I believe the fact sheet, I think Mr. Wexler said it was NMOGA Exhibit 35.
Yeah, I understand that NMOGA, sorry about that. I understand that NMOGA put this into evidence, but we don't have any tie between the fact sheet and the witness.
That's okay. I understand your point now. Mr. Wexler, would you address that?
Mr. Hightower, are you aware of the fact sheets on the consortium website?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware of the contents within those fact sheets?
In general, yes. Yeah.
Are you aware of
we have 17 fact sheets, but yes.
Are you familiar with the method used involving plant and soil bioaccumulation and toxicity testing in greenhouse houses at NMSU? Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Will you please describe that?
So when you're looking at water quality, and this is through the EPA's WRAP program, Water Reuse Action Plan, they continually talk about fit for purpose treatment and reuse, which means that they're trying to they suggest nationally that we tie the treatment required to the application. So one of the applications that they highlight is agriculture. And one of the things highlighted in the Produced Water Act is agriculture. But we know in agriculture that plants have a tendency to bioaccumulate certain toxins. That's one of the reasons that boron is a problem in agriculture, is that the plants bioaccumulate boron and then it impacts the plants. That's an example. So to do fit for purpose applications, we have on our website fact sheets of what we're looking at for surface water discharge, for ag applications, for rangeland applications, etc. So one of the things that we have to look at is this treated water, even though it's below a regulatory limit, even though we've identified that there's nothing that's toxic to humans and aquatic species, etc., are certain plants going to bioaccumulate these very low concentrations, and then over the course of a year, or 2 years, or 3 years, now you have a toxic in a plant that may become toxic to wildlife or toxic to humans. So we have been working with the New Mexico Environment Department with a no discharge agreement, that we can take treated produced water and put it in greenhouses and look at the efficacy of using that for plants. Because there's no discharge, those are protected greenhouses. That soil then is disposed of as in the way that New Mexico State requires for potential hazardous materials to be disposed of, that we can begin to evaluate additional toxicity that might occur through bioaccumulation. And so we have worked with NMED to do that. New Mexico State has done these kind of greenhouse tests for tens of years, maybe even 100 years. But that's the direction that we think needs to be approached as you look at using these non-traditional waters like municipal wastewater, produced water, industrial wastewater, to make sure that there is no bioaccumulation for certain types of species. And it may be, as we look at this down the road, that there may be plants that are not appropriate to use treated produced water on, or other types of wastewaters on. So it's to try and get to that point that we have an obligation to be protective of human and environmental health. So that's why we're doing these kinds of studies. Okay.
Mr. Wexler, it's time for our lunch break.
Understood.
Okay. So Mr. Hightower will resume your cross-examination after our lunch break and after the 1 p.m. public comment session. And I want to invite all of the parties to return after lunch with an understanding of what your calendar looks like over the next, say, 60 days, because I think it's pretty clear we're not going to be able to make our way through all the rest of the witnesses before 5:30 today. So we'll have that discussion after the public comment session. Thank you. Yes, please. Reuse regulations proposed by the Environment Department. We've reached the 10th public comment session for this week. There will be no more public comment sessions this week. However, we do expect additional public comment sessions on every subsequent day of hearing. And although I can't tell you right now when those subsequent days will be, I can tell you that there will be some, and that if you stay in contact with Pam Jones or review the Water Quality Control Commission webpage, you will see notice of our subsequent days of hearing. So just a few things about public comment. Once, I'll ask you to collect your thoughts, as I can only call on you once. Two, I will ask you to swear or affirm that you're telling the truth. I will ask you to spell your name, and I will ask you to keep your comment within 3 minutes. So let me start with Pat Lehan. Pat Lehan? Do we have Pat Lehan? No? Okay, you want to unmute her or him? Hello?
Hello, I'm trying to.
Oh, there, I can hear you. Oops. Unmute her again.
Can you hear me now?
Ms. Lehan, you're unmuted.
Okay, thank
Um,
you.
yes, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
Would you spell your first and last name for the transcript?
First name is Pat, P-A-T. Last name is Lehan, L-E-A-H-A-N.
All right, so I'm going to start your 3 minutes now.
Okay, and is it possible I have something to show during my 3 minutes? Is it possible to show it?
Well, I'm not sure if you can turn on your video or not. If you can turn on your video, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
I see you.
Great. So we at the Las Vegas Peace and Justice Center in Northeast New Mexico strongly oppose the fracking waste water reuse rule. One main reason is that we've seen zero evidence, only promises, that community health will be protected. We see no genuinely regulatory measures or preventive measures put forth to keep us safe. A handful of years ago, an elected official from Denton County, Texas, came to our community here in San Miguel County to speak directly with our elected officials about what the extractive industries did to the land and water in his community. He was assured at the time that spills would not occur, leaks would not happen, and that his community in Texas would be safe. That turned out not to be true at all. Fracking, waste, water leaked enormous amounts of toxic water into the environment, sickening people, including his own children. He brought his wife and children with him to meet our elected officials here in Northeast New Mexico so we could see for ourselves how the toxic water permanently damaged the health of his little boy. And this is a sample of the water that he brought with us from Denton County, Texas. On a personal note, I was exposed to heavy metals from an industrial site in New Mexico that claims to be among the most secure in the country, but it was not secure. An accident at the site caused the release of numerous heavy metals that settled into my lungs and blood. And even though it's been 24 years since that exposure, my blood samples still test in the red for heavy metal exposures of 5 different types. These data were all submitted into evidence at NMED at the time. I still struggle with the negative health effects of that exposure. This fracking waste reuse rule being proposed is omnicidal, and until it can be proven to us that it is safe and that our children won't be harmed, this rule should not be allowed to move forward. I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lehan. Joni Ahrens? Joni Ahrens? Yes, unmute her. Ms. Ahrens, if you can hear me, unmute yourself. There you are.
Hi.
Hi.
Good
Do you
afternoon.
swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
And would you spell your first and last name for the transcript?
Yes. Joni, Joni, Ahrens, Arends.
I'll start your time.
Thank you. My name is Joni Ahrens, and I am a co-founder and executive director of Concerned Citizens for Nuclear Safety, or CCNS, a 36-year-old non-governmental organization based in Santa Fe. Our mission is to protect all living beings and the environment from the effects of radioactive and other hazardous materials now and in the future. CCNS acknowledges the efforts of the entities in the room and on the platform to protect water. CCNS has worked to protect water through legislative, administrative, and legal avenues, advocacy, and litigation over our history. CCNS supports a complete ban of the reuse of produced water on and off the oil field. Our comments today are about the need for more public notice as required by 20.6.2.3108 NMAC of the permitting and groundwater standards. Notice should be provided not only to adjacent neighbors, but under the regulations to also the neighbors next to the adjacent neighbors, as well as school districts, medical facilities, and the general public. And that reference is 20.6.2.3108B. Our review of the proposed regulations or the proposed rule do not include a direct reference to the notice requirements in the permitting and groundwater standards. The notice of intent process that is being used for produced water demonstration projects or through the rule that's being implemented right now must be transparent to the public. It must mirror the public notice requirements of 20.6.2.3108 NMAC. To do otherwise demonstrates the injustice and hypocrisy of the proposed regulations. 20.6.2.3108 requires publication of public notices in local and statewide newspapers in both English and Spanish. If the proposed demonstration project is within an area that NMED recognizes the Vietnamese population, such as the International District in Albuquerque, then the newspaper ad should also be in Vietnamese. NMED should be required to hold public meetings in the proposed project area with translation services. Project representatives should be required to attend and present their project to the community. And I could go on to go through 3108 and point out how more needs to be done to let communities know if this proposed rule is promulgated, that they could be impacted by the reuse of produced water in their neighborhoods. Thank you.
Ms. Ahrens thank you very much. I was just going to ask you to wrap up. Thank you. And by the way, for Ms. Ahrens and for anyone, if you have more to say than can be fit into 3 minutes, I know that's a short amount of time, please submit that in writing to Pam Jones, and it will be given the same weight. All right, the next person is Brittany Gom. Ms. Gom?
Yes, hello.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
And if you would spell your name for the transcript.
My name is spelled Brittany, and my last name is Gaum as in mother, E.
Thank you. I'll start your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you, commissioners, for letting me comment today. I appreciate the time. I am very concerned about this rule and that I don't see much scientific integrity or specific limits included in the rule. I feel like a rule like this needs to be as specific as possible to ensure that there isn't contamination into our water sources. I feel, and again, this is an outside perspective, and I'm sure there's been a lot of work done on this rule, but I would like to see additional scientific research on what acceptable limits will be allowed and how that permits will be reviewed to ensure any discharges are meeting those allowed limits. Water is life, and water reuse is incredibly important and part of conservation, and it's something that I fully support, but not if it's potentially putting New Mexicans' groundwater and surface water at risk for contamination. That's the end of my comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Gom. Jay Jenkins.
Hello, my name is Jay Jenkins.
Hello. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
And if you would spell your name for the transcript.
Jay and then Jenkins.
Thank you very much. I'll start your time.
As I mentioned, my name is Jay Jenkins. I'm a local businessman in Carlsbad and right in the heart of all the oil and gas activity. And I am voicing a strong support for approval of the use of treated and produced water. We live in an environment where water is and should be the most precious commodity that we protect, and that we do everything we can to reuse and protect any way we can. So I think this is a great initiative, and being in the heart of the oil and gas industry, it's not going to go away tomorrow. I talked to a BLM friend of mine this morning that said this boom that we're experiencing today is now being turbocharged because of all of the activity down here. And we're very thankful for that. We see the many great benefits that our state is enjoying because of this experience from the oil and gas industry, including a $3.5 billion surplus that our state has enjoyed. And the initiative to reuse produced water is great. And again, strongly support that initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jenkins. Rachel Laga, and if I'm mispronouncing the name, please give me the correct pronunciation.
No, all is well. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I certainly will.
And if you would spell your first and last name for the transcript.
My name is spelled as Grietje, and my last name is Laga, Laga.
Thank you very much. I'll start your time.
Thank you so much. I first want to say that I'm actually really appreciating listening. I listened a bit this morning and again just this afternoon, including to the person who just spoke before me with an opposite opinion as mine. And I appreciate hearing that. So I'm here to voice my very strong support of the prohibition to discharge produced water to New Mexico grounds and the surface water. And I do so on behalf of our interconnectedness with all life around us, and basically also what I consider our human responsibility to protect and make beauty. I really appreciate the many different voices of like engineers and teachers and even a native grandmother this morning. And so, yeah, so thank you very much. I'll leave it at this.
Thank you very much, Ms. Laga. Jane Yee. You've been unmuted, but you may have stepped away, Ms. Yee. All right, we'll come back if she rejoins us. Ralph Rons.
My name is Ralph Rons. First name
Hello.
spelled. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
My name is Ralph Rons. First name is spelled R-A-L-P-H. Last name spelled W-R-O-N-S.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I'll start your time.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Water Quality Control Commission, for the opportunity to provide comment on this important subject. My name is Ralph Rons. I'm a 34-year resident of Albuquerque, and I'm a board member of the Water Advocates of New Mexico and the Middle Rio Grande. First and foremost, I'd like to say that what has been submitted by NMED is, in my opinion, a politically motivated rule, not a science-supported rule. Reuse of oil, gas waste off the oil field is not the answer to our decreasing water supplies. Regrettably, the government of New Mexico held back the release of the 50-year water plan for more than a year after it had been completed, And when it came out in late 2023, virtually none of the 50 recommendations offered by the 2022 New Mexico Water Policy and Infrastructure Task Force, appointed, I believe, by the governor, to better protect and conserve our state's water supply were included. Governor's administration has, in my opinion, reneged on implementing or fully funding any of them. Instead, the 50-year water plan was revised to focus almost exclusively on costly, unconventional water supply schemes. And that we're seeing that now with this proposed rule. There is no evidence to support the claim that the regulatory agencies will be able to prevent spills. Spills of toxic fracking wastewater have increased 16% in the last year as enforcement actions are minimally conducted and wholly inadequate. This is another example of the governor and state legislature failing year after year to adequately fund the enforcement arm of the New Mexico Oil Conservation Division, and thus avail to protect New Mexicans and the environment from contamination. Once our water is contaminated, there is no going back. Contamination of the land may be cleaned up, but it is very expensive, and the severe acute consequences of land contamination will always remain. In addition to lack of scientific standards and guardrails, I am not aware that the state of New Mexico has any financial assurance standards that will protect the state's taxpayers if this gift, as I regard it, to the oil and gas industry turns into the financial boondoggle and nightmare many think it will portends. Further, I was shocked by a comment made on Wednesday afternoon by an individual who claimed unequivocally that this toxic stew of chemicals and particulates can be cleaned up to meet safe drinking water standards. I'm opposed to this proposed rule by the Governor Lujan Grisham administration and believe it is scientifically lacking and wrong, and is also morally wrong and would be a financial nightmare. If a rule is to be crafted out of this hearing, please make sure it does not allow any use of produced water off the oil field and includes better safeguards than currently in place. Thank you, commissioners, for your attention all this week to hear the expert testimony and public comments.
Thank you, Mr. Rons. Nancy Singham. Nancy Singham.
Yes, I'm here, but I can't seem to start. Oh, there we go. Hi.
Okay. Hello. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
And would you spell your first and last name for the transcript?
My name is Nancy, Nancy, Singham, S as in Sam, Ingham.
Thank you. I'll start your time.
Thank you. I'd just like to thank you for listening to my comments. I'm a retired APS kindergarten teacher, and since I retired, I've been working on climate change. I've listened yesterday to many of the comments here, and I had prepared some comments of my own yesterday, aimed mostly at opposing the reuse proportions of the current proposal. But last evening, I attended an open house at the Albuquerque Museum, and I came across a sculptured fountain in a small inner courtyard at the back of the museum that just stopped me in my tracks. You probably can't see this very well, and I can't see my screen, but I think I'm reverting to my kindergarten show and tell days here. But the fountain consists of several sets of hands that reach out to splash into the water that would be flowing from the catch basin on the roof of the museum, down the fountain, into an underground basin, and eventually out into the plants outside the museum. Just looking at this had my mind flashing to the delightful sensory experience that we've all had of reaching out and having our hands feel the flow of the water. But at the same time, I was struck by the static emptiness of the sculpture since it wasn't raining at the time. It turns out that the sculptor, whose name is Basha Ireland, intended this impact. She said about her work, and I'm quoting, "Desert Fountain raises awareness about our region's water shortage. When the fountain is dry, as it often is, we're faced with a stark and poignant scene. Seeing this parched fountain is a wake-up call, reminding viewers to value this resource and never take it for granted." So as I was standing at this sculpture, I suddenly realized that all the regulations that we're discussing here today and all this week are about the commodity of water, which we monetize, buy, sell, trade, steal, borrow, move, contain, hoard, pollute, poison, make laws about, and fight over or share. But there's a more primary experience of water addressed in this fountain, and also of air, which is that water is the basis of every single speck of life on this planet, from the tiniest insect the tallest tree, the tiniest piece of krill to the blue whale. So today we're debating how or how not to use this commodity water that's been poisoned by the oil and gas drilling. At the same time, the sculpture showed me that to really address the deeper issue of water as life, to have an honest and lasting conversation about water, we must also be talking about building out a renewable, abundant solar and wind so that we can stop industrial drilling for oil and gas that's both using and poisoning our water and contributing to the climate change that is decreasing our water availability by 25%. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Singham. Susan Crockett.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
And would you spell your first and last name for the transcript?
Yes, S-U-S-A-N, last name C-R-O-C-K-E-T-T.
Thank you. I'll start your time.
Right. Thank you, Chair and Commission. My name is Susan Crockett. I'm with Acclivity Consulting, and I live in Carlsbad, New Mexico. I too am at the forefront of the oil and gas industry, and I want to say that I'm very much in favor of using treated and produced water as it saves fresh water. Water conservation is crucial in our arid state. Produced water will save fresh water for generations to come. My family and I love to camp and spend time outdoors, and natural waterways and wildlife are extremely important to me, and they both need fresh water. Appropriate and safe water reuse is extremely crucial to water conservation, economic diversification, and also workforce development. So that's the end of my comments, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Crockett. Reverend Jason Shirley. Reverend Shirley? No? All right. We'll come back if he rejoins us. Jay Levine or Levine?
Hello.
Oh, hello. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
And would you spell your first and last name for the record?
Sure. J-A-Y, Levine, L-E-V-I-N-E.
Thank you. I'll start your time.
Thank you. Thanks for this opportunity to provide public comment. Meaningful public engagement and consultation is a critical part of this process. Hello, my name is Jay Levine. I live in Taos, New Mexico. I am a board member of Renewable Taos. It's fracking waste, not produced water, and it is toxic. It is composed of a litany of chemicals and is frequently radioactive. We simply don't know all of the chemicals and whatnot the industry is pumping into the ground. The industry isn't required to disclose, and without significant study, we can't know what happens to the chemicals being pumped in and what changes they might undergo, which results in the toxic fracking waste that comes out. And of what we do know, it's my understanding that for much of it, we don't have adequate or any ways to test if a given chemical is in the fracking waste. And again, for much of it, we don't know what a safe level might even be. There is currently no known process to rehabilitate fracking waste, so it is safe to come in contact with. Disposing of this fracking waste has become a significant problem for the oil and gas industry. That's why we're here today. The industry is looking for uses for fracking waste. We must study fracking waste to determine what is a safe way to handle it, manage it, mitigate it, and dispose of it. It is insane that we have so much toxic waste that we do not understand. In a sane world, we would require understanding all of this before we allowed any more fracking waste. It is not produced water, it is fracking waste, and it is toxic. We need to look at this differently. We are not asking the right questions. We all know that because of climate crisis, we are already seeing less available water, and this will only get worse. Water is a scarce resource. It is well past time that we prioritize water use for real. There are many brilliant people in New Mexico working on this, water advocates. We must listen to them and fund these projects. We have to make the hard decisions now. We must prioritize our health over greed. We must end the use of groundwater and surface water for oil and gas production. We must prioritize the survival of life on Earth above all else. If we continue to burn fossil fuels the way we are now, there is likely no future for life on this planet. We cannot push this off to the future anymore. We have done that for far too long, and we are already seeing the consequences. We will see climate apocalypse in most of our lifetimes. How bad it gets is up to us. Be brave. Stand up for our rights, for our children and grandchildren, and for future generations, so that they may enjoy life in a world that is hospitable to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levine. Joshua Grassham?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
I couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. And if you would spell your first and last name.
JOSHGRASSHAM.
Thank you. I'll start your time.
I'd like to start off by being in favor of the produced water bill. I am a resident of Hobbs, New Mexico, where I live with my wife and 3 children. I chose to move to Hobbs more than 15 years ago from Albuquerque. The availability of water is crucial to our livelihoods in Lee County and force us to use fresh water for things like data centers, manufacturing, and roads is unjust. I am very cautious when it comes to my child's safety, but I am more worried about the depletion in our state. My grandfather worked at Sandia Labs his entire career. I have no doubt that New Mexico scientists can appropriately treat produced water for the industry and non-consumptive uses. We need to stop being a state of either or and start being a state of both and. We can be safe and grow and diversify our economy, and use treated water is the bridge that will get us there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grassham. Catherine Shira?
Good afternoon.
Hello. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
And would you spell your first and last name for the transcript?
Katherne. Shira, S as in Sam, Hera.
Thank you. I'll start your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners, for this opportunity to speak. My name is Catherine Shira, and I'm a public health researcher and resident of Santa Fe. Today, I wish to add my voice to the very strong public opposition to NMED's proposed rule regarding the reuse and discharge of oil and gas waste, which has been expressed so eloquently by many, many others in this hearing. In the interest of time, I will limit my comments to one particular aspect of the proposed rule, the conditions under which so-called pilot and demonstration projects, which allow the use of oil and gas waste outside of existing oil field boundaries, may be conducted. Rather than establishing a thoughtful and rigorous permitting mechanism for these projects, NMED has proposed instead a simple notification process, an irresponsible regulatory action that is nothing more than bureaucratic rubber stamping. In order to prevent the entirely foreseeable damage that will result under this staggering lack of oversight, I ask the Commission to prohibit all use of oil and gas waste outside of existing oil field boundaries for the following reasons, many of which have come to light in NMED testimony during this hearing. First, the department has not established a rigorous permitting process for pilot projects, which is to say a process that creates clear, science-based and enforceable guidelines for these activities and includes community consultation in the proposed project area. Second, the department does not have the capacity to thoroughly review permit applications or the authority to reject applications that do not adhere to permit or other regulatory guidelines. Third, the department does not have the capacity to independently and regularly monitor approved pilot projects or to collect, analyze, and disseminate data regarding their conduct to the public, including data regarding the safety of workers. Fourth, the department does not have the authority to enforce compliance in the event that the terms of the permit are violated or that evidence of harmful or unlawful activity by the permittee emerges. Finally, it is simply impossible for any regulatory agency, NMED included, to monitor the health and environmental impacts of activities that involve unknown, undisclosed, and highly hazardous chemicals. allowing the use of oil and gas waste outside existing oil field boundaries under the proposed regulatory conditions is a recipe for environmental and public health disaster. I ask the Commission to act courageously on behalf of the people of New Mexico and to prohibit all dissemination of oil and gas waste outside existing oil field boundaries under the rule now proposed by NMED. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this critical issue.
Thank you, Ms. Shira. I'm going to loop back to Jane Yee, who I understand may be able to unmute herself at this point. Ms. Yee, can you unmute yourself? Pam has sent you a request to unmute yourself. All right, it seems maybe the technology is a lot to
hello,
overcome.
can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, now I can. Thank you.
All right,
Do you
fantastic.
do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
And if you would spell your name, please.
Janeyee.
All right, I'll start your time now.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Chair Thompson and Commissioners. I am a member of Cambio, a community nonprofit organization dedicated to the self-determination of communities of working people and people of color in Albuquerque. I'm also part of a network that supports Los Sardinas Institute, who provided public comment earlier this week. My public comment is informed by my experience as an attorney who has represented clients of the Legal Aid Society of Albuquerque and the New Mexico Public Defender, and later as a government attorney. I developed an expertise in administrative and regulatory law in both types of work, although I no longer work for any of these agencies, so of course I am not speaking on their behalf. Cambio joins with the many individuals and organizations that have spoken out against proposed Rule 20.6.8, particularly because the proposed rule would authorize the reuse of wastewater resulting from the drilling or production of oil and gas outside of oil and gas fields without a supervisory permitting process governed by commission-adopted standards for the safe reuse of such water. The Commission's scope of authority is broad. Its responsibility to protect the waters of New Mexico is critical. The Commission cannot carry out its legislative mandate without imposing standards for the safe use of oil and gas wastewater or imposing a permitting process for the demonstration and pilot projects identified in the rule. The Produced Water Act, the Water Quality Act, and the basic due process principles that we all embrace in our system demand no less. I fully appreciate the government agencies must balance the interests of all their constituents, both corporate and community consumer interests. However, this balance is often difficult to achieve because of the economic imbalances in our society. As it stands now, the Commission depends on data from industry, but it doesn't have to be this way. I urge the Commission to decline approval of the proposed rule and instead convene a workshop at which communities could fully participate and even propose a rule. The communities should propose a rule themselves, as recently happened in a rulemaking before the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Air Quality Control Board. This was the rulemaking on cumulative impact permitting. This community-authored rule that happened in Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Air Quality regulatory process, although it was not perfect by any means, began the inquiry where it should begin. That is, how does proposed economic activity affect the health and well-being of our communities? And with that, I'll end my comment and refer to all the concerns that communities have stated this week. Those concerns are extremely valid and extremely important for the Commission to review and take into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yee. I believe we have someone in the room, Wendy Johnson. Come up and make sure the microphone is shining. This one that is it green? No, not that one. This one. Okay.
How about now?
Terrific. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
And if you would spell your first and last name for the transcript.
Dr. Wendy, Wendy Johnson, Johnsson.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. I will start your time.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the Commission. I am a family physician and a public health professional with a long career as a clinician, a policymaker, an advocate, and a medical director. I am also a Parciante in the Sequia Commission of Chupadero and a member of Healthy Climate New Mexico. I'm coming to you not as a hydrogeologist or toxicologist or legal expert, but as a public health expert with a deep respect for the importance of safeguarding this absolutely critical and non-renewable resource that everyone in this room depends on and owes our lives to. The history of public health is littered with serious harms and catastrophes caused because those in charge, usually heavily influenced by the corporations who stood to benefit, assumed that a substance or a practice was safe for humans. Who remembers leaded gasoline and paint? I absolutely do, because I was the medical director of the Cleveland Department of Public Health, and I had to deal with the aftermath of that heavy metal infiltrating the soil and water supplies of my home city, causing health problems for thousands of children. How about the Erin Brockovich story? As an energy company assured the public that the high rates of cancer and unexplained illnesses in the community of Hinckley, California, near their compressor station, couldn't possibly be caused by their wastewater ponds. Come to find out, the cancer-causing heavy metal they used in their cooling system spilled out of the ponds into the groundwater. We have only to look at Cancer Alley along the Gulf to see what happens when we simply trust the industry when they say that chemicals they're dumping into our air and water are safe. But we don't even have to look that far. In our own home state, just ask the dairy farmers of Clovis what it feels like to have your life's work wiped out in a moment because PFAS leaked into their water supply. Or ask the people of La Cienega just down the road how it feels to know that the water you've trusted coming out of your tap may be making you sick and shortening your life. Now those from the oil and gas industry who stand to benefit from allowing liberal wastewater use are asking us to trust them again. It's the most deadly game of Lucy holding the football for Charlie Brown. Please don't play that game with them again. They say, trust us, the water is safe to use on crops until we find deadly chemicals contaminating the groundwater for miles around. They say, trust us, we'll only use it for industrial purposes until there's a leak or a spill, like what happened in Hinckley. Instead of creating regulations that will ultimately encourage the industry to create more contaminated water, we need to think about ways to push the industry to develop technologies that minimize water use and the impact on the environment. I don't envy your job. I understand the legal issues are complex, but I would ask all of you to imagine yourselves 5 or 10 or 20 years from now and think about your legacy. Do you want to be the individuals responsible for thousands of illnesses and deaths? Or would you like to look back and know you did all you could to safeguard our precious and sacred water supply for generations to come? As a physician, as a Parciante, and as a person who loves and serves the people of New Mexico every day, I implore you to use the language that will most reliably protect New Mexicans and not turn our state into the next Cancer Alley. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Is there anyone else who would like to offer public comment? There will be additional opportunities for public comment as part of this hearing. I simply can't specify the day or time, but we will give plenty of notice. Anyone else? Nope. All right. We are going to return to the technical case then. But actually, before we do need to have a discussion as to when we're going to reconvene after today. And we have to have that discussion so that the Mr. Maxwell can hear us. And I believe we now have 4 commissioners online, all of whom also need to hear us. I also see some counsel on the platform. So I'm thinking that we probably don't need that discussion on the transcript, just the result, right? Because we're just comparing calendars at this point. All right, so thank you. We'll go off the record for a little bit. Why did I turn that off? Just come up here. It'll probably be easier to talk. Okay. So let me ask about the 3 days I have in May that I would be available in the event everyone else is available too. May 29, 30, and 31. It's well after Memorial Day. May 29, 30, and 31.
I am not
Like a-
available. This is Jonas.
Oh, Commissioner Armstrong. Okay. Okay. You're not available. You're not available. You're not. Okay. So it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. June 3rd through 7th. I don't like that sound. Hold on one second. Pam is showing me when there'd be any kind of administrative support. Say it. Okay. So that would leave the 4th, 5th, 6th, 4th, no. Okay. Okay. And what Pam is telling me is that she will be alone in the Office of Public Facilitation on the 5th and 6th, supporting a different hearing. She's cheating on us. Okay. Yeah. That's right. Drinking water. All right. What about June 12, 13, 14? I want to schedule 3 days. Just, yeah.
This is Jonas again. I have a conflict on the 12th and 13th.
So you are not going to be available.
Okay. So we actually have several folks not available. Okay. Let me just say that unfortunately puts me in July. I'm just out of state the whole second half of June. And I have a hearing with EMNRD on July 2nd. I am otherwise entirely open. So I'm wondering. Yeah, sure. Okay. So I'm wondering the second week of July 8th through 12th. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. What are your London dates then? 8th through the 18th? Okay. 17 to 25. You guys are killing me. Okay. So let me ask you a question then. What about Jolene? So let's just go back to the first week because it's clear if we don't do the first week, the next 3 weeks are people traveling internationally. What?
Sorry about that. Were you talking about the first week of July?
Yeah. Okay. So again, I do have just a hearing with EMNRD in the morning of the 2nd. However, the 1st is available, the afternoon of the 2nd is available, all of the 3rd, and then again on the 5th. I mean, I know you guys want to shoot rockets, but okay. So as to the, and you guys are the decision makers, and unless you're here, you can't ask questions. Having said that, you would have the choice of reviewing the video or the transcript in order to deliberate. Okay, so July.
The one question I have is, we have done 5 witnesses in 5 days. And
Six. Six.
Okay, but
And
we have like 9 left.
no, we don't. We're about to finish our 7th witness. I'm keeping track of that.
Okay.
We're about to finish our 7th witness, and I believe we have 7 more.
No, we don't, because Namoga has 6. I have 3.
5.
You have 5? Okay,
5.
they have 5. I have COL. I've looked at your witnesses. But we have 3. So
Oh,
that's 8 left.
And you have 1.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Marielle, you're right. That's 9, isn't it? 10.
So I don't think 3 days is good enough. I'm just saying.
No, let me put it this way. We need to get these days while we can before we all forget what we've done here. And
But what about that last week in July? Because nobody's said that they can't do that. Oh, you're out.
Me? No.
What about the 29th through August 2nd?
But I know, but he doesn't get back till the 25th.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. So yeah. And if we have to switch rooms, we're all just going to have to make do. All right. July 1st, the afternoon of July 2nd, July 3rd, and July 5th. We may move a lot faster than we've moved this week. I pray.
Is it?
Yes.
Mr.
Sorry.
Mr. Gom cannot be here that entire week.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Mr. Gom cannot be here that entire week.
Mr. Dom?
Gom.
Gom. Oh, Mr. Gom.
He has a family reunion. That's it.
Okay, so let me ask a question. Should we try to take Mr. Gom after
He could
we
go to-
finish Mr.
Go to A
Hightower?
and then not have any cross.
That's my question. No, not the second part. I know we were going to take Charlie. Charlie, no disrespect, but I know you live here, and would you be in town that first week of July?
I believe so.
Okay.
But if there are several days scheduled, should be able to work something out.
Okay.
I have a number of hearings. Actually, an attorney instead of a witness.
Yeah.
I don't remember what schedule.
Yeah.
We can work.
All right. You're a very good attorney. All right. So great. Let's schedule, sir. Okay. So then we will just for sure use up some part of the 5th. Okay. Okay, I know that's a little cut up, but I think given the size of our group and everything we're juggling and the importance of at least making progress, I'd like to do that. So I would like the department to notice up that we would begin the morning of July 1st, continue the afternoon of the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, and the 3rd and the 5th. Tanis, Oh, that's an excellent idea. So let's then jump to after Mr. Knight's return. He returns on the 25th. Yes. So what about the 29, 30, 31? Just start the morning of the 29th and go through the 31st? Oh. Okay.
Trying to everything else.
Sure. Sure. Okay. August 1st and 2nd. Yeah.
I have
What
a
about
conflict on the second. This is
who's this?
Paladigo.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner.
Don't you think
Okay.
it would be better if we just did it on the 20 that week and then we'll be done? The week of the 29th and have it.
No, he can't.
Oh, you can't do it that week at all.
Only on the second. The 29th to 1st, I'm good.
Okay, we have a lawyer for whom it's not good. All
Okay.
right, August 5th and continuing. The commission is already apparently meeting on the 6th. What? Oh, on the 13th. No, I don't want to jump that far yet. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I'm also out all that week.
Okay. Okay. So Commissioner, all due respect, it's good for everyone else, so I'd like to tentatively schedule it.
Okay.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just start on the 5th and march through the dates as we need. Hopefully we won't even need to go there because we will have done a great job of wrapping up back in early July. Yeah. Sir.
Sorry, can you say those names again, Alicia?
Yeah.
Or
Okay. Commissioner Armstrong. So again, during the week of July 1st, right? All day on the 1st, the afternoon of the 2nd, all day on the 3rd, and all day on the 5th. And then in August 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, just
Okay.
marching through there as necessary.
Okay. And sorry for using your first name. I'm being informal because I thought we were off the record. I have a little, knowing that we have that full week, I have a little bit of concern about scheduling on July 5th for, if we're trying to ensure public opportunity to be involved and pay attention.
Okay, so I
Does
think
anybody else
it's
share that concern, or am I just?
I think it's really important that we make use of the days that the commissioners are available and the parties are available. We've had 2 public comment sessions on every day of the hearing. We've had voluminous actually public comment. And what with July 4th
Sorry, I don't
being on a
necessarily mean opportunity for
Thursday.
public comment. I mean the opportunity for the public to follow the hearing. But I hear you.
Okay. If it's important to them, I think they're going to have to recover from their 4th of July festivities. But sorry. Okay. So and you said that you still need to check with your witnesses. I think we've identified enough days that we will make accommodations as necessary. Okay. Anything else? Yeah.
So we have some dates in July and if needed.
Correct.
Okay. What should we do?
And we're going to notice them all up. And it's going to definitely use the words as necessary. Thank you. All righty. So let's go back to the examination of Mr. Hightower. Thank you, Cheryl, for hanging in there with us. Okay. Mr. Wexler, before you start, I have a request from a commissioner regarding Appendix A to NMOGA Exhibit 139. Apparently, there's a list of, what was it, analytes or something in Appendix A.
I think that might be NMED Exhibit 139. Is that right?
It says NMOGA Exhibit
says-
139 on the bottom of
Let me
it.
see what it is. We're talking about the paper that we just provided.
Yes.
We'll look for it.
Okay.
And if we have it, we'll bring it.
Appendix A.
Appendix A, understood.
And we're starting again. Yes, Appendix A.
Okay.
To this paper.
Got it.
If you would get it into the record, we have had a request from a commissioner for it.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Hightower, I see you're with us. Mr. Wexler, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner Officer. Mr. Hightower, I appreciate all of your testimony this morning, and because you said a lot, I've been able to cut my questions down, I think, to just 5 questions. And the first one is finishing up the conversation we were having earlier, and this has to do with the 5th thing that was on the exhibit we were looking at. And I know you don't have the exhibits, but this one is another one of your fact sheets, NMOGA Exhibit 39. And this one is entitled Produced Water Fate Transport and Risk Modeling Analysis. And there was a little bit of discussion with you on Wednesday about risk modeling. And I wonder if you would just summarize the efforts that the consortium is doing around fate transport and risk modeling. Mr. Hightower, I think you're muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So the working group has, the consortium has been set up to have 5 or 6 different working groups: a public outreach working group, the treatment evaluation working group, data collection, etc. One of those working groups is a risk and toxicology working group. In that working group, we have people from the US EPA, from oil and gas companies, from NMED, other regulatory groups, and academics, all focused on what is the state of the art, state of the science on collecting risk and toxicology data to support this fit for purpose treatment and reuse of produced water. So that group has been looking at not only the current gold standard for that, which is wet testing. That's kind of the approach that we have at our disposal and is used across the country. But we've also been looking at other types of risk assessment tools to see if we can't even make that risk analysis and hazards assessment even better. So the focus of that working group is to try and, and identify additional approaches. One of those that's been suggested is called PNEC, which is predicted no effect concentration, and be able to model that in different organisms and assess transport of those constituents in different applications like groundwater irrigation, and quantify what would be the minimum no effect concentration of any types of constituents we can find in the treated produced water, and try to make sure that we can treat to levels that are below those no effect concentrations. So that's the focus of our research on risk and toxicology. And that working group put together a public notice, not a public notice, essentially a fact sheet that suggests some of the things that we're looking at to try and move forward in doing the best science we can on the assessment of risk and toxicology and fate and transport of constituents that may be in a treated produced water. That's the purpose of that fact sheet, to kind of let people know what we're doing, how we're moving forward, and the approaches that we're taking.
Understood. Turning to the subject of treatment trains that you spoke about on Wednesday, and there's some in your exhibit, has the consortium itself been working on treatment trains for treating produced water?
Yes, the treatment technology group has evaluated several pretreatment technologies. We've evaluated several treatment technologies, and through the resources at New Mexico State, we've been evaluating post-treatment and polishing technologies to look at the treated produced water and pre-treated produced water, and looking at, can we meet the current requirements or potentially emerging requirements for removing constituents down to the levels that would be able to pass the wet testing, or even in the future, these PNEC criteria, the predicted no environmental, no effect concentration. So we have activities in all of those different areas. Also, you can call them primary, secondary, and tertiary treatment. But we've been calling them pre-treatment, treatment, and post-treatment, so that the post-treated water or polished water would meet this identified criteria for different fit-for-purpose uses.
Turning to another subject, yesterday you had a discussion with, again, Commissioner Zelnick about a socioeconomic study that was done by Sandia National Labs. And you don't have it in front of you, but I'll point the commission to NMOGA Exhibit 122. And so just to confirm, Mr. Hightower, the title of NMOGA Exhibit 122 is Produced Water Economic Socio-Environmental Simulation Model, Proof of Concept for Southeastern New Mexico. Is that the document that you were describing to Commissioner Zelnick?
Yes, it is.
And that was from May 2022, is that right?
Yes.
So again, the commission has that in front of it and can review it.
Yes.
Compared to your testimony. So the last question that I have for you, Mr. Hightower, is we heard some discussion about the independent review of the consortium. And I'm sure you're aware of that review, and it seemed fair to give you an opportunity to provide your perspective on that independent review.
All right. And I think that there's going to be some other questions about it. I think I saw that in some of the documents that were submitted. So that review was done at the end of the end of the third year. Originally, the consortium was identified to have an MOU with NMED for 3 years. That was expanded to a 5-year or additional 2 years. But at the end of that 3 years, there was an evaluation that was done, a review. If I wanted to summarize that, and there is a letter report to Dr. Cifuentes, the head of Vice President of Research at New Mexico State. The big issue, the big takeaway that has been the biggest concern for the consortium in moving forward is that originally it was designed as a $10 million over 3-year research effort. And that research was going to be funded by industry for the most part, was the direction. Unfortunately, those were not necessarily commitments, but ideas of what the oil companies would be willing to fund the consortium at. And if I put this in context, we had our first meeting on the 20th of January 2020. And about 2 weeks later, COVID started. Everything kind of shut down for almost 2 years. The price of oil went to minus $30 a barrel. And we essentially, funding that we got, another was not 10 million, but over the course of the 3 years, we got about $1.2 million out of the oil and gas industry. And what that required the consortium management to do was to try and work really hard to try to figure out how to address this difficult situation in funding and yet keep the research moving forward. So what we chose to do was, and it shows up in this report, is that the management of the consortium chose to not take any funds to support the consortium. So over that 3-year period, I had to volunteer my time. I had to pay for my own travel, which ended up over that 3-year period was about $100,000 worth of travel to go out and coordinate presentations and work for the consortium. I was not funded to do that work. I was spending 60 hours a week doing that work. The Dr. Zhu was not paid either. She had to fund herself and her students through her own funding that she could produce. So without that funding, also in New Mexico State, we didn't have funding for support staff. So we did most everything on our own. We had some minimal support for activities, but that was paid for by New Mexico State. So the research dollars that we did get in from the oil companies, we tried to put that to the best use we could. And the focus for our activities was to collect data on water quality, to try and initiate treatment studies, to get data on what the quality of the treated water would be, and then to focus funding on the non-target analysis and the analysis. So we tried to save as much money as we could to fund those activities that were tantamount to providing the data that's needed by NMED. So if you look at the work that we've done, I ended up essentially donating about $300,000 of time into the consortium. PaySU did something similar. Then I donated $100,000 of my own money into travel. And that causes then some issues about trying to make sure everything, handling the website, making sure all those activities are done. It's very difficult. And then like I say, use those industry funds to do what was really needed as far as treatment and analysis and things like that. So I think if you read the report, the first thing that comes up was that the consortium really needs to be funded at a level that is needed to continue to collect that information needed. We need more testing. And with that testing, you need more analysis. What we found on the cost of the non-target analysis is very extensive, very costly. We essentially had to set up a forensic lab to be able to do that work correctly. And it takes a huge amount of time, a huge amount of control to do that. And I will say that this year we did get funded. That report did get the legislature to help work with us to get funding, $1 million, $1.2 million this year to move forward. That's going to allow us an opportunity to revamp the website and move forward with the data portal, collect a lot more data and run a lot more tests and do a lot more non-target analysis and evaluation of technologies. So our hope is that we continue to get funding to do that work, to get that information to NMED. So that's the takeaway that I get from, if I read that closely, I have talked to some of the people that did that evaluation, and that's kind of their comments also, is that they don't know how we were able to handle some of the things that we did do under the budget constraints and the COVID constraints that we had. But so that's my summary.
Fair enough, and appreciate all the work that you did do, and thank you again for taking your time. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wexler. I have lost the note that told me where we were in the order of cross-examiners. Ms. Taylor, you've completed your questioning. And my memory is that Mr. Cox completed his. Is that true?
That's correct.
Thank you. And then we had moved to Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, you had completed yours? All right. And so now we're moving to Mr. Dodd, or you were done? Thank you very much. Ms. Nanasi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hightower.
Good afternoon.
Who wrote the notice of intent that you filed on April 15th, 2024?
I did.
I will refer to the rest of my cross-examination as to the New Mexico Produced Water Research Consortium as the consortium. Can we agree on that?
Yes, ma'am.
The consortium was established in 2019, correct?
Yes.
How long have you worked for the consortium?
Since its inception.
No one else besides you is testifying on behalf of the consortium, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That was a trick question. Maybe no one else is testifying from the consortium?
Is that a question you would like to
Yes,
ask?
it is.
Because that's not the question I like to ask.
Well, okay, maybe I misunderstood the question. If you ask it again, maybe I'll be very careful. I'll be very careful with my answers. Okay.
Has there ever been another director of the consortium?
No, there has not been.
Who do you report to?
Currently, I report to Patricia Sullivan, the Assistant Dean at the College of Engineering at New Mexico State.
Is there, do you meet regularly with him or her? You said
Yes, I do.
Patricia, is that what you said? I didn't
Yes,
hear.
it is Patricia. Patricia, yes, ma'am.
How often do you meet with her?
We generally meet once a month. That's
And
what
is-
we're scheduled. Generally, we meet that schedule and we talk maybe once a month in between or twice a month.
And are there reports written reports that you give to her?
No, what I generally do is provide her with information. I do generally quarterly or bi-monthly news notes of activities. She has a chance to review those. I work closely in those meetings with Dr. Sullivan. Is included Peju, the Director of Research, and also administrative assistant. So the documents that she sees are the news notes, the meeting minutes of our annual and semi-annual meetings and other things that come in front of the consortium management, people that are providing additional funds, funding documents, membership agreements. All those go through her through our discussions that we have on this monthly basis or bi-weekly basis.
Is there somebody at NMED who is your main contact?
Dr. Sullivan, currently. Originally, it was the president of New Mexico State University. This was at a high level, and it went through the strategic initiatives early on, but it has now transitioned over, now that it's been operating for 3 years, 4 years, it was transitioned over to the engineering. Also, Dr. Cifuentes, the Vice President of Research, he has review of the activities associated with this consortium.
And I asked you about NMED.
NMED. Oh, I thought you said MSU. Okay. Okay. NMED, the point of contact for NMED originally was Rebecca Roos. When she moved on, the new director that we deal with is John Roderick. And we have coordinate meetings with John through Patricia Sullivan, and she sets those up with NMEDs, with John Roderick at NMED. Almost all of our working groups have representatives from NMED on them. Treatment technology, risk assessment, data, and we have those meetings are monthly for those working groups. And generally, we have at least 1 or 2 members of NMED on those working groups.
But is there somebody who is assigned at NMED to oversee the consortium's work?
John Roderick is the person that is the lead manager that oversees the work with the consortium and NMED.
Does the consortium have a document management and information protection plan?
Yes, it does.
Where is that?
It's on the website.
Where?
It should be under our internal documents section of the website.
Who maintains your website?
Our website's maintained by a person at New Mexico State.
Who is that?
Currently, it's Clara Wells.
Does the consortium have a consortium communication outreach and education plan?
Yes, it does.
And where is that?
It's also on the consortium website under our consortium documents section.
So I heard you just say that in the beginning, when you first were a director of the consortium, you were unpaid. Is that right? In 2019?
I was unpaid in 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022. And in 2023, after the review, New Mexico State tried to identify some funds. And for 2023, I was paid about $12,000.
And where'd you get paid from? Who paid you?
It was paid out of New Mexico State's Dr. Cifuentes' research budget. Or I should, between Dr. Cifuentes and Dr. Sullivan, they had strategic initiative money for the university that paid that $14,000.
So in 2023 was the first time that you got paid for your work as the director of the consortium?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you receive any funds from anywhere else between 2019 and 2023
For my work on the consortium,
for any work or non-work?
yes, I had a retirement from Sandia National Laboratories.
And other than the retirement from Sandia National Laboratories, did you get any other compensation or remuneration from any other source?
No.
You have attended most of the hearings this week, either in person or on the video platform, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take leave of absence from the consortium, or are you receiving your regular salary or compensation for this week?
So I'm paid hourly currently. I can charge up to 2 hours a day for the consortium, but I generally don't charge much for the consortium. I don't charge the hours that I work. I have to charge enough hours to so that the account doesn't look like I'm not an employee. But no, I have not charged any hours this week or last week to the consortium for these activities.
And what about for your testimony?
I haven't charged any money for that either.
And you said that Dr. Shu is a scientist, correct? Who works at the consortium?
Yes, she's a professor at New Mexico State in the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering. And so she is a tenured professor at New Mexico State.
And so
she's the research director. She's always been in charge of the research director as the research director for the consortium.
And she gets a salary from NMSU. Is that right?
She gets a salary from NMSU, plus she gets salaries from research projects. Typical universities, a part of the professor's salary is research projects that they bring in. They get a stipend for that. And then that research dollars also then is used to support graduate students, laboratory activities and research. So that's the standard approach that you see at most universities. So her salary covers most of her income, but her research then it covers some of her income and income for her graduate students and others.
On the consortium's website, it only lists you and Dr. Shu as the leadership team, correct?
Yes.
How many members make up the consortium management?
Dr. Shu and myself.
So when there's a decision to be made, like who should testify in this case, for instance, is it just between you and Dr. Shu that determines that?
No, it's Dr. Shu, myself. We bring in other professors like Dr. Zhang and Dr. Let's see, Dr. Sullivan had an opportunity to participate in how we should move forward, what are the directions, etc. But it is that Dr. Young, those are the 5 people that have the most influence as far as management and direction of the research for New Mexico State and for the consortium.
And those are all the people who reviewed your testimony, right?
That is correct.
So if they're the management team and they reviewed your testimony and gave you feedback, isn't this testimony that you've been giving on behalf of the consortium?
No, the reason I say that is
Asked and answered. Okay, he's going to explain why he says no. The answer is no. Go ahead, Mr. Hightower.
So I don't think it's appropriate for, I knew that this was going to become an issue. And I wanted to make sure that the other members of the management team at New Mexico State knew that we didn't have time to go out and poll everyone. I wanted to say, this is what I think. Here's what I think I should present. This is the data that we have to date. Do you have any issues or any concerns? And they provided some issues and concerns. So I looked at my comments and said, okay, yeah, this probably, I can say this a little bit differently. But this is 99% my document. They corrected it for errors. They made sure that I had the right sources identified. And you have to remember that our concept within the consortium is the fit for purpose treatment and reuse, and trying to make sure we can do that safely. So I can tell you that they didn't have that many concerns over it, but these words, this information was written by me and or my position. But I think that's all. I won't add any more. Go ahead.
It states on your website that, quote, each year the board will report its findings to New Mexico Environment Department, NMED, and NMSU leadership, unquote. Have you produced yearly reports to NMED and NMSU?
Yes, I have. There should be a summary report for 2020 and a report on the projected research for 2021. There should be a report on the website of the results of 2021 and a summary of expected activities in 2022, etc. All the way through summary results of the results for 2023 and the projected efforts for 2024.
And where are those reports on your website?
They should be under the consortium documents section of the website.
I want to follow up on some of the questions from Wednesday. You said that data from completed pilot projects the consortium is working with is available under the resources tab and then the sub tab in, quote, presentations, unquote. Do you mean PowerPoint presentations?
No, PowerPoint presentations should be up there. We've given probably 10 to 12 presentations a year at different venues on our work each year. So those presentations should be on the website. I know that they have been loaded up multiple times. When I said multiple times, we've uploaded presentations every few months, multiple times onto the website. So that's where those documents, what you say about presentations, are there. But the final reports have been uploaded on the website also. Based to my knowledge, we provided them to be on there. I think other people have downloaded them from there. I will tell you that a final report, though, does take a year or so to get approved, to get up there and put on the website. So if we're doing something currently, it may be 6 months to 9 months from now before that report will be put onto the website as a final report. In the meantime, what we do is every 6 months we have mid-year and then an end of the year meeting to provide the status of the current research, the results that we're generally finding, and for the consortium, what to expect from the final reports, etc.
Sir, just before I came here at lunchtime, I looked into the presentations tab, and there's nothing there in 2024 at all. And the last presentation was August 2023. Is that your understanding of the presentations part of the website?
So let's see. We recently redone the website. I don't know whether the earliest presentation for this year. We generally upload those quarterly. So the presentations from January, February, March would be probably the only ones that would be uploaded for 2024. And there were only 2 presentations that I gave in the first quarter of 2023. One at the Produced Water Society meeting in February, and one at the Water Reuse Society meeting in March. So those would be the 2 that should be uploaded. If they're not uploaded, I'll check into it and make sure that they're uploaded. But those were those for this quarter. I should say for the first quarter of 2024, those would be the 2 additional reports that would be uploaded or presentations.
So your testimony is that these presentations after August 2023 should be uploaded, but you cannot confirm that they have been, correct?
I cannot confirm. I have not looked at that specifically in the last several months.
And so I want to ask you the same question about the completed pilot projects and that data. So can you think that they are, but you don't know that they are, as in you cannot confirm that the website data from completed pilot projects are located on the website. Is that true?
I have not looked at the website since we've revamped it, so I cannot tell you for sure that they're definitely there.
Okay. And is that also the case for actual lab analyses? I couldn't find any lab analyses anywhere on your website. Can you, as you are testifying under oath today, can you
Right.
confirm that there are lab analyses from any project that the consortium has ever been a part of on your website?
So what we have done is all of our lab analyses are in the reports that have been peer reviewed. And if you go to our website, you will see about 30 papers that are listed as documents that have been published. All of those documents are peer reviewed papers that include all the analysis that we have done and all the data associated with those projects. So the work that was done on the 46 wells that we evaluated.
Sir, I need to interrupt because this will take the rest of the day if you don't just answer my question. Please just answer the questions that I have asked. Madam Hearing Officer, I would ask that
Yes.
the witness please just answer the question that I have asked him.
Yeah, Mr. Hightower, a lot of your answers are long and they're informative, but at the moment, Ms. Nanasi is trying to focus in on the current state of the website posting. So please do just answer her questions.
Sure, all the
Can I
data.
just-
Okay.
Can I just ask you again, please, sir? The question is, are the actual, I know that there are peer-reviewed scientific papers. I'm asking you about the actual lab analyses from the pilot projects anywhere on the website. Can you confirm that they are there?
They're in the peer-reviewed journal articles that are on the website.
But
All the
not
data.
not the lab analyses are not in the peer-reviewed scientific journals, correct? Those are interpretations of the lab results, correct?
No, I don't believe so. I think that you'll see that most of those include all the laboratory data also are in as a data set, as appendices to those reports.
Has The consortium provided NMED with the full list of lab analysis from pilot projects.
What we've provided to NMED is every peer-reviewed document that we have submitted and gotten peer review on. That's what we provide to NMED, is peer-reviewed data and peer-reviewed analysis per their request.
You testified that raw produced water is hazardous due to corrosivity, among other hazardous waste criteria, correct?
I said that I believe, this is my opinion, that in general, most produced water has some level of toxicity, whether that's TDS or whether that's some level of organics. But I believe that as is for most produced waters, especially the produced waters in the Permian Basin and the San Juan Basin, have some toxicity elements that raw produced water is a concern and a challenge.
Is raw produced water treated as a hazardous substance when disposed of?
By definition.
Hold on. I'm
No.
sorry. Hold on, Mr. Hightower. Mr.
Okay.
Wexler?
Talking about taste in terms of, I understood Mr. Hightower to be talking in terms of TDS and corrosivity, which might be, in some cases, are characteristically hazardous, but it seems like they're using different terminology.
Okay, so Ms. Nanasi, if you would please restate your question so that you and Mr. Hightower are using the same reference language.
When you talked about raw produced water as hazardous, what did you mean?
I meant that I thought raw produced water could be toxic. And any sample is at 100,000 TDS. That is that's 3 times seawater. That could have some negative impacts if it was ingested by anyone. I think it would have negative impacts on biological species. The quantity of ammonia in some of produced waters is high enough to cause aquatic toxicity in the raw produced water. So those are some things that when I say it's could be toxic, I'm not necessarily toxic to just humans, but I think we have to look at aquatic species, etc. So that's what I meant by toxic in my definition, is at levels high enough to cause some potential harm to a range of biota, etc.
Is raw produced water treated as a hazardous substance when disposed of?
Yeah, I think as a hazardous substance, it's handled that way. I'm not sure it's called by definition, it's not a hazardous waste because it comes from the ground and it goes back in the ground, but I think it's potentially a hazardous substance, yes.
What about the waste products of treatment? Are they tested for hazardous waste criteria before being disposed of?
As far as our work has gone, what we do per discussions with NMED is that we treat, in our treatment studies, we treat the produced water. We then measure the treated produced water, and then we combine it with the waste stream such that it's reconstituted as the original produced water, and then we dispose it as produced water per OCD regulations in a saltwater disposal well. So currently within our work, we have not disposed of any of the concentrate from a treatment process, because what we have done is recombined the treated water with the concentrate to reconstitute the produced water and dispose of it per OCD regulations. So currently, we have not disposed of anything as more than produced water. We haven't disposed of any concentrate yet.
In 2023, were you working with Lee County on a produced water authority?
Yes,
Are you still?
I'm providing information to them. Yes, I am.
Is the goal of the produced water authority to treat produced water and then reuse it for agriculture, irrigation, potable water supplies, aquifer recharge, and environmental restoration?
Not necessarily. The produced water authority would be potentially a management authority to allow the county to manage treated produced water. And you could do this one of two ways, where the county would work with the oil and gas producers and midstreams to accept treated produced water at I'll call it a quality that would be a wholesale quality. And then the county itself could take that wholesale water and treat it to any number of fit for purpose uses that the county may decide. The reason that I've talked to Eddy County about the same opportunity. I've talked to San Juan counties, McKinley County about the same opportunity. It is a way to provide communities with a water supply that's been treated to a high level, but allows them the opportunity to then manage that water, treat that water to levels that they determine. And it provides that within a community perspective where the community leaders make that decision rather than having to have that decision made by an oil and gas company. It gives the community more opportunities to manage the produced water in a way that is important to the community and meets the goals of the community. That's what the produced water authorities that we've been talking about. And it follows the organizational structure of water authorities identified by the state of New Mexico.
Sir,
Yes.
have you gotten permission from this commission, the Water Quality Control Commission, to be working with any community to create a produced water authority and potentially use produced water reuse?
No, I have not talked to the Water Quality Control Commission. We're a long way from ever having anything in place. I don't know that the Water Quality Control Commission has a role in produced water or water authorities in general. I'm just trying to work. There were some questions by communities about how they could facilitate produced water reuse. This is a possibility, and it maintains the use of the treated produced water under the control of the communities, which I think is a good idea.
Have you discussed this with NMED?
Not really. I don't know that. I don't know that I have. I don't know that. I know that I have presented on it before at our annual meetings. The opportunity to do that, but it is. That's about all.
Has this ever come up in the legislature?
For produced water authorities?
A produced water authority.
Not that I know of, no. But water authorities have come up, and in the last legislative session, 2 legislative sessions ago, there was a modification of the Water Authority Act that allows opportunities for communities to team together to put in water authorities locally to combine funds. So it follows the most recent regulations associated with water authorities in the state of New Mexico. But I don't think that those have a NMED requirement. I've read the act once. I don't remember it saying anything about having any type of NMED requirement or Water Quality Control Commission requirement. I think it's a statutory operational control requirement currently.
Sir, I'm going
Yes.
to read you from the New Mexico statute, chapter 70-13-4D. And this is what the law is. For uses regulated by the Water Quality Control Commission pursuant to the Water Quality Act, a person shall obtain a permit from the Department of Environment before using the produced water, the recycled or treated water or treated product, or any byproduct of the produced water. Have you discussed that section of the law with the Lee County before you would even begin to talk about a produced water authority?
I don't think that the legislation precludes an authority from working with NMED or Water Quality Control Commission for a permit to discharge. I think it's an organizational effort. I don't think that it would bypass the other requirements for treating and reusing produced water. I think it's just a opportunity for communities to aggregate waters and then go to NMED and Water Quality Control Commission to manage those waters just like you would manage a water treatment plant or a wastewater treatment plant for a community.
Ms. Nanasi, we need a break here soon.
We could take that now.
Is
if
this
you want.
okay?
Could I ask one more question?
Yeah.
And then I'll stop it. And where I was about to go into a different area. But you said that you didn't discuss this produced water authority that you've been working with Lee County on since 2023 with NMED. So how is NMED supposed to even know about it?
We talked about it at our consortium meetings as opportunities to move forward from a public outreach and public education perspective. It is just a potential opportunity. That's all I see it as. I'm not going to push it. It's for the communities to look at. It's an option for them to try and manage the opportunities for produced water in their communities. That's all it is. I'm not circumventing anyone.
Let's take 10 minutes. I don't mute Mr. Hyde.
I'm on.
There you go. All right. Let's come back from the break, please. Back after a short break. Ms. Nanasi, let's see. You're questioning Mr. Hightower.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I have before you New Energy Economy Exhibit 7. And do you see, you recognize this, correct?
Mr. Hightower, you need to unmute yourself.
I was unmuted. It keeps switching back and forth between mute and unmute. So
Okay.
I'm
Sorry.
unmuted. That's okay.
You are unmuted. Please start from the beginning.
Okay. What I see is Permian Basin produced water quality drivers for treatment and reuse presentation that I gave at the Produced Water Society meeting in Midland. That's what I can see on my screen.
Yeah, and this is what the cover page of that presentation that's on your website.
Yes.
Okay, and I included on the next page, Ms. Jones, if you would, which here is not the next page of your presentation, but here is page 15. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And you recognize this as page 15 from your presentation from August 2023.
Correct. I think that's, yes, I remember this. Mhm.
And the third bullet, the third big bullet, says that you're working with Lee County on a produced water authority. Is that right?
That is correct.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I would like to move the admission of New Energy Economy Exhibit 7.
Are there objections? Oh, it's admitted.
Thank you. I'd like to move on now to discuss with you where the consortium's funding comes from.
All righty.
So Exxon is one of the largest oil companies in the world and is the largest operator in the Permian Basin. Is that right?
I don't know if they're the largest operator in the Permian Basin, but they are one of the largest oil companies in the world. I think I can agree to that. I don't know who's the best in or the biggest in Permian Basin, but they are big.
Are you aware that they are 11% of Permian production?
No, I'm not.
Are you aware that Exxon announced its aims to increase production in the Permian to about 3.8 million barrels of oil per day in 2024?
Objection. I don't know the relevance of this. Sorry. I have an objection, Madam Hearing Examiner. I don't know the relevance of Exxon's operations to the issue before the commission on the rules.
Right. Ms. Nanasi?
It's actually just the last foundational question, just to give context about what I'm about to ask next,
Which relates to water reuse.
which relates to consortium funding.
Okay, go ahead.
Excuse me, let me renew my objection. I'm not sure how consortium funding has anything to do with the rules being considered by the panel.
Ms. Nanasi, where are you going?
I think consortium funding by the oil and gas industry is enormously relevant to motive and bias, etc.
Okay, she's allowed to explore that with a witness, Ms. Taylor. Go ahead.
So would you mind just answering if you know that Exxon announced that it will increase its production to about 3.8 million barrels a day in 2024?
I did not know that.
Okay. Exxon was one of the 4 initial sponsors of the New Mexico Produced Water Consortium. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in 2019, did they give $416,700?
No,
When over what period of time did they give 416?
as far as I know, they gave $250,000 over a 3-year period, $83,333 a year from 2020, 2021, and 2022.
And how much did Exxon give to the consortium in 2023?
In cash, nothing.
What else did they give?
As far as I know, we did not get any funding from ExxonMobil in 2023. Now,
And how?
If they sent money through NMSU, that could have happened, but I don't know that we got any money for the consortium in 2023.
Are you aware of any money that Exxon gave NMSU since 2019?
The only numbers that I know is the $250,000 that I'm aware of for that 3-year period.
And how about in 2024?
I don't know that any money that ExxonMobil has given to the consortium or NMSU in 2024.
Let's move on to Chevron. They were also one of the 4 founding sponsors of the New Mexico Produced Produced Water Research Consortium. Is that right?
That is correct.
And how much money has Chevron given on a yearly basis since 2019?
From 2020, 2021, 2022, I think Chevron averaged about $100,000 a year for a total over the course of the last through 2023 was $300,000.
And what about this year?
We have no funding from Chevron this year to date.
Jennifer Bradfute works as an attorney with Marathon Oil and helped write the Produced Water Act. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I mean, I've tried to be patient. I fail to see how any of this has anything to do with bias for Mr. Hightower. We're just going through donations from various oil companies to the consortium, which I think you've tried to make very clear. Mr. Hightower is not here on behalf of the consortium. And now we're talking about a private attorney and drafting the Produced Water Act. I mean, I'm lost.
Okay. I thought I understood what you were doing with the oil companies, Ms. Anasi, but where are you going with Ms. Bradfute?
Well, I think that the Produced Water Act is extraordinarily relevant to this whole proceeding and has been brought up a lot. I think it's important to know who wrote the Produced Water Act, and that then I will ask, and how much money does Marathon Oil give to the consortium?
Mr. Wexler?
Last time I checked, the New Mexico legislature actually was responsible for the Produced Water Act. There's no any individual.
Yeah, I think it's now become too attenuated, Ms. Nanasi.
Thank you. Does Marathon Oil contribute to the consortium?
No, they have not.
And how about NGL Energy Partners? Have they given approximately $300,000 or more since 2019?
I mean, Your Honor, same objections. I don't see how this is different.
Okay. Is this the end of it, Ms. Nanasi?
There are a couple of other oil companies that I wanted to ask about.
Okay. Let's do this for just a few more minutes, and then I'd like you to move on.
Thank you.
And NGL donated $500,000 over 3 years. Matter of fact, that was done at the opening announcement by Secretary Kinney of the start of the consortium in October of 2019. So yes, NGL donated $500,000 over a 3-year period for 2021 and 2022.
And have they renewed any funding since 2022?
Not to my knowledge, no.
What about ConocoPhillips?
ConocoPhillips has not donated to the consortium, based upon my understanding.
Has ConocoPhillips donated to NMSU?
I do not know. I do not know what their arrangement with NMSU is. We have in our account, we've not received any funding from ConocoPhillips for the consortium's activities.
What about Hillcore Energy Company?
Hillcorp Energy Company has participated in the consortium, but has not provided any funding to the consortium's operations.
And has Hillcore funded or contributed to NMSU?
I do not know that.
Ms. Nanasi, I don't think you've laid the foundation to ask the questions about donations to NMSU. It doesn't sound like he's in a position to answer that. Do you have other consortium?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you tell me about Select Water Solutions? Has the consortium received any funding from Select Water Solutions?
Not that I know of, not that it's come to the consortium that I'm aware of. But I do know Select Water Solutions. They are a large midstream in the Permian Basin. And they do sit on the consortium as a member of the consortium's committees. They are a member of the consortium. They paid their membership dues.
What other oil and gas companies have given sums to the consortium over $100,000?
None that I know of.
Has the consortium received any funds in 2023 from any source?
So we have supported the consortium's activities with research proposals with DOE, and so we've gotten funding from research proposals from DOE, probably to the tune of over $1 million over the last 3 years for research that relates directly to produced water reuse activities. I'm trying to think of, we have had donations from the Groundwater Protection Council to start our data portal. That was from their funds to support us in getting our produced water data portal initiated. But that's kind of the summary of the other funding sources that we have, other than my funds to cover my travel and to do my work from me, and then the donations from Paige on her time to support the consortium also.
So is it your testimony then, since 2022, you have received no funding over $100,000 from any oil and gas companies?
That is correct. As far as I know. I'm pretty sure that is absolutely correct.
In 2023, did the legislature give the consortium any money?
No. Just a second. No, I do not think that the consortium got any money from the state legislature in 2023. Then 2024, there was a bill passed to provide $1.2 million, I think, to the consortium for activities for the consortium. 2023, there may have been some money in a bill that went to Water Resources Research Institute that was split with some of that money going to the consortium to do some modeling on water availability. But anyway, that's all that I know that's ever come through the state legislature.
Would you say that you regularly communicate with your contacts from ExxonMobil, Chevron, and ConocoPhillips and NGL?
Those representatives from those companies are on several of our working groups. So I can interact with them on at least a monthly basis for their representatives on the consortium. I also meet them when I give presentations at technical meetings. There will be people from ExxonMobil and other companies there, as well as vendors. So I don't have regular meetings with any particular oil company, but there are oil company representatives on our working groups that I talk to regularly as part of the business and activities of the consortium.
Ms. Jones, might I ask you if you could please bring up the exhibit, NE Exhibit 12, Hightower email of 1/10/23? No, that's Justin Noble 12. There's one that's called NEE Exhibit 12. And then it says Hightower email of 1/10/23. It's okay. No, it's not in documented matters. It is in the Dropbox though. I did print them out because when I was the other day when he was here, but I would have showed him to him. I'm sorry about this.
Is it possible to read it to him and ask him to confirm what what what's important about it?
I can try, but I don't know how he's going to authenticate it. But I don't know how we can show it to him. But this is an email that says Mike Hightower from you, Mike Hightower at the email is mmhightower@q.com. It was sent on Tuesday, January 10th, 2023, and it's to a number of people, and some of them are R.M. McCurdy at selectenergy.com, Ryan Hall at nglep.com, somebody at chevron.com, Fred Berner, maybe, Louis Salazar at ConocoPhillips, and Jim Griswold at MNerd. And the title is Discussion of NPDES Research Permits for Treated Produced Water. I could show it to you, Madam Hearing Officer.
All of those people are members of the working groups within the consortium. So that's a directed letter. Those are the right names on the letter. So you can keep going. It sounds like it's a real letter from me or email from me. Go ahead.
Okay, and then it says, guys, you might have picked up that I'm trying to push the envelope this year to move toward implementation. I informed everyone of that in the end of year meeting. Does that sound like what you were?
Yeah. Yes, I know exactly what this is about. This is about using treated produced water inside OCD, inside the oil and gas, so that we could collect additional water data for NMED. So yeah, I know that email, absolutely. So the way to accelerate getting more information is getting more treatment systems out and operating. And so what I was trying to encourage was for us to work with OCD to get systems out and operating to support their efforts on plugging and abandoning abandoned wells where they need both fresh water and high concentrated brine to plug those wells. And so if we could get some technologies out at these sites that are operated by these oil companies or midstreams, that would allow us to, over the course of 6 or 7 months, if we had 2 or 3 of these technologies operating, to collect data on treatment verification of treatment technologies through OCD. So, yep, that's the memo.
Did you Did you say we are at a point where we feel we need to move to actual discharge testing at a small research scale, 1.5 to 2 acres for 6 to 12 months to help us access fate and transport and validate associated modeling efforts?
Yes, if you put it in context, if we could collect data through OCD, then we would have information to allow us to go to NMED and possibly set up some larger scale demonstrations. Correct. Or yeah, exactly. Okay.
So, Madam Hearing Examiner, oh, here it is, finally. Thank you, Ms. Jones. I would move now that you see on the screen before you, New Energy Economy Exhibit 12, is this the email that we've been talking about?
I think it is. Yeah, I can't hardly see it, but I'll, yes. Okay.
I'd move the admission of New Energy Economy Exhibit 12.
Any objections? It's admitted.
Okay. Could I read one last sentence there?
No, thank you.
Okay. I don't think you would want to hear it because it says exactly what we're trying to do there, but that's okay. If it's in the record of what I was trying to do, that's fine.
Okay. As the head of the consortium, you've been privy to scientific material regarding produced water from Pennsylvania, California, and Colorado, correct?
Correct.
On page 2 of your testimony, the 4th paragraph, you state, the data available on produced water overwhelmingly shows that it can be treated and used safely. Pennsylvania, California, and Colorado have used treated produced water for surface water discharge and land applications for many years. Is that right?
Correct.
Have you read the parties' testimonies and exhibits in this case?
When you say parties, you mean from you?
Sure.
I have not seen your testimony, no.
Okay. You know that in Pennsylvania, it was legal to spread oil and gas waste or produced water on roads for de-icing or dust suppression, correct?
Yes, it was also allowed in New Mexico at one time.
But after 13 scientists co-authored a scientific research study to determine the potential environmental and human health impacts of using produced water on roads for de-icing or dust suppression, they found that spreading oil and gas wastewaters show that these waters have salt, radioactivity, and organic contaminant concentrations often many times above drinking water standards. Is that right?
I have also shown that raw produced water has those concentrations many times above drinking water, but the water that was used for those applications was not treated. The water that I was talking about from Pennsylvania is water that has been treated and is being discharged based upon the treatment technology that they use. Your examples are not treated produced water, they're raw produced water from as far as I know, based upon my studies of the cases in Pennsylvania.
I think that you're correct. And after
Ms. Nanasi, I'm very sorry to interrupt, but we have a commissioner with his hand up.
Oh, I'm
And
sorry, I didn't
I want
see
to
that.
make sure that I am responsive here. Commissioner Brankard?
I was just commenting on that last exhibit. It was actually 2 emails,
Yes.
not 1.
Yes.
Okay, and they were sent to 2 separate parties, groups of parties.
Yes, that's on the face of the exhibit.
Okay, I just want to make sure that everybody understood, even though he was only talking about 1 email, that the quote was actually from the second email
That's right.
to,
So the
to the
first,
EPA.
that's right. The first quote she asked him about was in the first email, which went to the oil companies and EMNRD. The second email went to 3 people at EPA. And the second time she quoted something from the email, she was quoting from the EPA email. Yes.
Okay, as long as that's clear. Thank you.
All right.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank
it
you.
wasn't clear to me that that's what she was quoting from the second email. I don't remember the question about my email to the E EPA.
Okay. The second quote was about the small research scale, 1/2 to 2 acres. That quote was from the second email to EPA.
Okay, I didn't know I don't remember that particular email to the EPA.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Zanassi.
I think that you were correct about what you were saying about Pennsylvania, that that it was using produced water that had been untreated. And after that scientific report came out, Pennsylvania banned the use of spreading produced water and using it for de-icing or road maintenance. Is that your understanding?
I do not know when they did that, but New Mexico did the same thing. They kind of outlawed it also in New Mexico, maybe 20 years ago for road,
And there are,
road construction.
you understand that 4 states have banned the use of produced water for de-icing and dust control, correct?
I think the point is that it should be raw produced water for those applications. And as I said before, I agree that raw produced water is inappropriate for discharge in my testimony.
Is it your testimony that produced water from fracking wells are used in California?
No, it is not. I haven't said anything about wells in California or fracking wells in California.
Well, you did say on your you did say that produced water has been used for years. Produced treated water, I believe. Let me just get to the
Correct. I can tell you what I know is, and we have
in
this
California, and I
in
just wanted to
California.
clarify.
Treated produced water is used in California for agriculture. It has been for 25 years, but that water that is used in California is from conventional wells. I think that's maybe where you're going.
That is where I'm going.
That's
So
yeah, it is for conventional wells. That's absolutely correct. It's from conventional wells in the Bakersfield area.
and you've already testified that there's quite a difference between the produced water that is produced from conventional wells as opposed to fracking wells, correct?
I don't know that I've said that, but I think in general, the understanding is that unconventional wells are generally higher in TDS levels than conventional wells. But in both cases, the water in California is treated to a water quality from the conventional wells. So the water that's used in Pennsylvania is treated. The water that's used in California is also treated. And they're treated to a quality identified by the state environment departments.
Do you understand that for any produced water that is potentially going to be reused in California, the oil and gas industry must disclose under penalties of perjury all chemical additives that are used in the entire oil and gas conventional well process?
I did not know that directly.
Do you know that the regulatory agency in California has adopted specific produced water technical standards that have been adopted for salinity limits, chloride, boron?
Yes, I do know that.
Ms. Jones, can you please pull up exhibit NG20? And it says analysis of regulatory framework for produced water. This was discussed yesterday. It's in New Energy Economy Exhibit 4, the rebuttal technical testimony of Norman Gom, and it's NG20. Okay, I think that looks right. And would you please, if you could, go to page 15 of 33 of that. You're familiar with this analysis by Dr. Shu, are you not?
With Dr. Shu has done lots of analysis. Can you tell me maybe which kind of analysis you're talking about, or is it a specific one, or analysis in general?
Did you just see it on the
I haven't.
No?
No, I did not see
Okay,
it.
it's called. I got it from your website. It's called Analysis of Regulatory Framework for Produced Water Management and Reuse in Major Oil and Gas Producing Regions in the United States.
Okay, it looks like a paper that she's done. Yeah. Can
It's
you tell
15.
me? Can we go back to the first, the title?
I'm sorry, just
Okay.
you want to know the abstract?
No, I just wanted to see the title, the date, just so that I can refresh my memory real quickly.
It's July 2022, and that's what it's called. Analysis of Regulatory Framework for Produced Water Management and Reuse in Major Oil and Gas Producing Regions in the United States. It's by Wen Bin, W-E-N-B-I-N.
Okay.
And then
which,
the first name.
Yeah.
It's in water.
The journal Water. Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, this is the one that's in 2022.
Yes.
Okay. Fine.
Dr. Shu is the associate director of the consortium, right?
Mm-hmm.
Could you give a yes or no answer, please? Sir?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, excuse me. Yes.
And she's also the lead researcher for the consortium.
Correct.
And you're not a scientist or a researcher, are you?
Yes, I am. I'm an engineer, but I am a researcher. Yes.
As the Okay, and so if I'm going to read that highlighted portion, just
The
do you
yellow
see the
portion that
highlighted
I
portion?
can't read. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm going to read that for you.
Okay. All right.
15 of 33. So what it says in Dr. Shu's research is the use of treated produced water for agriculture is under investigation in Colorado. However, some research found adverse effects of treated produced water for the soil and plants. These results suggest that more treatments and toxicity studies are required for produced water before it can be used for irrigation. Some advanced treatment methods, such as membrane-based techniques, are required. For New Mexico, approximately 10% of produced water was reused inside the oil and gas field, and currently there is no produced water reused outside of the oil and gas field. Do you,
Okay.
oh, can you see that now that it's blown up?
No, it's not blown up, but it sounds like you read it, and if you read it correctly, I'm okay with that. Go ahead.
And so, so the current research that we know about from Colorado regarding treated produced water says that at least some of that's been used on soil and plants have had adverse effects. Is that right?
Yes, I can talk about some of that research, but that's true.
You are aware that in Colorado, it has a unique water rights system with a water court. Is that right?
Correct.
In Colorado, the legislature allows local government control to enact and manage more restrictive, necessary, and reasonable regulations above and beyond the Water Quality Control Commission there. Is that also true?
I don't know. I don't know all of Colorado's law on water and water rights, nor their environmental. I don't know.
But this is why Dr. Shu did this scientific peer-reviewed study to analyze the different regulatory frameworks for produced water management, correct?
Yes, yes.
Is it true that in December 2023, Texas told New Mexico that it would no longer accept its fracking waste for injection disposal?
I do not think they did that. I think they minimized the amount of fracking waste, but I don't think they excluded it.
So they just reduced the amount that that Texas would take from New Mexico?
That's my understanding. I'm not an expert on Texas produced water regulations, but I think they did reduce the amount that could be injected along the state line.
Is it your understanding that New Mexico is on the brink of running out of injection capacity for disposal?
I think that New Mexico has the information that I have from the OCD was in 2018 when they mentioned that they thought the disposal capacity in the general part of the Permian Basin would run out within 10 years. That was in 2018. So we're halfway there. I would say, based upon the geologist from OCD, that means that we're in the Permian Basin, that there's becoming more and more limited access to disposal opportunities. And with some of the seismic response areas that we have in the state, that there would have to be new areas to be opened up for disposal if we continue for more than additional 5 years or so. So I think that the disposal capacity, based upon what I have heard and seen, is becoming more and more limited in New Mexico. Current disposal capacity is becoming more and more limited. Yes.
In 2022, is it correct that there were 2,400 quakes or seismic activities in New Mexico?
I do not know the number. I know that the number has increased and they're getting a lot of seismic earthquakes. That's all I know. I do not know the magnitude of the number. I do know that the magnitudes are beginning to increase, but that's all I know from an actual numerical perspective.
Are you aware of treated or untreated produced water discharge or reuse taking place outside of the regulatory authority of OCD and NMED?
I do not know of anybody that is discharging produced water, raw produced water, or treated produced water outside of NMED. I do not know of any instances of that at all. Not in New Mexico. I don't know about it in Texas for sure, but as far as I know in New Mexico, I do not know of any of those discharges.
Did you know that Marvin Nash and Encore Green set up treatment equipment to treat produced water and provide it to a cotton farmer?
I do know that, yes. It was in Midkiff, Texas, yes.
Was the discharge in New Mexico or Texas?
As far as I know, there was no discharge. That project was operated in Midkiff, Texas, which is south of Midland, and I do not know whether they discharged any water at all. As far as I understand, they re-injected, treated the water, recombined it, and re-injected it in a saltwater disposal well.
Ms. Jones, would you please bring up New Energy Economy Exhibit 17, which is the July 5th, 2022 NMED no discharge memo to consortium? Mr. Hightower, are you familiar with the July 5th, 2022 NMED no discharge memo to the consortium?
Yes, I am.
And this was a memo to you from John Roderick from NMED and was CC'd to the Deputy Cabinet Secretary Rebecca Roos, was also CC'd to Dr. Dan Arvizu, who's the Chancellor of MSU, Dr. Peju, and the Government Advisory Board of the consortium. You know what memo I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
And do you know that it said that NMED told you in particular, and this is in bold, consistent with current state law, off-field discharges of produced water or treated produced water associated with consortium pilot projects or other non-consortium pilot projects are not allowed. Do you remember that?
Surely, that had been we got our first, we discussed that in 2020, in January 2020, and that was the operational approach for the consortium since we began in January 1st, 2020. So this memo reiterates what we were already doing.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'd like to move New Energy Economy Exhibit 17 into the record.
Objections? It's admitted.
Mr. Hightower, you have been admonished by NMED and OCD that you must follow the protocols and that operators wishing to engage in pilot projects were to provide documentation directly to the regulators, correct?
I don't think so. I have not been admonished by anyone. So I guess where do you think that I was admonished?
Madam Hearing Examiner, Ms. Jones, could we please bring up New Energy Economy Exhibit 16? 16. This is an email to you from Adrian Sandoval on October 27th, 2022, following that other NMED no discharge memo. And let me see if you recall this. This is an email to you, and it says, Mike, Leigh, forwarded on your email below. It is becoming increasingly clear that we need to have a reset of expectations with the Produced Water Consortium. We are now frequently hearing about these pilot projects. Unfortunately, the information about what is being proposed and what approvals are required is often erroneous. This creates confusion with the public and ultimately sets back the work of the consortium. For example, OCD and NMED met with Hillcore several months ago and provided explicit instruction that the details of the pilot project should be provided to both departments by the operator. To date, neither OCD nor NMED have received a project proposal for review. We were very clear that the operator, Hillcore in this case, needed to initiate the process and provide that documentation, not the consortium. The consortium is not the operator, nor is it the regulator. The consortium can work to identify and support promising pilot projects. However, prior to, and in capitals, it says any of those proceeding, they are subject to the applicable approval and review process. Additionally, NMED and OCD have been working extensively together on produced water projects to ensure that we are coordinated and that the appropriate regulations are followed. The statement that NMED has asked you to review the projects with us is incorrect. It is the expectation of OCD and NMED that the operator of the project reach out to the departments, to initiate any project reviews. This is the path for all permitting with the division and is no different for a produced water project. Please communicate with the consortium members that if there are any proposed pilot projects, they need to be submitted to both OCD and NMED for review permitting prior to any equipment being placed on site or pilot beginning. Failing to do this creates mistrust among the public and ultimately hampers the consortium's achievements of its goals. Thanks, Adrian Sandoval. Do you remember receiving that email, which was actually then resent to you by John Roderick?
Yes, I got that email.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move the admission of New Energy Economy Exhibit 16 into the record.
Objections?
Yeah, I'm going to object to this. I mean, we're getting pretty far afield, so I'm going to object on relevance grounds. Apparently, we're applying the rules of evidence, so I'm going to object on hearsay grounds because there's no exception. There's also foundation issues. We have a string here. There's multiple emails, some of which don't even involve Mr. Hightower. I just don't see how this could come in a court of law or here.
But I could answer. I mean, I can answer this email. I will tell you.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Hightower. The objection is overruled. NEE Exhibit 16 is admitted. Ms. Nanasi, would you like to have a response from Mr. Hightower?
No, thank you.
Okay.
You did ask me if I had been exonerated. I will tell you that.
Hold on, Mr. Hightower.
Ma'am.
I'm going to invite your response to any questioning you've been through after all of that is done. All right. So just park that for the moment.
Remind me to
Ms.
come back to this one if you would. I would be happy to do that one.
Okay. Ms. Nanasi, do you have other questions?
Thank you. Now, Mr. Wexler, representing NMOGA, asked you about NMOGA exhibit. I believe it's 139. And I also sent that to you, Ms. Jones. This will be the last area, I think, of my questioning, but I would like to look at my notes before. You said earlier when Mr. Wexler was questioning you that you were aware of this newest peer-reviewed scientific report that appears in the Journal of Hazardous Materials, and Dr. Chu was among, and you said Mr. Hamali was also one of the scientists, and this was a just got published in April of 2024, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Jones, do you have that? It was the last.
It was passed out to a lot of us from the.
Okay, but I was hoping that maybe you could please pull it up on the screen, just because I did.
He's trying.
Okay, great. Highlight it.
It's up. Go ahead, Ms. Nanasi.
So I'm going to just read a couple of the highlights from NMOGA Exhibit 139. And the first one is on the first page. It's the second sentence, and it says, rigorous water quality assessment is critical in evaluating produced water treatment because produced water consists of numerous contaminants beyond the targets listed in general discharge and reuse standards. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am. We have said that multiple times, that the non-target analysis that we have done is intended to find if there are any other constituents that you would not find under normal application. So this is very consistent with the approach that we have coordinated with NMED, and that just says that that's what we're doing. We're
And
going
so-
beyond. Okay.
And so that means that there's a lot of variability from one produced water sample to the next. Isn't that right?
This says that there's some variability. what we're finding is the variability is not as much as you might think, but there is variability. That's true.
If you could please, Ms. Jones, go to what is the third page of this. One more. I think it is the one, but it's up at the top on the left. Yeah, right there. And it says, however, if the end goal of oil and gas produced water treatment is beneficial reuse, more emphasis should be given to detailed water quality of the permeate when evaluating treatment technologies due to the numerous inorganic and organic contaminants potentially in produced water that could present human and ecological health risks. Did I read that correctly?
I don't know. It's not showing up, but I agree with that statement. The permeate does have a carryover for some cases, and that permeate has to be polished with additional treatment technologies to make it available for reuse. We agree with that. That's part of the post-treatment and polishing steps that I have mentioned numerous times during these proceedings.
Thank you. Could you please go to page 6? And on the bottom there, it says certain compounds that were not detected in feed water were later detected in treated effluents. Do you see that?
No, I do not, but I believe that that's possible. So
Okay,
I don't disagree with that.
And
And there's a reason for that, but I'll go into that maybe if you want, but we don't have to.
do scientists know why do scientists know definitively why compounds were not initially detected, but then were detected after treatment?
Sure, there's two major reasons. One is that the concentrations in some of the raw waters can be so high that they hide the very low concentrations of really trace minerals or trace organics. And so when you do treatment and you take those, you reduce those major chemicals by a factor of 100 to 500 times, those additional low concentrations may show up. And that's why you do the non-targeted analysis with some very sophisticated equipment, the high resolution LCMS. The second thing that can occur, and this is generally in the thermal technologies, is that if you haven't taken out all of your organics prior to doing your treatment and take most of those organics out during pre-treatment, you can, with the high temperatures, get steam reforming of those oils and greases that could create additional byproducts. And they may not be very high concentrations, but you need to look for those if you're potentially steam reforming with a thermal process, an organic. So that's one of the reasons that pre-treatment for produced water to us is very important, that you can get those organics down as low as you can before you try to do the desal system, so you don't do that transformation of some of those organics into other types of chemicals. But that's one of the reasons that you want to do very high level testing and evaluation of your permeate that you get out of a desalination process.
And is the second reason encompassed in this sentence that appears on page 7, which says this suggests that they could be transformation products resulting from photochemical reactions.
Correct. Yes.
And then on page 8, there's a table there, and it says there's a list of new organic suspects detected only in distillate samples. Is that right?
I can't see it. And this paper just came out, so I haven't really had a chance to look at it all that closely. But I believe it. I believe we can get some byproducts that come out of the treatment process. So, but I can't see it on my screen, so I'll go along with it.
Okay. And if we could just go to page 11, and I believe that this is the last part. It says on page 11, additionally, the majority of the compounds initially undetected in feed water and later observed in distillate samples exhibited levels of toxicity ranging from very high to high in one or more toxicity categories, mostly developmental toxicity and acute ecotoxicity, while 3 compounds. I'm going to skip over all those compounds because the commissioners have the names, and I will be happy to give it to the court reporter afterward. Were associated with medium to unknown toxicity levels in all considered toxicity categories. Therefore, utilizing these treated produced water samples for different reuse activities outside oil and gas fields that have high possibilities for direct or indirect human and environmental contact remains questionable because the majority of the shortlisted suspects are associated with some form of human health, ecotoxicity, or environmental faith-based concerns. However, qualitative findings obtained from this non-targeted suspect screening coupled with toxicity prediction tools alone are insufficient to fully characterize potential risks during the reuse of treated produced water. It ends with a paragraph under Outlook, and it says, propositions are rising to consider produced water as an alternative source of water for diverse reuse applications in arid regions, provided that treated produced water is of sufficient quality for the specific reuse scenario. In the meantime, significant opposition also exists due to the complex nature and unknown composition of the produced water matrix. High salinity together with complex composition makes it challenging to perform targeted chemical analyses using standard methods, necessitating modifications of standard methods or new methods exclusively for the produced water matrix. In addition, identifying unknowns using solely targeted techniques is nearly impossible due to the complex composition of produced water, the lack of appropriate internal standards, and unreasonably high analytical costs for the multitude of potential constituents. Most of the existing literature on produced water treatment technology evaluations is based on limited target analyte removals and therefore does not demonstrate human health and ecological safety in long-term reuse applications. Do you agree with this study that Dr. Shu and Himali wrote in the Journal of Hazardous Materials?
Yes. So what it is saying is that.
Could you just answer it first before you explain?
Sure.
Thank you.
I think that they hit on the reason why we're doing non-targeted analysis and why we're doing treatment polishing. And
so you
why
do agree?
Have to do. Yeah, you have to. You have to do additional wet testing and other toxicity testing to get to a level that you can reuse this. That is correct. That's what that section implies, is that post-treatment testing and wet testing, toxicity testing is necessary as a final effort when you're looking at produced waters, which is what we're doing.
I think I'm finished. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Hightower.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Anasi. Ms. Fox?
Just a second, don't I get a second? You
Oh,
wanted me to address issues that I
right.
might have? Questions?
After Ms. Fox and Mr. Knight, but I will remind you.
Oh, I have to wait that long? Let me make a note.
Yes.
Okay, all righty. I'll make a note of this, though.
Sir.
Yes, ma'am.
No, not you. I'm talking to Mr. Davis.
I just have a question about what time.
At the moment, it's 5:30. We may or may not be able to get a little grace on that. We will never be able to stay past 6.
Thank you.
Yeah. Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Did you say that we go till 6? I didn't quite hear that.
I did not say that.
Oh. Hello, Mr. Hightower. Thank you for your testimony. Is there a list of consortium members on the consortium website? You're muted, Mr. Hightower.
So I don't know how I got unmuted. I'm sorry. Or how I
Okay,
got muted. Am I?
We can hear you.
You hear me now?
Yes.
So our list of members changes annually, depending upon who signs up for the membership each year. We have a new
Mr.
list.
Hightower?
Yes.
Mr. Hightower, the question is there a list of consortium members on the consortium website today?
There should be, yes. We've had it before, and we should have a new list for 2024 that it should have gone up in the last couple of weeks.
Mr. Hightower, can you direct us to where that is on the website?
It should be under consortium efforts, and I don't know exactly which tab it is. We just slightly modified this, but it should be called internal communications or internal efforts on the website. Pull down tab.
Could it be under About Us?
Could be, yes.
What pull down tab? Mr.
I haven't been there in the last month as they've changed it, so I don't know exactly where to find it. But anyway.
Do you believe that there's a list? Are you 100% certain that there is a list of the consortium membership on the website? Because I can't find it anywhere.
That's one of the issues with our website. It's kind of tough to find stuff, and that's why we're reworking it. I can't tell you for sure that we have an up-to-date membership list on the website since we just changed it in the last month. I just don't know. I have not looked at the consortium website in the last month.
For transparency, you'd agree then that the course consortium should have a list of its members on the website, correct?
I don't disagree with that. No.
How many members approximately are there in the consortium?
Generally, we've had somewhere around 50 different organizations Those are NGOs and companies, vendors. Then we have another 10 or 15 organizations that are state or federal organizations, New Mexico Department of Agriculture, NMED, EPA, et cetera. But those,
Thank
so
you,
those
Mr.
are,
Hightower.
okay.
On your website, the leadership team is identified as you as program director and Dr. Shu as associate director, correct?
Correct.
And that is the entirety of the leadership team, correct?
Yes.
Doctors Zhang and Young are not part of the leadership or management team of the consortium, correct?
No, they're just the head researchers for NMSU for the consortium.
You
Dr. Zhang
have
does-
said a couple of times there are about 35 peer-reviewed articles on the consortium website, correct?
the numbers, I don't know exactly the number, but it's in the range of 30. 2-3 years ago, it was 22, and we've added several in the last couple of years. So it should be on the range of in the 30 range. Yes, that's what I
Are
have said.
those publications listed under the resources tab and then the publications tab?
They should be.
Could you quickly go to that tab? I count 22 publications, not 35, and I just want it to be
I
clear,
can't with my
clear for the
computer.
record.
Yeah, with my
Don't talk
computer.
over one another, please.
Okay. I can't go to my computer currently with this system that I've got right here, so I can't look at it right now.
You can't verify that there are 22 publications cited on the website.
I know that there were 22 a year, 2 years ago. I don't know how many we've added since then.
Now, just to be clear, those articles are not credited to the consortium per se, correct? They are credited to specific authors.
That is correct.
And many, but not all, of the principal authors are from New Mexico State University, correct?
That is correct.
And many of the co-authors are not from New Mexico State University, but from other educational institutions and other institutions, correct?
Some of them are other institutions. Some, yes.
Now, in your testimony on page 2, you cite to 3 studies as examples of data that you claim, quote, overwhelmingly, end quote, show that produced water can be used safely, correct?
Correct.
Those studies are from Lee County Soil and Water Conservation District and others, a pilot project by ConocoPhillips and others, and a 2006 pilot project from Yates and Devon, correct?
Those are the 3 that I mentioned in New Mexico. The ones that have.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Did you attach those studies to your testimony?
No, I did not.
Those studies are not published in a scientific journal after peer review, have they been?
No, they were not.
Now, on Wednesday, you discussed, when you testified, a variety of other studies undertaken by consortium or consortium affiliated researchers, correct?
I don't know which one you're relating to, so just go ahead and mention them and then I'll tell you. Okay.
Mr. Hightower, I'm sorry to interrupt, Ms. Fox. Mr. Hightower, a few people are having trouble hearing you. Would you stay close to your microphone?
Okay, I'm standing here trying to be close. Maybe I'm getting my hands in the way. So I'll talk a little louder. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. So, Mr. Hightower, the question was, during that testimony on Wednesday, you discussed a number of studies conducted by the consortium or affiliated persons, correct?
And, I'm trying to think what the question was as far as on my testimony on Wednesday. Are they talking about the tests that we have run and operated? Or
Mr. Hightower, I'm talking about your testimony from Wednesday, if you recall that.
well, you're
And
saying that I
that-
said something, but I'm trying to figure out what context I said it. I'm just trying to remember what context we were talking about then. Do you remember?
On Wednesday, I do remember. On Wednesday,
Mhm.
you discussed a number of studies that were conducted by the consortium or consortium affiliated persons, correct?
Right, we talked about a list of the projects that we had conducted. Yes, I did talk about that. Yes.
One example is a study that you discussed that you say identified approximately 400 constituents in produced water in the Permian Basin. Is that correct?
So you're talking about projects looking at treatment and projects looking at water quality. So the study that was done by Dr. Shu of 46 wells in the Permian
No,
Basin.
Mr. Hightower.
Yes.
The question is, you talked actually at some length on Wednesday about a study that was done that identified approximately 400 constituents in produced water found in the Permian Basin. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do, but that's not what I said. Can I tell you what I said?
Yes.
What I said is, in the study that was done for the Permian Basin, we did an analysis and we're looking for up to 400 constituents that we tested for in the Permian Basin waters. That was part of the analysis that was done. So what I said that we found, and it's was presented in my Exhibit 1, was we found in general 100 constituents in the produced water in the Permian Basin, plus or minus 20 constituents in each well. So when you look at that, we in general, we found 100 to 120 constituents in the produced waters in the Permian Basin. We looked for 400. We found 100 and 120 more or less. So that's what I testified to. I did not testify that we found 400. Testified that we generally saw in each well around 100 plus or minus. All right.
Thank you.
That's what I said.
Thank you. You didn't attach that study to your notice of intent, correct?
Notice of intent, I did not. I did my exhibit, I think has that reference. That reference is one of the references that we've already talked about today that has that summary data in it by Jen et al. In 2022.
In your notice of intent, you cited to only one peer review article, correct? That's the Zhang 2022 article entitled Characterization of Produced Water and Surrounding Surface Water in the Permian Basin, the United States. Correct.
In my exhibit or my original?
In the notice of intent, which included your 3 pages of testimony in Exhibit 1.
I think that was the main one that I referenced, yes.
That's the only one that you referenced, correct?
No, I've referenced several others in my exhibit, but that was the one on water quality of the Permian Basin that I did reference.
What other peer review articles did you identify in your notice of intent?
Okay, so let me, if I had it here, let me just go through that. I think each of the figures has a reference. I referenced the New Mexico Water Resources Research Institute study for figure 1. I referenced.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hightower, what page is that study referenced on?
Okay, figure 1 is on page 9. Figure 2.
I'm Mr. Hightower, just hold on, please.
Okay.
On page 9, where is there specific reference to a peer review article? This is page 9 of your Exhibit 1, correct?
Correct. Figure 1, the source is the New Mexico Water Resources Research Institute 2020, their technical report on produced water availability in New Mexico.
Oh, I see on page 13.
It says page 9 for me, but I think what happens is, since I had a testimony, they probably add another 4 pages or something to that. So I'm looking at only my exhibit. So let's add 4 pages to every page that I mentioned here, and I think that might work.
Got it.
Okay, so there's a reference there, a reference on figure 2, which is the following page, which is this came directly out of the New Mexico Oil and Oil Conservation Division. Their data off of their website.
Right. That is a website reference, not a peer-reviewed article.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. I'm just saying what kind of references that I used in this.
Yeah, I'm specifically asking for peer-reviewed journal articles.
Then I do the Jang Journal of Hazardous Materials on figure 3.
Right, the one we identified, that
Okay.
I just identified,
Then
correct?
there's Jang again on table 1.
Same data source, correct?
Same data source. Figure 4 is a paper from Department of Energy, but it's not necessarily peer reviewed. Okay, let me go to these other things. So those were the references that I used. That one is the only peer review. Those others were reports or documents from other organizations. Okay. Is that all right? Or you guys can still hear me?
We lost the room there for a moment, but we are back on. Ms. Fox, I have forgotten what your question was now.
Madam Hearing Officer, Mr. Hightower and I were just confirming that the Zhang article that he referred to was the same journal article that I initially asked him about.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Did you hear me that I said the other references were reports or data from other agencies, but that is the only peer-reviewed paper that I referenced. So hopefully that answers your question, Ms. Fox.
Thank you. Mr. Hightower, you were in the room for Dr. Lewis's testimony on Wednesday, correct?
I was, yes, ma'am.
Did you hear his analysis of the Zhang article that we've been referring to?
Yes, I did.
Do you agree with his analysis?
Not really.
Where's your area of disagreement?
Well, he said a lot of things. I believe that, when you look at these analyses from these different wells, that you get some variability, but I don't think the variability is as large as maybe he was leading us to think that there was. And that's, I think, the biggest discussion point that I have is how many constituents do we really have to be looking at 1,200 to start off with, or are we looking at a much smaller number? So that's the differences that I have in major
Dr.
differences between Dr. Lewis's discussions.
Dr. Lewis stated, quote, the supplemental materials in the Zhang et al. 2022 study describe results from an analysis of 46 produced water samples from 5 locations and 10 Pecos River samples from one location. Is that accurate?
No, it's not. I think that they collected Pecos River samples from 5 locations, and the water was collected from other locations for the Permian Basin.
He says we can check that. He says a total of 309 analytes were analyzed. 4 in these samples, 91 of which were detected in the produced water samples and 67 of which were detected in the Pecos River samples. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Notably, there was not consistent overlap between the compounds identified in the produced water and the river. For example, the authors noted that only 6 organic compounds were detected in the Pecos River water, whereas 28 organic compounds were detected in the produced water samples. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's correct that the authors of that article found, quote, thus, comprehensive chemical characterization and risk assessment of produced water is necessary for potential treatment and beneficial use outside the oil and gas field in the Permian Basin, correct?
Correct.
In your testimony on page 3, you state that the rule could be amended to, quote, simply require that all non-traditional waters, including produced water, be treated to meet the identified numerical and associated narrative discharge standards noted at NMAC 20.6.4.900 for the application required, end quote, along with a requirement for wet testing, correct?
Correct.
The standards at 20.6.4900 are surface water quality standards, correct?
Yes, they are.
You didn't propose including a requirement for meeting groundwater quality standards at 20.6.2 NMAC, correct?
I did not.
And you know that New Mexico has both surface and groundwater quality standards, correct?
I do.
And you agree that at a minimum, both groundwater and surface water standards should be met, correct?
I do agree.
You testified Wednesday about the Danforth et al. Article that's been much discussed during this proceeding, which is NMED Exhibit 133.
I did discuss that, yes.
That is a 2020 article entitled An Integrative Method for Identification and Prioritization of Constituents of Concern in Produced Water from Onshore Oil and Gas Extraction, correct?
Yes.
And you testified that the Danforth et al. Article's identification of approximately 1,200 chemicals included chemicals that were found only once in the literature, correct?
Correct.
On page 3 of that article, the authors state, chemicals that were considered in the toxicity prioritization analysis were restricted to the constituents that, 1, had been detected and produced water more than once, 2, had reported concentration data, and 3, were known to have some toxicity data available. Specifically, those chemicals were included in the toxicity value database. What is the toxicity prioritization analysis referred to?
I don't know.
Madam Hearing Examiner, if she's going to ask about Exhibit 133, maybe we can ask if he has it in front of us, or him. Otherwise,
I
I'm
do
sure we
not.
can all read it.
Are there
That's
other questions, Ms. Fox?
There are a couple, but if there are a number, and could Ms. Jones put up NMED Exhibit 133? Could you put up an NMED Exhibit 133? Be careful what you ask for, Mr. Wexler.
We're not concerned about that study at all.
And actually, we do need a short break. So perhaps Ms. Jones could work on that. We could take a break and Mr. Hightower can review it to the extent possible while we break.
Thank you.
All right, 10 minutes. All right.
You guys still
Ms.
hear me?
Jones has the exhibit on the screen. Ms. Fox?
Thank you, Ms. Jones, for putting that up. I appreciate that. And Mr. Hightower emailed you the exhibit too, but we have it up in front of the screen. Going, Ms. Jones, to page 3.
Can you guys hear me still?
Yes.
Okay, good.
And Mr. Hightower, looking under the section entitled 2.3 Collection and Analysis of Toxicity Data, it states chemicals that were considered in the toxicity prioritization analyses were restricted to constituents that, 1, had been detected and produced water more than once, 2, had reported concentration data, and 3, were known to have some toxicity data available, specifically those chemicals that were included in the toxicity value database. And my question to you was, what is the toxicity prioritization analyses referred to in the Danforth article?
I do not know.
Do you know what the toxicity value database is referred to in the article?
Yes, there is a database that's put together by, I understand, EPA. It's a database that we use also to look at toxicity information for different compounds. I don't do that research. I'm somewhat familiar with it, but I don't do that research. That's done through the researchers at MSU. So I'm aware of it, but I've never used those databases. But we have talked about it in the past.
So, but you would agree that at least for purposes of the toxicity prioritization analyses referred to in the Danforth article, the constituent had to have been detected more than once, correct?
Correct.
And you could look at page 4 of the article, Ms. Jones. And this is at toward the end of the first column on the left under section 3 results. And at the very end of that paragraph, the last two sentences state, from the comprehensive literature search, a total of 1,198 unique chemicals were identified as having been detected in produced water. Of these, 296 chemicals satisfied the additional criteria of being detected more than once and having associated concentration data. 122 chemicals had the further criteria of having at least two types of toxicity data. You don't dispute the representation in what I just read, do you, Mr. Hightower?
No, I do not.
Mr. Hightower, you might recall on Wednesday, Commissioner Dominguez asked you whether there were constituents the consortium had identified that do not have New Mexico water quality standards. Do you remember him asking you about that?
I don't remember that exact question. I'll have to think about it, but I remember he asked me a question.
Do you remember telling him that there were constituents among the ones that had been identified that do not have New Mexico water quality standards?
I think what I mentioned was that we were finding, we found some constituents in the produced water, treated produced waters that probably could be attributed to either some carryover of the process or could be, very small concentrations that we maybe had not expected to find. So that's what I think my testimony was. I don't remember it exactly, but anyway, that's what I think I said.
Among the constituents in produced water that you have identified, you being you or I guess members affiliated with the consortium have identified as being in produced water in the Permian, are there constituents for which there are no New Mexico ground or surface water quality standards?
I can't tell you exactly. I haven't compared them one-to-one. That's not what I have been focused on.
So the answer is you don't know.
I don't know, which is one of the reasons that I suggested if we did things, a wet test would be appropriate to look for any unknowns that we don't know.
Mr. Hightower, you have not proposed to the Commission water quality standards for potential contaminants in produced water for which there are no New Mexico surface or groundwater standards, have you?
No, I have not.
And the consortium has not made any such proposal, has it?
No, they have not.
In your written and oral testimony, you talk about a survey of county fairs and the like that you undertook, correct?
That is correct.
You did not attach a copy of the survey or the results, correct? To your NOI?
To the NOI.
Objection to that. I think it's part of his NOI. The figure contains the results of the survey.
I'm talking about the original results, not a representation of the results.
I think he said earlier that the original data was in appendices, right, to the reports. Mr. Hightower, can you clear this up for us?
So I think what I was alluding to real quickly was in my Exhibit 1. On the last page of Exhibit 1 is a summary of the results from that survey of the some 650 or so 700 people that we discussed, that we actually filled out the survey and we have results from. So
I
rather
understand
than
that.
you-
And my question is whether
Yeah.
you attach the actual survey and the actual survey result data. That's all I'm asking.
No, I did not. I did attach the summary. That's all I attached. Yes, you're correct.
Now, the question you highlight from that survey in your testimony is that you claim, quote, shows that 70% of those polled supported the treatment and reused water if shown to be, end quote, if shown to be safe, end quote. Is that correct?
No, I don't think I said 70. I thought I said 60 to 70% because the numbers show between 61 and 65%. So that's what I think I said was 60 or to 70% were showed that they would be interested in using treated produced water, and that depends upon the application and just the application. And I have the applications there.
Mr. Hightower, reading from your NOI on page 3, you
Mhm.
talk about the survey,
Yes,
and you said that it, quote, shows that 70% of those polled supported the treatment and reuse of produced water if shown to be safe.
okay, so the way that figure comes up is if,
So, Mr. Hightower, my
yes,
question is that what is in your notice of intent? Mr. Hightower, I am
It-
really trying
no,
to, I
yes,
don't want
okay,
to
the
spend
answer, yeah, the answer
inordinate
is
amount of
yes.
time, and I'm really,
Okay.
in respect to the commission, because I know these, days are getting long, so
Sure. So the
you just
point
answer the
is, the
question.
answer is yes, because 25% said they'll have to have more information, 5% said no. That means that 70% overall said yes.
So now that question assumes that produced water has been, quote, shown to be safe, end quote, correct?
Correct.
So does it really come as any surprise to you that people would say that they support the use of water that has been, quote, shown to be safe?
Objection relevance. I'm not sure whether or not Mr. Hightower is surprised or not has any relevance here or tendency to.
I can
make-
rephrase.
Right. Go ahead, Mr. Hightower. What is your response?
No, it's not surprising to me. I think that if you talk to people around the state, as we have, where there's water stress, they're all looking for alternative water supplies, non-traditional resources they understand is something that the state has. So I don't think that 70% saying yes is unusual at all.
But the question assumes the water is shown to be safe, correct?
Absolutely correct.
Mr. Wexler asked you about NMOGA Exhibit 35, which is a 2-page document from the consortium entitled Fit for Purpose Use of Produced Water. Do you remember
Yes.
that line of questioning?
Yes, that was only about like 8 hours ago, so I'm very familiar with that.
On page 1 of that document, it says, quote, what are some of the potential uses of treated produced water? The quality of produced water varies greatly across the different oil and gas basins in New Mexico. Therefore, the potential treatment quality and the associated potential application could vary significantly. Several potential uses exist and are being considered by the consortium, including, and then there's a list of potential uses.
Sure.
From your discussion with Mr. Wexler of the exhibit, it sounds as if as research is underway, for example, to study plant and soil bioaccumulation and toxicity testing, correct?
Correct.
But it also sounded from your discussion that the research is ongoing and not concluded, correct?
Correct.
And that document is dated September 2021, correct?
I don't know the date on that, but the answer is that it's still under testing. It's hasn't been approved yet at all.
Thank you, Mr. Hightower. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Mr. Knight, do you have questions of Mr. Hightower?
And for the administrator, I'm going to be referring to NMED Exhibit 55 here in a few minutes it's from our original NOI. Good afternoon, Mr. Hightower.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well for 5 p.m. on a Friday. Let's see. As you know, I'm Andrew Knight with the New Mexico Environment Department. And I just have a few questions for you regarding your testimony. Let's see. So would you agree with me that the consortium was created specifically as a New Mexico State University vehicle to investigate and provide the scientific evidence for the New Mexico Environment Department to develop water reuse rules? Is that correct?
Correct.
And as you stated several times by now, you are appearing on your own behalf, and you were not authorized by New Mexico State University to speak on behalf of the consortium in this matter. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, after reviewing your testimony, the relevant folks at New Mexico State University have specifically directed you not to testify on behalf of the consortium. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you testified earlier today regarding who your primary contact at NMED was, I believe you used some words that could be misconstrued as implying that NMED oversees or directs the activities of the consortium, but that isn't the case, is it?
I would say that NMED provides input as we move forward on projects and activities, but they do not manage on a day-to-day basis the consortium, but they are a major element that we talk to as we identify research programs and research activities. And as we try to do treatment studies, we interact very closely with NMED. But I would say you're right that on a day-to-day operational basis, they are not managing the consortium. Does that answer your question? Is that okay? Or would you like that in more detail?
No, that's fine. although there are memorandums of understanding between NMED and NMSU regarding the consortium, NMED does not direct the personnel or activities of the consortium in any way, correct?
I would say that is correct, yes. They might nudge us in one direction or another, but they do not control that, no.
Okay, and I would like to have the administrator bring up NMED Exhibit 55, if that's possible. Okay. Okay, that's all right. If we need to pause, we can, but I think I can at least proceed and until there is
So
until-
I can trust what you're going to say. I mean, just go ahead.
Okay.
And ask the question, and I don't think that you're going to.
Sure.
do anything inappropriate.
You're familiar with the most recent memorandum of understanding that was signed, I believe, on November 10th, 2022, between NMSU and NMED regarding the consortium.
I'm familiar with the document. Yes, I've read it. I've only read it once. I scanned through it, but yes, I know the document. Yes.
And again, if you recall this, it's fine. But if we need to wait until we can bring the document up, we can do that as well. But if you recall, do you recall that there's a requirement under the most recent memorandum of understanding that the consortium provide NMED with annual program plans and quarterly budget briefings? Those are actually two different requirements.
I'm not familiar with the quarterly budget briefings, but I think we have tried to provide annual plans for NMED every year and projections. I'm not familiar with the budget aspect. I don't really remember that, but go ahead.
Okay. And I guess I'm not going to ask if it would surprise you, but I'm just going to ask.
Go ahead, ask.
Are you aware that NMED has not received annual program plans from the consortium for either 2022 or 2023 pursuant to Section 2C3E of that Memorandum of Understanding?
No, I did not know that because I have prepared them, and I will have to talk to see how that. I know our point of contact with NMED is Patricia Sullivan, and I'll have to see why that has not occurred.
Okay, thank you. And again, are you also aware that NMED has not received quarterly budget briefings pursuant to paragraph 2C13 of that same Memorandum of Understanding?
No, I do not. I don't handle the budget. It's an NMSU budget. It's through their budget office, and that's handled by Patricia Sullivan. Okay. Dr. Patricia Sullivan.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay.
Mr. Hightower, when you discuss the term fit for purpose in your testimony, is this term, in your understanding, is this term specific to produced water?
No, I don't think it's specific to produced water. The term that I'm using is from the US EPA's Water Reuse Action Plan that came out in 2020. Since we were asked to kind of coordinate with them, I try to use their terminology and their definitions. And And so since it's for their water reuse, it's for all waters to be reused. So all industrial wastewaters, municipal wastewater, agricultural wastewater, all wastewaters is the term that I use from EPA, and it's for, like I said, it's for all wastewaters.
Does the
Does that answer your
term,
question? Is that
yes, yes,
okay?
thanks. Does the term fit for purpose, let's say for agriculture, consider protection of ground or surface waters, or is it limited to just determining impacts to the purpose?
I really don't know how EPA defines that, but my expectation is from a practical perspective that fit for purpose treatment reuse for agriculture, if it's rangeland where you're putting in small amounts of water versus if it's for ag applications where you're putting on significantly more volumes of water, would have to take that into consideration, as well as depth to water table, the chances for contamination of groundwater and contamination of surface water. So I think that's all as part of their regulations and the way that they look at that. It would be very sensible to look at it that way.
So, the studies, like this, referring to the projects, I think, the studies that you were testifying about that look at fit for purpose applications.
Correct.
Do you know whether those evaluate, say, groundwater impacts?
No, the studies that we're doing are, other than one study, the studies that we're doing are treatment studies to see if the technologies can treat a water to a quality that might apply for an application, for a different application. So there's no studies that have been done specifically to see if it's going to be good enough for irrigation water or surface water discharge or groundwater aquifer storage and recovery. What we're trying to do right now is identify how clean we can get the water. Can we get it clean enough that if it goes into the environment, it will be clean enough that it doesn't hurt people or the environment or the ecology? But we don't have any specific purposes in mind other than one study that wanted to look at their water for applications to irrigation or I'll call it industrial horticulture that could be used in greenhouses. That's the only one that was specifically addressed as a specific application.
Okay. And actually, I think we don't need the exhibit up at this point. I think
They spent all that time getting that exhibit up.
Yeah.
We're not going to use it. Okay. I figured you could ask me the question without me having to look at it. I can answer it. Okay.
So referring to those same studies, do you know whether they also evaluate things like designated uses of receiving streams?
No, they have not done that yet. Don't want to. No.
So, Mr. Hightower, what is your experience with water quality standards, and are you familiar with designated uses in the state water quality standards that are codified at 20.6.4 or in the groundwater standards in 20.6.2?
My experience with them, I've never gotten a permit. I've never applied for a permit, is to read the quality standards and the numerical standards, as they're called, I guess, and the narrative standards for different potential applications. So I'm not recommending to anyone whether their water is good enough or not good enough I'm just suggesting that we can use some of the standards that exist as targets for testing. You need to be in this quality range to even be considered. So that helps us identify what kind of treatment technologies we choose and post-treatment technologies that we're going to look at. What I'm using the standards for is not to try to get a permit, but to try and make sure that the technologies we can identify approaches to get to some of the permit requirements that they may want to use down the road. So I'm using the standards as I see them as kind of guideposts, is that we have to be in this area to be able to reuse this water. Let's test your water to make sure that we're getting to the right ballpark, and don't come to us with a technology that doesn't have a polishing step because it's cheaper. In reality, it can't be permitted because it's got too many other constituents in it. So I'm using the standards as guideposts rather than trying to suggest to people how to do that. That's why we are coordinating with NMED. They're the guys that are the experts in that, not me.
Understood. So these studies don't evaluate protection of all the standards that I just mentioned. Is that correct?
That is correct. We're not focused on that as for currently for our treatment processes.
And how have these studies addressed, if at all, how have these studies addressed the general criteria in surface water quality standards? Particularly, I'm referring to the standards for toxic pollutants that are codified in 20.6.4.13F NMAC, and that was, for reference, that was submitted as NMED Exhibit 28.
I apologize for
But-
interrupting. I lost the thread. When you say these studies, which studies are we talking about?
Mr. Hightower, could you refresh our recollection as to which studies that you were just testifying about?
Sure. So my assumption is that I'm supposed to be testifying on some of the treatment studies that we're currently conducting and are underway or in planning. Some of those studies are pre-treatment studies where we're just trying to improve the quality of the raw water so that we can treat it better. Some of those studies are around treatment technology efficacy, what the costs and the performance are, and what levels of constituents we can get down to in the treated water that would allow us to then identify, does it look like we're going to need additional post-treatment or polishing? So those are the treatment studies I think we're talking about. And
Okay.
Yes. Does that answer the other question, Mr. Jeff?
I believe it does.
Okay.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
And,
So now I've lost my train of thought on your question. I'm sorry.
Sure. No, the last question I had on these was, or maybe second to last, these studies, did these studies address the general criteria in surface water quality standards? And I'm particularly referring to the toxic pollutant surface water standards in 20.6.4.
So no, what we're looking for does treated produced water have any of those constituents in it? Those are the things that we're looking at. And if they do, how do we take those out? So we're not trying to say that we're not trying to verify and qualify a technology. That's not our role. Our role is to assess the technology and what it can do. It's once we say that this looks like it's reasonable, I think that's where those companies would go to NMED and work out a plan on how to use that water and what the NMED thinks they need to be testing for, how often they need to test, etc. So we're trying to get, as I mentioned, using the existing criteria as guidelines in where we have to be in this treatment space to have a chance to go and talk to NMED and make sure that your technology is in the right ballpark for them to want to evaluate. Because we just don't want to be sending technologies to NMD that are going to fail. It's just a waste of your time and it's a waste of everybody else's time. We want to make sure that those technologies are good enough to even have a chance to get approval from NMD. That's how we're using those.
And I think we've established that the consortium has at this point not provided NMED with the data that would be necessary for us to develop standards for the discharge of produced water. Would you agree?
I would agree. No.
And so, so I guess I have to ask the next question. How, in your mind, how would NMED have had the data necessary to develop standards for this rulemaking?
I'm going to object. This calls for speculation. I don't know how he can understand what is in NMED's mind.
That's fine. It was probably a
But
rhetorical.
I could answer it if you want me to. Okay.
Go ahead.
I think that people will have believe that I'm anti-NMED. I am not. I don't think that there are standards in place as such to do projects now. It takes us maybe a year or two to get the data for them, to get it. They have asked us specifically for peer-reviewed data. We're providing peer-reviewed information. It takes about 2 years to do that. So what I'm suggesting is that to leave that open, that we're getting data, we're getting more data in the next 6 months, that we're close enough that to leave this option open, that treated produced water could have a closer opportunity to being having standards identified for it in the next 1.5 to 2 years than waiting for a regulatory environment 4 years or 5 years down the road. So all I'm asking is, I think we've got a process in place that allows us to move technologies through, to collect the data that NMED needs, but it's not 5 years from now, it's more like 18 months from now. And I would hate to have that door closed currently and then push us back 5 years. I think we're close. I agree. I don't say we have enough information for standards today, but I think when we get 3 or 4 more sets of data, 6 sets of data, we can start looking at those more closely with NMED. That's just my point of view.
Okay.
Okay.
You heard Ms. Fulham's testimony this morning.
Or for the last week, poor thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That her testimony specifically that the department has been clear in all communications since 2019 that this first reuse rulemaking would be a prohibitive rule, meaning that it would not allow any discharges. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do. And
Okay.
I agree that maybe it was my fault, but no discharges. I agree. There's no discharges currently. I mean, agreed. Okay. But the difference to me is, and I may be going too far, is whether that was no discharges of raw produced water. And I agree with that. But to say that there's no discharges of treated produced water in the future, to me, was too far. But anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Understood. You said in your testimony, you said that you were, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, you said you were in favor of the petitioned version of the rule and that you were not in favor of the version currently being proposed. Is that true?
That is true.
Okay. And yet the 2 versions of the rule are not that different. Isn't that true?
Object to form.
I I don't think so.
I'm
I
sorry,
don't.
hold on, Mr. Hightower, hold on. I didn't hear you, Mr. Wexler.
Yeah, my objection is that the question is vague. I mean, the two versions of the exhibit are not that form. If he wants to point out a specific provision or what we're talking about.
Okay, I think Mr. Hightower had already begun answering the question, so I think he understands it. Go ahead, Mr. Hightower.
Well, let's ask him if he understands it, maybe.
I think I understand it.
All right, please go ahead.
I don't think the two versions are close at all. I think they're light years away from each other. And what I mean is, if I go in and say that the use of raw produced water is strictly prohibited, as I've said multiple times, I agree with that. I don't have a problem with that. The number of produced waters that would negatively impact is just minor. But it's going to be much safer if we treat every produced water, at least somewhat. But to say to change at the last, and that's based upon all of the public input. And that was the proposal in December, based upon a lot of public input. And I thought this is a very balanced approach, that you can prohibit the raw produced water. You leave the option for treatment of produced water open. You leave the opportunity to do testing to get the data to allow you to make a decision on that. But there were no standards identified because I don't think we have enough standards within the state of New Mexico yet, or enough testing to make those standards. But it allows us in the future, when we collect enough data, and if we give you enough data, you can make standards for fit for purpose use. And the law, reading that way, is a law that's good for today, and it forces us to get more and more information and provides you with opportunities to improve that law down the road. The way that it was revised without any public input was it prohibits raw produced water, it prohibits any treated produced water, and now it doesn't even have a way for you to even collect data and set standards. So to me, that is totally different from the original that was submitted back in December.
Well, let's talk about that. See if we
Okay.
can wrap this up. So are you familiar with, obviously, the version of the rule that was filed with the petition in December of 2023?
Yes,
Right? You're
that's the
familiar
one
with
that I read and was very impressed with, and congratulated
Okay.
NMED people on. Yes,
All right.
very familiar with that.
Thank you. That version of the rule did not contain any permitting procedures, does it?
No, it does not.
It doesn't contain any effluent standards, does it?
No, it does not.
So there's no way the department could issue a permit under that rule for any discharge of any type. Do you agree?
Actually, that's beyond his expertise.
No, it follows on the line of explanation he just gave.
No, he's repeatedly said that he doesn't do the permitting side of thing. And the question
my God.
is, it doesn't allow you to do permitting.
Okay, so Mr. Hightower, to the extent that you can answer the question, and again, I think Mr. Knight is just trying to follow up on his question about the two differences between the two rules. But if he has reached the end of your understanding of the permitting landscape, you can just say that. Go ahead.
Well, by having the standards for discharge not in that section, I was under the understanding that as that original document, the December version, is that immediately there would not be any discharge. And that at some point in time down the road, when there was enough information, you would go back to the Water Quality Control Commission and with our help, and data that we're collecting for NMED, you could set some standards. So
And
immediately, if that thing was passed, I would see that there would be no opportunity for discharge as such for full applications, but that you did leave it open for demonstrations for testing and to collect additional information so that you can make those decisions. That's my understanding, and hopefully that's what that meant. Okay.
Let's wrap it up here. You said that you liked the NOI process in the proposed rule. Is that right?
I do.
Okay. And do you believe that the NOI process in the proposed rule will allow demonstration and pilot projects to go forward?
I do.
And do you believe that is important?
I do.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Mr. Hightower, you indicated you wanted to speak on your own behalf in order to put some context or response around the email string that Ms. Nanasi shared with you.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe it was from Adrian Sandoval.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead and say whatever you'd like to say about that.
Well, I think she implied that I had been admonished, and I think that was the word she used, by both OCD and NMED. And she gave two examples, one a memo from NMED and one a memo from OCD. In my opinion, since we were already and agreed to not put any produced water on the ground, that we would treat it, measure the treated water quality, recombine it with the produced water, and then dispose of it in a saltwater disposal well per current regulations. We decided that in January of 2020, and that's what we have followed from the beginning of the consortium, that there was no admonishment from John Roderick in July when he reiterated that that's what he was looking for. And if you even look in that memo, it says that this is going to supersede two other memos that we had from NMED that said the same thing. So it seems like to me that that memo from John Roderick was to remind us that we're not putting any produced water on the ground on any of our tests, that it all has to be disposed of, which, as I think Mr. Hernan testified, that we have not put any produced water on the ground anywhere on any of our projects that we've done. So I don't see that as an admonishment. And then the letter or the email that I got from Adrian Sandoval was talking about Hillcorp. Hillcorp has not done any projects with us because Hillcorp hasn't filled out all the paperwork correctly yet. And we've been working with them for 3 years. So we have not gone around anybody's back, that we have made sure that Hillcorp has been working with the BLM and OCD and NMED to try to get a permit. And until all of those permits are in place, we're not going to be doing any testing. So it was not admonishing me. I think she was a little upset at Hillcorp that they were pushing back. And we had an agreement with OCD, NMED, and that whatever location they were going to do testing at, you had to get a permit from where you're going to do the testing. We have not modified that at all. So far, everybody that has done testing in New Mexico with us has gotten all the permits in place to do that testing. So it's not an admonishment of me. I think it's an admonishment of some of the people that are trying to do work with us, but we're sticking to the rules that we've assessed and developed through the consortium to make sure that any federal agency or state agency that we interact with, that they have a chance to provide approval of any project that we do. So I don't see that as admonishment of me at all. I see those as essentially saying, you know, Mike, you're doing your job. A lot of people are upset about it, but they don't say keep doing the right thing. They got to come down hard, but I don't think they're coming down hard on me.
Okay, well,
my
thank you
opinion.
very much. Thank you, Mr. Hightower. Any reason not to excuse Mr. Hightower? Chair Thompson, one question.
Thank you, Mr. Hightower. I have one question. You said just a few minutes ago that the PWRC, the consortium, has not provided standards for produced water reuse. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is
That's
there
not-
any member of the consortium, the academics, the researchers, or collaborators that are human or environmental toxicologists or human or environmental epidemiologists?
Do we have those on the consortium?
Yes.
That's your question? Yes, we
Yes.
do. We have, industry has provided toxicologists, and we had toxicologists from New Mexico State also on the panel. And EPA has provided us members of our working group on risk and toxicology. We work with them on the consortium also. So we have probably 7 or 8 toxicologists, environmental epidemiologists involved in that working group.
And so you expect that within the next 18 months, they will provide numeric standards for treated produced water?
No, I didn't say that. I said that what we're using that group is to help us identify the polishing steps to make sure that as we evaluate these produced waters, we can identify which ones may or may not be toxic and what kinds of chemicals that we're finding and at what concentrations, such that we can be safe. One of the things that we're trying to do is move toward the PNEC, which is the predicted no effect concentration. And if we can collect enough information that says what the PNECs are, we can begin to help, I think, NMED set those standards. But we're not trying to set standards. We're trying to provide information so that NMED can develop those standards themselves. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you. I
All right.
misunderstood.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to excuse Mr. Hightower. Thank you very much, Mr. Hightower.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, we're going to adjourn for the day. We will reconvene, hopefully in this room, at 9 a.m. on July 1st. And everyone will be notified if the location is different. Thank you all very much. Safe drive.